For Bai Yue, the concept of a warm home is a hollow question she can't answer. Her life has been a void since she was 9, when her parents abandoned her with false promises, leaving her to plead with their retreating backs. In that cold institution, she lost her freedom, her health, and her hope, spending her days staring out at a world she couldn't reach. Finally gathering the courage to escape, her desperate bid for freedom ended in an accident, as she was pulled into a swirling vortex of water and light. When she awoke, her reality had shattered. A shudder of disbelief ran through her as she found herself in a world of beastmen, surrounded by strange men with fox ears and wolf tails. The situation was beyond comprehension, but the true horror dawned on her when a handsome wolf man selected her. In this twisted world, humans were nothing more than pets. This new master, however, seemed perfect. A top-level expert, a future leader, and impossibly powerful. He cared for her meticulously, insisting she eat with him, play with him, and even taking her shopping. He even hired a burly bear man as a pet caretaker. For a fleeting moment, living as their pet felt like salvation, a chance at the warm home she always craved. She thought she could finally live happily with her new family forever. But this fragile dream soured when her master, Gyugyo, leaned in to kiss her, confessing his feelings. And the nanny tenderly kissed her hand with a similar vow. She wasn't a pet, she was something else, and the confusion was overwhelming. The wolf master simply held her close, telling her not to be afraid. But fear was all Bai Yue knew. She recalled how she once desired love and freedom above all else, only to be thrown from one cage into another. She awoke in a stark white room filled with dazed, scarred people, a place even more brutal than the sanatorium she'd fled. She couldn't remember how she got there, only the memory of being swallowed by a glowing whirlpool on the river. Desperate and resolved, she vowed to escape again. After startling a drooling child, she introduced herself as Bai Yue, but her questions were met with blank stares. It was then she saw the sign, Beastman Sustainable Development Center. The name struck her with pure dread. Was she a test subject? Her panic exploded as she suddenly felt phantom bunny ears and a tail sprout from her body, imagining them injecting her with strange potions. A towering wolf-like shadow suddenly appeared on the wall, its presence both terrifying and strangely familiar. She felt its gaze on her, an unseen connection that made her skin tingle. The door clicked open, and a man with twitching fox ears entered, confirming her worst fears. This was a world of monsters, and she was the specimen. Her heart pounded as a second, far more imposing wolf man stepped into the room. She debated begging for her life, but seeing the silent, vacant humans around her, she realized speaking would only make her a more interesting prize for their experiments. But it was too late. He had already targeted her, gently covering her with a soft, hooded cloak. He spoke her language, his voice a low whisper telling her not to be afraid, that he would take her home. She looked up, stunned, recognizing the energy radiating from him as the same as the wolf's shadow on the wall. But the fox man protested, arguing that she was a weak female found abandoned in the wild, destined only for the breeding department. The words hit Bai Yue like a physical blow. The alternative to being this man's pet was being a breeding machine in a cage. The fox man insisted a top-level warrior like him deserved better, pushing for her to be sent away. In a surge of pure, unadulterated desperation, Bai Yue lunged forward, grabbing the wolf man's ears and pleading for him not to listen, promising she could do everything and was absolutely his best choice, begging him to pick her. The tour begins in the defective section, a place Brother Wolf is advised to skip as it's filled with nothing but flawed products. The fox-like attendant explains that these females suffer from severe genetic diseases, destined either for the breeding department for beastmen who can't afford better, or simply to be euthanized after losing their fertility. But Lang Xiao is unimpressed with the standard options. He desires a partner who is not just healthy, but intelligent and able to communicate. As they continue, a frail girl in a simple green dress is urged along by a guard. And for a fleeting moment, her eyes meet Lang Xiao's with an impossible clarity. He freezes, captivated, asking if she can see him. The attendant dismisses it, explaining it's one-way glass and she's just looking at a wall. But Lang Xiao feels a pull he can't ignore. He suspects her action was subconscious, a gut feeling telling him she's different. To test his theory, he places his hand against the glass, and his breath catches as her small bandaged hand rises to meet his, perfectly covering it from the other side. In that instant, he knows. He tells the attendant that she can communicate and that she is the one he will take. Inside, the girl Bai Yue rushes to him, excitedly touching his wolf ears, a warmth spreading through Lang Xiao's chest as he feels her acceptance. The attendant, however, is flustered, revealing that the girl is on sedatives to treat a specific illness and control extreme behavior. A fractured memory rips through Bai Yue's mind, her parents abandoning her at a sanatorium, their pleas for her to be good echoing as she screamed that she wasn't sick. They decided it was safer to keep her locked away, a decision that sealed her fate. Terrified of being sent to the breeding department, she clings to Lang Xiao, deciding her only hope is to act like a devoted pet to this powerful beastman. She snuggles into his chest, trying to convey her loyalty and enthusiasm. But when the attendant mutters about her likely mental illness, she snaps, launching herself at the fox with a vicious snarl, transforming into a fierce protector. Lang Xiao smirks, telling the attendant she only shows aggression to those who badmouth her, his decision now unshakable. He tells the attendant to prepare the paperwork immediately. The mention of more medicine sends a wave of panic through Bai Yue. She recalls the horrible side effects, the hair loss she fights by secretly skipping doses, and she internally screams that she won't take any more medicine. Her new plan forms instantly. She'll let this wolf take her out, then find a way to escape. But Lang Xiao's next words stun her into silence. He rejects the sedatives, stating that with him there, her safety is guaranteed no matter how excited she gets. He declares he won't give her any more medicine, and a genuine smile graces his lips, leaving Bai Yue to wonder if she could possibly trust him. At the counter, the price is set at 10,000 contribution points, an amount so low Lang Xiao glares, making the attendant stammer that it's the cheapest price available. He explains that a female with the intelligence of a 5-year-old is priceless, something the center has only managed to produce once in a century. The revelation hits Bai Yue hard. She understands now that her own intelligence is an anomaly that must be hidden at all costs. Lang Xiao dismisses the attendant's talk of discounts, turning to Bai Yue and telling her gently that she is priceless to him. He decides to name her Gyugyuo after a resilient fruit, hoping she will live with the same tenacity. The pet-like name is registered without issue, and with the paperwork complete, he sweeps her into his arms, whispering that they're going home and from now on she is his partner. Outside the development center, a massive crowd of beastmen have gathered, all eager to join the team of the legendary Lang Xiao now that he has finally chosen a female. He is lauded as the top elite, the strongest contender for the city's next leader, and his choice is a monumental event. As the doors open, a powerful tiger beastman pushes forward, but his eager expression collapses into disbelief when he sees the frail Gyugyuo. He blurts out how terribly skinny she is, worse even than the females from the breeding department. The crowd's admiration curdles into mockery, but their whispers are cut short by a low growl from Lang Xiao. His eyes burn with cold fury as he pulls Gyugyuo closer, his protective rage so palpable it sends the entire crowd scattering in terror. Gyugyuo watches them flee, a new anxiety blooming in her chest as she wonders how much trouble she'll be. As they walk away from the now empty plaza, Lang Xiao senses one persistent follower. He whirls around, his voice sharp as he tells the figure to stop following him as he has no need for teammates. Before them stands a formidable man projecting the immense aura of a black bear, his quiet intensity a stark contrast to the rowdy crowd from before. The wolfman, Lang Xiao, rejects the bearman's offer of help, stating curtly that Gyugyuo needs care from him and him alone. With a sharp glare, he warns the persistent beastman not to follow them, making it clear he won't be polite a second time. Turning his back, he holds Gyugyuo closer, declaring that all he wants is to live peacefully with her, pleading for them to be left alone. In his arms, Gyugyuo has a sudden epiphany. The bearman and the others were meant to be her sitters. A wave of pity washes over her as she concludes her new master must be desperately poor, which explains why he always buys the cheapest pets. She steels herself, deciding she doesn't mind a poor home, even as the bearman watches them leave with a look of profound sympathy. But her assumptions are shattered when they arrive not at a hovel, but a luxurious modern home, and she realizes with a shock that her master isn't poor. He's just incredibly stingy. The moment Lang Xiao opens the door, her eyes widen in terror at the sight of a massive living pitcher plant right inside the entrance. Overcome with a mix of fear and curiosity, she darts forward, ignoring Lang Xiao's warning not to run around. In an instant, the plant springs to life, its vines whipping through the air directly towards her, causing Lang Xiao to scream her name in panic. Later, in the safety of a bedroom, he comforts the shaken Gyugyuo, assuring her that he's already taught the plant a lesson. Indeed, the once menacing plant is now tied up and looking utterly defeated. Gyugyuo can't help but wonder why anyone would keep such a dangerous thing in their yard. Musing that this world is bizarre with animals roaming the streets instead of cars, yet the air is unbelievably fresh. As she puzzles over what could possibly be purifying the atmosphere, Lang Xiao gently cups her face. He tells her softly that he is going to tell her his name now and that it's crucial for her to learn it. Gyugyuo's mind races with the practical possibilities, imagining how convenient it would be to summon her owner for food and drink. He reveals his name as Lang Xiao, but as he gently holds her jaw, urging her to repeat it, a horrifying thought strikes her. What if most people in this world can't talk? Repeating his name would expose her as an anomaly, a priceless spectacle to be put on display. Deciding it's far too risky, she chooses to play dumb, staring at him with wide, vacant eyes. Lang Xiao sighs, concluding he was too impatient and pats her head, saying they'll learn slowly. Just then the doorbell chimes and he leaves to get her supplies, telling her to play on the bed. The moment the door closes, Gyugyo collapses in relief, realizing she almost destroyed herself with that one mistake. Exploring her new freedom, she discovers the bed is incredibly soft and begins to bounce uncontrollably with pure joy. Lang Xiao bursts back in, alarmed by the noise, only to find her gleefully bouncing, and he smiles, commenting on her energy. She bounces until she's exhausted and promptly collapses into a deep sleep, much to his surprise. She wakes up submerged in warm water, disoriented and comfortable, but her peace shatters when she opens her eyes and sees a giant fluffy wolf sitting in the bath with her. She lets out a terrified shriek. In her panic, she slips on his slick fur and plunges underwater, choking on bath. As she flails, convinced she's about to drown in a bathtub, a pair of strong hands pulls her to the surface. The soapy water stings her eyes and she rubs them furiously. Lang Xiao calmly tells her to move her hands so he can rinse them, but she's mortified, acutely aware of her nakedness and demanding he hurry so she can escape. He calmly rinses her eyes with the shower head, but when she complains it still stings, he leans in and licks her face clean with his tongue. Utterly flustered and enraged, she shoves him away, screaming at him to control his canine instincts. She tries to scramble out of the tub, but her body is weak and the walls are too high. A crushing sense of despair washes over her as she realizes her predicament. She is trapped, utterly powerless in a world full of strong, fierce beastmen she cannot possibly hope to survive in alone. With no other options, she resigns herself to her fate, understanding that for now, her only chance of survival is to rely completely on Lang Xiao and his protection. In a disorienting splash, Gyugyo finds herself in a bathtub with her captor, her heart pounding as she desperately tries to calm herself down. She reasons that she's just a pet now, so he won't do anything worse, comparing this humiliating situation to bathing a dog. But the logic falters when she questions why he has to be in the tub with her. Lang Xiao, the wolf beastman, notices she's settled and explains that females need to bathe often to stay hygienic, especially after giving birth, a comment that sends a jolt of pure shock through Gyugyo. Her mind flashes to images of beastmen with their families, and while the thought of seeing more humans is appealing, the idea of being paired up for breeding is an absolute nightmare. Deciding they've soaked long enough, she suggests they start cleaning, only to see him produce a sharp knife with a confident smirk. The memory of what happened next is a blur of humiliation. After wrapping her in a pink onesie, he began blow-drying her hair, and she recalls with horror his attempt to shave her in the tub. The disgrace is too much to bear. A fiery resolve ignites within her. She can't stand this treatment, even as a pet, and she vows to fight back against this big bad wolf. Her fantasy of overpowering him is cut short by a loud growl from her stomach, immediately pausing her rebellion plans. Lang Xiao hears it, scoops her into his arms, and teases her for being a glutton before promising food, causing her eyes to sparkle with hope. But her dreams of a lavish meal are shattered when he presents her with a bowl of water containing what looks like wood chips, calling it nutritious heartwood. To her astonishment, he crunches on a piece himself, making her wonder if all beastmen are wood-eating vegetarians. Before she can process this, he offers her a pill instead, telling her the wood soup needs to soak longer. Her face falls in terror, it's medicine. She turns away, remembering his promise not to drug her, but he gently explains it's a bosom-enhancing tonic because she's too skinny. The explanation triggers a traumatic memory of being force-fed in a lab, and she refuses to eat it. Lang Xiao warns that refusal might lead to being force-fed, so Gyugyo quickly shoves the pill in her mouth, hiding it under her tongue while he praises her for cooperating. Seeing her chance, she points at a piece of wood, and as he turns to get it for her, she expertly spits the hidden pill into a piece of paper. Her relief is short-lived when he offers her a spoonful of the wood soup, revealing with a sly grin that they added fattening medicine to it. Gyugyo spits out the foul concoction in a spray of disgust. Horrified at the idea of being fattened up, she refuses to eat another bite. As he brings the spoon close again, she employs a new tactic. Her eyes well up with shimmering tears, a picture of pure misery. The trick works perfectly. Lang Xiao panics, throws the food away, and promises to take her to the mall for something delicious instead. Gyugyo smirks, realizing how easy his weak spot is to exploit. Just as they're about to leave, a hulking bear beastman blocks their path, the same one who was rejected for the nanny position. Lang Xiao instantly becomes territorial, pulling Gyugyo close and snarling that he won't share her with anyone. The bear reaches for her, prompting Lang Xiao's aura to explode with rage, a massive wolf spirit materializing behind him as he roars that the bear is no match for him. Panicked by the escalating tension, Gyugyo begs them to stop fighting. The bear ignores the threat, insisting he can give Gyugyo a better life and that Lang Xiao can't care for her alone. Lang Xiao scoffs, telling the intruder to get lost before he gets hurt, leaving Gyugyo to lament her master's stinginess. But as they walk away, the bear beastman's eyes narrow with resolve, vowing that he won't give up on protecting her. Lang Xiao carries Gyugyo into the opulent goddess mansion, a place she finds far more luxurious than the mall she remembers from before her time in the sanatorium. The scent of real food fills the air, and for a moment Gyugyo is overwhelmed with pure joy. When Lang Xiao asks what she wants, she eagerly points to the largest dragon fruit, ecstatic at the thought of finally eating something other than nutrient paste. Her excitement curdles into confusion when the shopkeeper places the fruit into a microwave, explaining it will bake for 3 minutes. She is utterly baffled by the decision to cook fresh fruit. The result is a warm, mushy pulp, and she internally sighs at the waste of vitamins, though she admits it's still a significant upgrade from wood pulp soup. Her struggles continue as she finds the gloves of her pink suit too clumsy to handle a spoon, and the suit itself is fused to her clothes, making it impossible to take off. She silently rages about the embarrassing crotch zipper, vowing to change these ridiculous customs once she understands this world's rules. Just then, an advertisement for female breast enhancement pills catches her eye, and Lang Xiao casually remarks that he fed her one at noon. The horrifying realization dawns on her: the medicine was this pill. A bitter irony washes over her. The psychiatric drugs from her past had ruined her body, but now this strange pill is exactly what she needs to appear healthy. A deer-like employee compliments her cuteness, but Lang Xiao immediately becomes hostile, grabbing the man and demanding to know who he is. The flustered employee explains he works at the clothing store and invites them in to see the new arrivals. Gyugyo is instantly captivated by a beautiful dress and asks to try it on. A sudden, chilling panic grips her as she realizes Lang Xiao will insist on dressing her, which would expose her ruse of being a simple-minded human. Her mind flashes with horrifying images of being strapped to a table, dissected and studied by these beasts. She knows she absolutely cannot be discovered. In a desperate move, she shoves Lang Xiao and bolts into the fitting room, tripping and slamming the door shut behind her. Lang Xiao is bewildered, but the dear employee laughingly suggests she's just playing hide and seek. A predatory grin spreads across Lang Xiao's face. He finds clever and lively females like her fascinating. As he approaches the door, Gyugyo frantically fumbles with her zipper, the clumsy gloves making it impossible while the precious pills lie just out of reach. He tries the handle, but it's locked. While the employee goes for a key, Gyugyo continues her desperate struggle inside. Lang Xiao loses his patience and simply kicks the door off its hinges with a loud crash. As they peer into the darkness, she finally gets her hands on the pill. He flicks on the light switch, revealing Gyugyo back on the floor, fully zipped into her suit and panting as if she'd had a terrible fright. Believing he scared her, Lang Xiao is racked with guilt, blaming his own incompetence and vowing to learn how to properly care for her. He gently asks if she still wants the dress, and after she agrees, he kisses her cheek, overwhelmed by her cuteness. Leaving the store, now wearing her new dress, they are spotted by a hulking lion beastman and his crew. The lion scoffs at Lang Xiao's poor taste in females, but orders his men to follow them. Lang Xiao takes her to a game room filled with other human females, all looking like young girls. He explains that he's going to a class on caring for females and that she should play here for an hour. Panic flares again, she desperately clings to him, begging him not to leave her alone. For the first time, Lang Xiao feels needed, but his determination to protect her is stronger. He knows he must learn, so he gently pries her off, promising to be back soon. Once he's gone, Gyugyo assesses her surroundings, deciding it's a safe enough place to investigate the situation of humans here. Her investigation is cut short when a large girl in a lion costume aggressively shoves food at her, knocking her over and mocking her for being dumb. The girl then reveals her true form, the lion beastman from outside, his power palpable. Gyugyo tenses, sensing an enemy of Lang Xiao. The lion continues to taunt her, calling her a useless purchase. As he crouches down, she defensively warns him to stay back. His demeanor shifts instantly to a sickeningly sweet smile as he invites her to play with her big brother. Thoroughly creeped out, Gyugyo tries to flee, but he grabs her arm. Ignoring her struggles, he scoops her into his arms and carries her away as his subordinates cheer. Gyugyo panics as a lion beastman grabs her, his subordinate warning him that Lang Xiao will be furious. The lion captain merely scoffs, asking if she's afraid before declaring he wants Lang Xiao to learn the consequences of rejecting him. She struggles desperately, screaming for the beast to let her go, but he simply notes her surprising strength for someone so thin. He then scoops her into his arms, casually offering her a dragon fruit, which sends Gyugyo into a rage. It's her fruit, and she's been starving ever since she arrived. She lunges for it, growling with frustration, but he easily restrains her hand, his grip like iron. A wave of dread washes over her. She realizes they're here for revenge, and if they take her away, she is doomed. She screams that she won't go, her sudden outburst and clear speech stunning everyone present. The beastmen marvel that she can talk so clearly, a rare trait for a female, while Gyugyo mentally curses herself for giving her intelligence away in a moment of panic. The lion captain smirks, remarking that it's no wonder Lang Xiao chose her, but coldly informs her that her fate ends here. Elsewhere, two beastmen debate the situation, one noting that Gyugyo looked terrified and didn't seem to know her captor, but the other dismisses the idea of kidnapping as illegal, insisting Brother Lion is too high-ranking and respected to break the law. But doubt creeps in when it's pointed out that over an hour has passed, and if everything were fine, Lang Xiao would have arrived by now. A continent away, a wall explodes, as a furious white wolf roars, demanding to know where the scumbag took his Gyugyo. Meanwhile, Gyugyo is being carried through a dark forest on the back of a strange beast, the bumpy ride making her feel sick. She overhears her captor's sinister plan. They intend to frame Lang Xiao for losing her, thereby forcing him to join their team. The lion captain gloats about the law, stating that if a female is lost, the center takes her back, leaving Lang Xiao with no choice but to beg to join their ranks to get another one. The thought of being sent to a breeding department fills Gyugyo with horror, and she resolves to escape at any cost. The farther they go, the harder it will be to return. But then she gets an idea. She starts tickling one of her captors named Yuen, creating a distraction, and pretending to play with him to avoid suspicion. Their game is cut short when a subordinate rushes in, announcing that Lang Xiao is chasing them. A wicked grin spreads across the captain's face as he orders his men to hide her. His plan is diabolical. They will let Lang Xiao find her, at which point he will summon the leader as a witness, framing Lang Xiao for searching for a female he shouldn't have. His crew erupts in cheers, praising their captain's brilliance, while Gyugyo feels nothing but disgust for their despicable scheme. She needs to escape now, but she's trapped in a forest. Her eyes land on a dragon fruit tree and a new plan forms. She runs toward the tree, pretending to be excited about the fruit, knowing the beasts are aggressive but that her captors won't be able to resist. Just as she predicted, the captain agrees to pick some fruit for Yuen, and his entire crew charges the tree to help. Seeing her chance, Gyugyo quietly retreats, and then breaks into a full sprint into the woods. She remembers they traveled in a straight line, so she follows the path back, trying to avoid any traps. Her escape hits a snag when she comes to a fork in the road. She chooses the brighter path, but not before quickly carving a wolf's head into a tree as a marker. 10 minutes later, she's exhausted and starving, leaning against a tree to catch her breath, when she feels a terrifying presence watching her from the shadows, a single red eye piercing through the darkness. She spins around, demanding to know who is there, her heart pounding in her chest as she stands alone on the path, completely vulnerable. Deep within a silent, unnerving forest, Gyugyo wonders if the stress is making her hallucinate. She touches a tree, only to recoil in shock as she sees the exact same wolf mark she had made earlier, a horrifying realization dawning that she's trapped in a loop. Suddenly, the scent of her pursuers grows stronger, and a massive wolf named Bai sniffs the air, knowing he's close. He spots a group of beastmen and lets out a furious snarl, recognizing them as the scoundrels who lost her. An explosion of rage sends one of them flying as Bai slams him against a tree, grabbing him by the collar and demanding to know where she is. The terrified lion beastman points into the ominous woods, stammering that she was eaten. Meanwhile, at the leader's residence, an advisor reports that Bai's team is at the location of the great banyan tree, a festering sore that has plagued the city for decades. Its branches create a deadly maze that consumes any creature foolish enough to enter, and every team sent to suppress it has failed. The leader is perplexed, knowing Bai should be smart enough to avoid it, and orders 50 strong men to set off at once. Back in the cursed forest, Gyugyo tries to rationalize her situation, believing she's encountered a powerful plant monster whose trunks are merely traps to confuse her. She realizes she needs to locate its main spirit body. But as she tries to focus, she discovers the horrifying truth. She's already inside a massive, moving banyan tree spirit, and the trunks are its roots and branches. She resolves to sneak away carefully, believing the roots are weak this far from the main body. But her hope is shattered as a vine whips down with terrifying speed. A sharp snap echoes as it clamps around her ankle, intent on killing her. Trembling on the ground, Gyugyo panics, wondering why it attacked her so suddenly. The vine yanks her across the forest floor, and as she desperately claws at the ground, she lets out a cry of pure despair for Lang Xiao to save her. Far away, Lang Xiao's group hears the bad news. Gyugyo escaped while they were picking fruit, but Lang Xiao's sharp senses tell him otherwise. He can still smell her scent, growling that she is still alive. Just as Gyugyo is dragged closer to her doom, the vine suddenly releases her. She looks up, her eyes wide with disbelief, as Lang Xiao and his companions descend from the sky like vengeful spirits, their bodies wreathed in fiery energy. Tears of pure joy stream down her face as she whispers his name. Lang Xiao, back in his wolf form, senses Gyugyo is nearby and knows they have to finish this quickly. Gyugyo tries to run to safety, but a sudden gust of wind throws sand in her eyes. A deep voice questions why a skinny female is alone, asking where her male is. She opens her eyes to see a towering lion beastman, his spirit body radiating an aura even stronger than Lang Xiao's. This must be the leader. He observes that the banyan tree's energy is weak and decides to watch from the side. But then grabs Gyugyo, questioning how a female could be left alone in such a dangerous forest. Before he can get an answer, a massive explosion rocks the clearing, throwing everyone to the ground. From the smoke and dust, a silhouette darts out at incredible speed, followed by Lang Xiao and his companions emerging victorious. With a mighty howl, Lang Xiao leaps through the air, his body glowing as he transforms, and lands right in front of her. He pulls her into a powerful embrace, his voice thick with relief as he calls her name. Gyugyo is overwhelmed by his enthusiasm, complaining that he's squeezing too hard. But her relief is short-lived. He pulls back slightly only to plant a passionate kiss on her lips, vowing never to let her get hurt again. The other beastmen are stunned into silence or blush at the inappropriate public display. Flustered, Gyugyo pushes him away, telling him to stop his bad habit of kissing her all the time. But he just smirks, teasing that she's being naughty again before tugging playfully on her ear. As the crowd looks on with envy, one spurned lion beastman clutches a fruit to his chest, declaring that Gyugyo is his. The tense moment is broken by the deep cough of the lion leader, drawing all eyes to him. The lion chief coughs, suggesting to Lang Xiao that some matters are better handled privately, but Gyugyo is simply confused, wondering why all the beastmen are looking at her so strangely. She realizes their attitude towards pets is entirely alien to her, a mystery she resolves to investigate thoroughly when she gets the chance. Lang Xiao pulls her closer, asking what's wrong, but just as he proposes they head back, another beastman loudly interrupts, accusing Shiyu of breaking the law by taking Gyugyo without permission and putting her in danger. He furiously demands that Shiyu be arrested and punished according to the law. The chief roars in confusion, while Shiyu frantically denies everything, crying out that Lang Xiao is slandering him. He claims he risked his life to save the female Lang Xiao lost, a dramatic performance that the others see as a wild exaggeration. Lang Xiao grits his teeth, consumed by a feral urge to bite his rival to death, and declares he has proof that Shiyu used his name to take Gyugyo. Unfazed, Shiyu smirks, announcing he has proof too. He projects a holographic testimony from an amusement park guard, who falsely confirms that Lang Xiao asked Shiyu for help. Shiyu feels a surge of triumph, proud of his preparation, and the crowd's opinion begins to shift, finding Lang Xiao's story more suspicious. They reason that a newcomer like Lang Xiao would be more likely to lose a female than Shiyu would be to commit a crime. Gyugyo knows they need to win the leader's trust to salvage the situation. Shiyu plays the part of the wronged victim, kneeling before the chief and begging his uncle to stand up for him. The chief, seeing claims from both sides, pats Shiyu's head and decides to conduct a careful investigation. Lang Xiao scoffs, knowing this is just a farce. Since his words are being ignored, he slams his foot down and declares they will settle this with a duel. He lets out a ferocious howl and transforms into his powerful wolf form, ready for battle. But he's immediately outnumbered as Shiyu's allies step forward, transforming into a massive lion, a bear, and a snake. Lang Xiao snarls, preparing to fight them all, when Gyugyo suddenly leaps from his arms and grabs the lion's mane, yanking with all her might. Lang Xiao is stunned, telling her to let go. But she knows this stupid wolf can't win alone and she has a plan. She turns to him and asks loudly if the bad lion stole her Gyugyo food. The question hits Shiyu like a physical blow and he begins to sweat, realizing her clever trap. Lang Xiao instantly understands and addresses the crowd, explaining that his female smells of dragon fruit, also known as Gyugyo fruit. He then turns his burning gaze on the lion chief, questioning if this is how the lion tribe treats its females. The chief's face contorts with rage as he glares down at the trembling Shiyu, demanding to know if Lang Xiao's accusation is true. Lang Xiao gently asks Gyugyo if the lion stole her food, careful not to frighten her, while another beastman confirms that she definitely ate it. The chief softens his tone, patting Gyugyo's head and asking who she was with before getting lost. This is the moment she was waiting for. Gyugyo points a decisive finger right at Shiyu and declares him the bad lion. The crowd gasps, amazed that such a small female can speak so clearly. In a desperate panic, Shiyu shouts that she's lying and mentally unstable, thrusting out his hand to show everyone the bite marks she left. But Lang Xiao stands his ground, fiercely defending her, stating that Gyugyo is perfectly fine and does not lie. He argues that her biting him is the very proof that Shiyu forced and kidnapped her. Cornered, Shiyu demands proof, and Lang Xiao coolly replies that he can provide it. But before he can, a tiger beastman steps forward, refusing to betray his conscience any longer. He declares he'd rather join Lang Xiao's team than work under Shiyu, and exposes the entire plot. Shiyu used Lang Xiao's name to take Gyugyo and even arranged for fake security. Shiyu collapses to his knees, utterly defeated. The lion chief, his face a mask of disgrace and fury, roars that Yu has shamed the entire lion clan and orders the criminal to be taken away. With the drama resolved, the chief informs Lang Xiao that Yu has confessed. The ordeal is finally over, and Lang Xiao tells him he's taking Gyugyo home. Arriving at his place, they find a large bear beastman digging gunk out of a blocked drain with his bare hands. The bear explains the problem and wipes his dirty hands on his pants, and Gyugyo watches him with a thoughtful expression, realizing how desperate he must be to secure a nanny position. She wonders if his earnest, hardworking nature might change Lang Xiao's mind. As Lang Xiao and Gyugyo enter the building, the bear watches them go, his face etched with disappointment, certain he has lost his chance. But just before the door closes, Gyugyo glances back with a look of pity and tosses a small snack which lands perfectly in the bear's outstretched hands. He stares at the gift in disbelief, his heart suddenly thumping with overwhelming joy, absolutely convinced that the tiny, precious female likes him. Lost in a haze of adoration, Xiao remembers the moment Gyugyo offered him food, a gesture he knew meant she liked him. It was a small offering, as she confessed she was struggling, but it was enough to bind him to her. With a magical seal of light, he made a silent, unbreakable vow. His entire life now belonged to her and her alone. But in the present, Gyugyo is far from struggling, happily devouring a mountain of fruit and thinking how much better it is than eating wood. As Xiao arrives with more supplies, Lang Xiao watches with a grim expression, remembering the suffering Gyugyo must have endured. The memory triggers a darker vision of another woman in peril, and a cold fury settles over him. He slams his fists on the table, vowing that he will never let Gyugyo fall into danger again. As he moves to leave, his eyes burning with fierce determination, Xiao blocks his path, refusing to let him go. The bearman insists that the team needs help and demands to join them. His loyalty absolute. After a tense moment, Lang Xiao relents, simply telling him to come in. Inside, Lang Xiao announces to very full and content Gyugyo that Xiao will be living with them from now on. Gyugyo is utterly baffled, wondering if Lang Xiao just hired her a nanny. Her confusion deepens when Xiao rushes forward, pulling her into a bone-crushing hug. Having finally been accepted, Xiao is ecstatic, determined to make the best possible impression on Gyugyo. Lang Xiao, however, ignores him, scooping Gyugyo into his arms and declaring it's time for her to rest. The ever-eager Xiao asks if he can help, but Lang Xiao dismisses him coolly, annoyed by his enthusiasm and telling him to find a room and take a bath. Alone with Gyugyo in the opulent bathroom, Lang Xiao begins to wash her, a strange tension filling the air. He swallows hard, his composure cracking for just a moment, before he leans in and kisses her. Gyugyo's mind explodes in a pink cloud of shock. She tries to rationalize it as something owners do with pets, but her obsession with cleanliness rebels at the thought of a kiss on the mouth. Deciding she's been far too indulgent with him, she resolves to establish her authority once and for all. She stands dramatically in the water and commands him to kneel. For a brief, glorious moment, she believes he's intimidated by her powerful aura, feeling less like a pet and more like a fearsome tiger. But the mood shatters when a traumatic memory of her scarred face flashes through her mind. Lang Xiao then produces tiny pills, reminding her she forgot to take her breast enhancement medication. Horrified, she shoves him away, calling him a pervert. He grabs her wrist, trying to force the pills on her, but she erupts with a blast of energy that sends him stumbling back, just as she screams that she'd rather die than keep washing. Xiao bursts in, asking if he can help with anything. He freezes at the sight of her, a blush creeping up his face, prompting Lang Xiao to roar at him to get out and find the pills. Gyugyo hides herself, utterly mortified at being seen by two males and thinking that being a pet is terrifying. A moment later, Xiao returns, knocking timidly before entering with the medicine. He's immediately flustered again by the sight of her in the bath, and as he tries to help wash her back, he fumbles and drops his head right into the water. Lang Xiao, losing his patience, snaps at the flustered bear man to give Gyugyo the medicine. Panicked, Gyugyo reluctantly opens her mouth, just wanting the ordeal to be over. As her lips brush against Xiao's finger, he's struck dumb, a jolt running through him. He stands there in a daze until Lang Xiao orders him to get more water, and then furiously dismisses the unruly guy. Xiao flees the room, collapsing outside as he clutches the finger she touched, realizing that following Lang Xiao was the best decision of his life. Inside, Lang Xiao concludes that the impulsive bear cannot be trusted alone with Gyugyo. Now that they finally have some peace, Gyugyo happily plays with soap bubbles. Lang Xiao then presents her with the beautiful crystal from the banyan tree, asking if she likes it. He dangles it before her, promising it's hers if she calls him by his name. She scoffs, calling him a dumb wolf. He corrects her, asking her to just call him Xiao, his heart pounding with anticipation. But instead of speaking, Gyugyo snatches the gem and pops it into her mouth. As the ice-cold crystal begins to melt, Lang Xiao's face drains of color. He panics, screaming at her to spit it out, warning her that eating a crystal like that could make her explode. Lang Xiao panics, squeezing Gyugyuo's cheeks as he demands she spit out the crystal she just ate. His mind races with the possibility that it could be poisonous, frantically checking her mouth to see if she swallowed it. Gyugyuo, though startled, reassures him that it's fine, explaining she swallowed a transparent, non-elemental crystal. Lang Xiao's fear subsides, but he immediately launches into a serious lecture, warning her to never eat the colored elemental crystals. He explains those are for beastman training, and for a non-beastman like her, consuming one would be catastrophic, likely causing her to explode. Having delivered his stern warning, he finally rinses her off, finishing their bath. The day's events leave Gyugyo feeling utterly exhausted, and she quickly drifts off to sleep. As she sleeps, a strange vision floods her consciousness. A torrent of energy pouring into a crystal, giving rise to ethereal forms of a wolf and a woman. The energy coalesces into a glowing female silhouette, her eyes wide open. Gyugyo wakes with a sigh, feeling as though she had a wonderful nap. She sits up, wondering where Lang Xiao went, but then a strange sensation stops her cold. From her own bed, she can suddenly see the other rooms in the house, a strange, tentacle-like energy extending from her perception. Wondering if she's still dreaming, she focuses, sending the tentacle of energy through the house, noting that it disappears once it reaches the yard. A shocking realization dawns on her: this must be her own mental power. Before, she could only perceive the mental power of others, never her own. It had to be the non-elemental crystal she ate that caused this massive breakthrough. A fire of determination ignites within her. If she can keep developing this power, she might finally be able to survive in this world on her own, no longer a pet for the beastmen. Feeling more energized than ever, she hops out of bed and notices a tablet with a message from Lang Xiao. He and Xingyao have gone out for a bit and will be back in 2 hours. Gyugyo checks the time. It's 2 p.m., meaning she has at least an hour of precious alone time. She throws her arms up in celebration, ecstatic to finally have a chance to investigate this world properly. She feels like the luckiest person alive. Meanwhile, at the Beastman Administration Bureau, Xingyao is about to finalize his registration to become Gyugyo's legal partner. But Lang Xiao stops his hand, questioning if he's having second thoughts. He then lays down his draconian terms. All of Xingyao's property and future income will be transferred to Lang Xiao's account for management. Lang Xiao declares himself the absolute leader of the household, forbidding Xingyao from getting close to Gyugyo without permission and stating he'll leave with nothing should he ever decide to part ways. Xingyao clenches his fist, realizing this isn't a threat but a test of his resolve. Lang Xiao smirks, thinking he's already hesitating, but is shocked when Xingyao loudly declares that he is willing. He explains that he's read all the rules and decided after careful consideration that he wants to help take care of Gyugyo. Seeing his sincerity, Lang Xiao relents, warning him to remember what he said. They complete the registration, and Xingyao officially becomes a team member in their household. Lang Xiao is stunned to see Xinyao's savings are massive, enough to buy a top-quality female. As they leave, Xingyao suggests they go back, but Lang Xiao says there's no rush, as females usually nap for hours. He then informs a flustered Xingyao that he's booked them both into a female nurturing guidance class to teach him how to control himself. Just then, a message appears on Lang Xiao's terminal, and his expression instantly darkens. Back at the house, Gyugyo has torn the place apart, searching for information among scattered books. She discovers that beastmen are locked in a desperate struggle for survival against mutated plants that now occupy most of the land. Frustrated, she can't find any history books or information about humans, and the computer is locked behind a fingerprint scan. As she stares out the window, a small bird lands on the railing, and she idly thinks how dangerous the world outside the city must be. In a horrifying instant, a green vine whips out and snatches the bird from the air. Simultaneously, Lang Xiao receives the alert that Gyugyo is awake far too early, and a wave of pure dread washes over him. Fearing a home invasion, he abandons all composure and sprints back. He smashes through the gate. To find his worst fears realized, Gyugyo is trapped in the clutches of a monstrous plant. He roars in fury, launching himself forward and tearing her free from its grasp. Holding her trembling body, he notices her lips are turning purple and realizes with sheer terror that she's been poisoned. Without a moment's hesitation, he bolts towards the hospital, a desperate streak of motion against the city skyline. Lang Xiao bursts into the hospital like a storm, cradling Gyugyo in his arms as he screams for doctor to save his female. He frantically explains she's been poisoned, and they are rushed into a treatment room where the medical staff immediately activates the instruments. Lying on the bed, Gyugyo feels perfectly fine, quietly wondering if the pitcher plant is really that toxic. Lang Xiao anxiously tells the doctors she was caught by the plant at their home. A bear-like doctor calmly notes that the plant's toxicity is low, but another adds that it affects females differently, so they should prepare an antivenom just in case. After a quick checkup, the doctor decides a blood test is needed to confirm the level of poisoning. When he suggests taking off her clothes to draw blood, Gyugyo flushes with panic, realizing with horror that she isn't wearing any underwear. As she quickly insists they can just roll up her sleeve, extending a delicate hand that mesmerizes the beastmen with how fair and fragile it looks. This fragility becomes a point of contention when Lang Xiao explodes at the doctor for nearly cutting her glove, berating him for his carelessness around her delicate skin. The doctor frantically checks for any injury, while Gyugyo wonders if humans in this world are truly so frail. Lang Xiao, now convinced the pitcher plant is a menace, sees that it must have bitten her and vows to have it destroyed. The blood sample is quickly taken and sent off to the lab for immediate results. Gyugyo inwardly scoffs at the silly wolf for making such a big fuss over a simple blood draw. But her attention shifts as she notices a strange pattern in the hospital. All the doctors and nurses are male beastmen, and all the patients are human girls. A chilling thought dawns on her. Could it be that in this world there are no female beastmen or human males? Her mind spirals, picturing herself in a wedding dress being carried by Lang Xiao, a notion she immediately dismisses as a terrifying biological impossibility. Her existential crisis is interrupted by the doctor explaining that the crying women outside are just cold, reminding Lang Xiao how fragile females are in Peace City. The doctor then eyes Gyugyo's slender frame with disapproval, telling Lang Xiao she's far too skinny and needs to be fattened up to be healthy like the other chubby females. The suggestion of weight gain supplements and even diapers for sick females sends Gyugyo into a rage. Leaping to her feet, she performs a series of high-knee exercises to prove her fitness, insisting she doesn't need any supplements. The doctor, completely misreading the situation, diagnoses her with an overexcited mental state and decides to prescribe sedatives instead. Horrified, Gyugyo refuses any medicine, leaving Lang Xiao utterly baffled by her behavior. He concludes the pitcher plant's toxin must be affecting her mind and anxiously asks when the test results will be ready. The report finally arrives, and the doctor's face turns pale with shock as he reads it. He trembles, muttering that he's never seen anything like it. Lang Xiao's heart sinks, demanding to know if the poisoning is serious. But the doctor reveals the astonishing truth. Gyugyo is perfectly healthy, with no trace of poison, and her report is the healthiest he's ever seen. Overjoyed and relieved, Lang Xiao triumphantly tosses a stunned Gyugyo into the air, declaring her the healthiest female alive. As they leave the hospital, a system notification assigns Dr. Leopard as her personal physician, and Lang Xiao tells her to cooperate with him for future treatments. Gyugyo agrees, but only if they don't force weight gain supplements on her. This reminds her of the pitcher plant, and her question about it triggers a sudden, dreadful memory of the state she left their home in. They arrive to find the living room completely ransacked. Lang Xiao's expression darkens, suspecting a break-in, but a quick sniff of the air reveals only Gyugyo's scent. She nervously confesses the mess is hers, explaining she was about to clean when the plant attacked. Lang Xiao's face turns stern, determined to teach his naughty female a lesson. He towers over her, demanding to know if she made the mess. Seeing his anger, Gyugyo cleverly plays her trump card, fainting dramatically into his arms. The sight of her feigned helplessness instantly melts his resolve. He sighs, realizing he can't stay mad at her, and decides a gentle, loving approach is the only way to handle his Gyugyo, pulling her into a soft embrace. Lang Xiao tells Gyugyo to play on her own for a bit while he deals with the flooded bathroom, but she sits dejectedly on the stairs, wondering how the toilet could have possibly overflowed when she didn't do anything. A sudden horrifying realization dawns on her and she lets out a cry. The bathroom door bursts open and an enraged Lang Xiao storms out, holding the severed pink paw of her onesie and demanding to know if she cut it off herself. He towers over her, his voice dripping with fury as he asks who told her she could use a knife, lecturing her on how dangerous they are. Gyugyo flinches, intimidated by his fierce expression and wondering why he's so angry about something so small. On his shoulder, a tiny angelic version of himself argues with a demonic one, with the stern side insisting that rules must be set for Gyugyo's safety. His tone softens slightly as he asks if she dislikes the gloves, and she timidly confesses that she does. Internally, she fumes about how the paws are attached to her suit, completely restricting her hands and making her feel helpless. A wave of pure joy washes over her as she wiggles her newly freed fingers, ecstatic to finally have her hands back. Lang Xiao watches her innocent happiness with a gentle smile, a warmth spreading through his chest. He gives her a light smack on the head as punishment for her recklessness before swiftly pulling her into his arms. He leans in close, whispering that if she dislikes the gloves so much, they can just cut them all off. Overjoyed by his words, Gyugyo spontaneously kisses him on the cheek, declaring him the best master in the beast world. Lang Xiao is momentarily stunned, a blush creeping up his face before he melts into the affection, pulling her into a tight, possessive hug. Gyugyo finds the situation increasingly bizarre as he nuzzles against her, but the awkward moment is broken by a knock at the door. Thinking it's Xiong, she eagerly runs to answer, while a tiny version of Lang Xiao rages at the interruption. But standing at the door isn't their friend, but the lion beastman, Shi Yu, leaving Gyugyuo in a state of shock as she wonders how he got out of prison. Lang Xiao immediately moves to shield her, his voice a low growl as he confronts the lion for scaring Gyugyuo. Shi Yu scoffs, asking if his verdict was too lenient and clarifying he's only there because Lang Xiao's many enemies are causing trouble. Panicked, Gyugyuo scans the area for other beastmen, fearing an ambush. But her senses tell her the lion came alone. Shi Yu sighs, explaining he's not looking for a fight, he's just delivering fruit as part of his sentence. Lang Xiao remains unimpressed, spraying the fruit with disinfectant and telling him to bring something fresh next time, causing Shi Yu to roar in frustration that he's not a restaurant. Lang Xiao coldly reminds him of his crimes, kidnapping and robbery, and the absurdly light sentence of daily battle participation and fruit delivery, which makes Gyugyuo question the entire legal system of the beast world. A notification flashes, declaring that the victim is furious at the criminal's lack of remorse and is demanding a harsher punishment. The threat of a retrial instantly drains the color from Shi Yu's face. He immediately backpedals, bowing apologetically and offering to find whatever food Gyugyuo would like to eat, forcing himself to endure the humiliation. Lang Xiao dismisses him, saying he'll be notified of the decision later. As the lion leaves, Gyugyuo cheekily sticks her tongue out at him. Shi Yu notices her clever defiance, a stark contrast to the defective female he remembered, and a flicker of dangerous curiosity ignites within him. Before he can ponder it further, he's grabbed from behind by the massive bear beastman, Xingyao. Recognizing the kidnapper, Xingyao's eyes glow with red fury as he lets out a terrifying roar, promising that anyone who harms Gyugyuo will pay dearly. Shi Yu panics, pleading that he's already been judged by the law. But Xingyao simply blasts him with electricity and flings him away, telling him to come back tomorrow. Gyugyuo watches in awe, impressed by Xingyao's raw power. When he returns, she greets him with an enthusiastic hug, calling him amazing. Lang Xiao watches their interaction with a pang of regret, a flicker of jealousy in his eyes as he wonders if Gyugyuo prefers the bear beastman. Later, the trio sits down to eat, but Gyugyuo's face falls into despair as she's presented with yet another plate of grilled fruit. She's sick of it, internally screaming that she can't stand another bite of baked mush. She points desperately at a basket of fresh fruit, begging for a change. Lang Xiao finds her craving for raw food odd, making a mental note to consult a doctor about it, before proceeding to mash the raw fruit into a salad, completely missing the point and condemning her to a future of bland, cooked meals. A primal hunger for meat consumes Gyugyuo, so intense she takes a desperate chomp out of Lang Xiao's arm. Startled, he asks if she's angry because she wants meat. A sly grin crosses his face as he leans in, promising her plenty of meat later if she behaves herself. Gyugyuo, endearingly naive, immediately brightens up and agrees, leaving Lang Xiao to marvel at how easily he can bully her, though he admits to himself the feeling isn't too bad. But before any promises can be kept, the burly bearman swoops in and begins feeding Gyugyuo himself, an act of care that fills his heart with a warm resolve to work even harder for her affection. Once Gyugyuo is full, the diligent bear nanny goes to clean up, but not before Lang Xiao reminds him to mix the fattening medicine. The mere thought of it sends a jolt of pure rage through Gyugyuo. She internally fumes, wondering when that silly wolf will ever stop trying to fatten her up. Moments later, Lang Xiao approaches with the steaming bowl, gently blowing on the spoon. He tries to coax her into drinking it, but she turns her head away in defiance. He resorts to childish threats, warning that Dr. Leopard will have to give her a shot if she misbehaves, but Gyugyuo is unimpressed. She declares she'll only accept the breast enhancement pills, not this fattening concoction. Lang Xiao simply smiles, telling her she's already had enough of those for one day before forcing the spoon into her mouth, but she immediately spits the foul liquid right back into his face. Humiliated and furious, Gyugyuo bolts from her seat, calling for the bear's protection. The bearman's eyes widen in delighted shock, realizing that for the first time a female truly needs him. He rushes to her side as she cowers behind him. Lang Xiao angrily insists she has to take the medicine to strengthen her body, but the bearman stands his ground, blocking him. He firmly states that Gyugyuo dislikes the taste and forcing her will only cause a stress reaction. Gyugyuo peeks out from behind him, confirming she hates both the taste and its intended effect. Lang Xiao finally relents but announces he'll just have the agent made into pills tomorrow, certain she'll like that. The threat sends Gyugyuo fleeing to her room, slamming the door behind her. Lang Xiao is left behind as the bearman quietly muses that their relationship has taken a step forward. Later that night, Lang Xiao quietly enters her room to check on her. Gyugyuo pretends to be asleep, silently vowing to ignore him until he abandons his fattening scheme. Believing she's asleep, he gently slides into bed beside her, pulling her into an embrace and whispering for them to sleep together. Gyugyo's eyes snap open, her cheeks flushing as she thinks about how clumsy and clingy this wolf truly is. The next morning, she wakes up starving but remembers her fight with him. Peeking outside, she spots Lang Xiao training, effortlessly lifting a massive plant. She can't help but be impressed by his incredible strength and muscular physique, a sight that makes her heart pound in her chest. Just then he turns, having noticed she's awake, and asks if she's hungry. With a warm smile, he invites her to breakfast and then drops a bombshell. He's taking her to the amusement park. The words echo in her mind, unlocking a flood of painful memories from the 9 years she spent locked away in a sanatorium. Dreaming of the freedom and fireworks she could only see through a barred window. The promise of finally experiencing that dream sends her into a frenzy of excitement, and she immediately starts running for the door. But Lang Xiao stops her, holding up a harness and insisting she needs to wear it before they can go. Gyugyo recoils in horror, thinking it's a leash or something even more embarrassing she's only read about in books. As she vehemently refuses, she stumbles backward and bumps into a small human boy, whose innocent, teary eyes look up at her in shock. Gyugyo's eyes widen as she bumps into a small child, only to be startled by the sight of his beast ears. The boy growls defensively, and his family quickly swoops in to protect him, mistaking her for a threat. The boy's father explains to Lang Xiao that his female wanted to play with the child but ended up scaring him, asking how he can make it up to them. The child's other parent dismisses it, saying his kid is tough and won't be scared before leading his family away. As they leave, Gyugyo wonders where the boy's mother is, noticing the absence of female beastmen. Lang Xiao watches her, thinking to himself that Gyugyo seems to genuinely like children and would make a good mother one day. He tries to put a harness on her for a rocking car ride, but she recoils in horror, internally screaming about this inescapable torture. They settle for a carousel instead. But as they walk through the park afterward, an uneasy feeling settles over Gyugyo. She realizes she's been wandering for a long time without seeing a single female beastman or a human male. A truly bizarre observation. Lang Xiao suddenly startles her, asking what she wants to eat. Her unease is instantly forgotten when they stumble upon a chicken coop. Her eyes sparkle with ravenous delight at the sight of potential food, and she immediately starts fantasizing about fried chicken, roast chicken, and stewed chicken, declaring that she wants it all. Lang Xiao swiftly clamps a hand over her mouth, hissing that she can't eat the animals here because it's forbidden in the beast world. Gyugyo fumes, calling him a big bad wolf for promising her meat only to say she can't have it. A wave of guilt washes over Lang Xiao. He admits to himself that he shouldn't have teased her. He tries to distract her with other treats, pointing out fruits and a hot sweet soup, but she scoffs that it's just fruit and wood chunks. Still, the steaming pot of soup gives her an idea. While Lang Xiao is buying it, she sneaks over to the chicken coop, her eyes gleaming with a clever plan. She finds exactly what she's looking for, an egg. A memory surfaces of a simple treat from her past, soft-boiled eggs made in hot water. And she realizes the boiling soup will be perfect. When Lang Xiao returns, she snatches the bamboo tube of soup from him, demanding it hot. She happily finds a picnic spot near the water, thrilled that eggs count as meat and she can finally eat. Lang Xiao suggests they play ball in the large inflatable orbs on the water. Gyugyo agrees, thinking it sounds fun. But the moment he tries to join her, she delivers a swift kick to his face. Floating alone in her orb, she declares she wants to play by herself. Lang Xiao grows suspicious and offers to hold her soup so it doesn't spill, but she panics, clutching the tube tightly. She knows if he takes it, he'll find the eggs inside. She insists she'll hold it herself, not caring if she gets sticky as long as she gets her meat. Lang Xiao, confused by her sudden possessiveness, reluctantly agrees but warns her not to open the lid inside. She nods sweetly, secretly planning to do exactly that. As she drifts away, he hears a strange rattling from the tube. From the shore, he and a guard watch her, seeing her eat something round and white. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. She's eating unhatched eggs. In a blind panic, he screams at the guard to take him to the center of the lake. He bursts through the plastic of her orb just as she's about to take a bite of another egg, making her jump in shock. He roars at her to spit it out, reminding her that eating animals is illegal. He grabs her face, prying her mouth open, but then his tone shifts into a low, menacing purr as he leans in close, telling her that once the meat is in his mouth, he has no intention of spitting it out. The world freezes in a single forbidden taste as Lang Xiao savors the flavor of egg for the first time. His companion, Xiao, reels back in shock, shouting that the female Gyugyo is eating eggs. Lang Xiao calmly explains he simply sucked it out so she wouldn't swallow it and will handle the legal consequences. But inside Gyugyo's mind, everything is chaos. The clumsy wolf just kissed her. Soon, Xiao is marching a restrained Lang Xiao through the city. But the damage is done. Whispers erupt around them, gossiping about the female who dared to eat eggs at the amusement park. They recount the ancient law, a 2,000-year-old taboo born from a time when a great evolution nearly wiped out all animal life, making meat-eating a grave sin. Their chatter is cut short by the furious roar of a massive bear beastman, demanding they explain themselves clearly. Later at Lang Xiao's home, Xingyao checks on Guoguo, who is still shaken. Lang Xiao recounts the incident, and the memory of the kiss sends a fresh blush across Guoguo's face as she hastily retreats to her room. Alone, her mind spirals into despair. She had believed living as Lang Xiao's parasite would be a simple life. But now she's confronted with the beast world's harsh rules. Her fear conjures a horrifying vision of being dragged to a breeding center in a cage, forced to reproduce. Outside, Xingyao is losing his mind as Lang Xiao calmly asks him to catch a chicken for Guoguo to eat. The bear argues that it's illegal, but Lang Xiao is resolute, musing that if eggs were that delicious, chicken must be even better. He explains that the world has changed. Animal populations are now thriving, outnumbering beastmen, and that it is the law of nature for the strong to prey on the weak. He reveals Guoguo was found in the wild, likely already accustomed to meat, and that forcing her to be a vegetarian might cause her harm. Overhearing his declaration that he only wants her to be healthy and happy, Guoguo's heart is overwhelmed with emotion. She emerges from her room just as Lang Xiao gently suggests they start with fruits for today, taking her hand in his. Half a month later, their chicken hunt is an utter failure. In a dense sugarcane forest, Lang Xiao is brutally smacked down by an aggressive stork every time he tries to pounce on his prey. Xingyao explains to a concerned Guoguo that they've been trying for 10 days, thwarted by the bizarre symbiotic relationship between the violent sugarcane and the protected chickens. But as Guoguo nibbles on a piece of sugarcane, a sharp pain grips her stomach. At the same instant, Xingyao sniffs the air, his eyes widening in alarm as he detects the scent of blood. Believing it to be the work of hallucinogenic plants, he scoops Guoguo into his arms, determined to get her to an oak plantation for an antidote. Guoguo, writhing in pain, is horrified by a sudden vision of a crowd of beastmen staring at her, making her realize this is no illusion. As she begs to go home, her strength gives out completely. Lang Xiao returns to the chaotic scene, also catching the strange, bloody scent. He sees Guoguo clutching her stomach in agony, and as he takes her from Xingyao, the bear notices his hand is stained with blood. Pure panic overtakes Xingyao as he yells that Guoguo's bottom is hurt and they need a hospital immediately. Lang Xiao, however, simply looks down at the terrified bear with a gentle, knowing smirk, his heart swelling with pride as he thinks to himself that his Guoguo has finally grown up. Lang Xiao enters Guoguo's room, presenting her with a tonic meant to help with her menstruation. He gently asks if she's feeling better and she nods, admiring how responsible and attentive he is. Lost in the moment, she plays with her hair and Lang Xiao mistakes it for a sign of hunger, playfully touching her lips. The warmth of his fingers sends a strange feeling through Guoguo, a blush rising to her cheeks. Lang Xiao observes her rosy complexion, noting she looks much healthier now, smugly thinking his enhancement pills are working wonders. In a misguided attempt to check her development, he suddenly pinches her chest, causing her to cry out from the sharp, needle-like pain. He immediately apologizes, realizing he was too rough during such a sensitive time. Furious, Guoguo decides to teach the clueless wolf a lesson, grabbing his sensitive ears and declaring that even in the animal world, some places are off-limits. Lang Xiao gasps, a strange heat flushing through him as she touches his ears, leaving Guoguo utterly bewildered by his reaction. Deciding not to provoke him further, she pulls the covers over herself, but Lang Xiao's mood has shifted entirely. He grabs her wrist and forcefully pins her down on the bed. As she struggles, demanding he let her go, he leans in close, his face flushed with emotion. He suddenly confesses that he likes her. Guoguo's heart thumps in her chest as she tries to rationalize his words, telling herself it's just an owner's affection for a pet, a complete lack of boundaries between species. But as he gazes at her, calling her beautiful, she can't deny the intensity in his eyes. He leans in for a kiss, his intentions now unmistakably clear. Suddenly, the door flies open and Xingyao storms in, finding them in a compromising position. He pulls Lang Xiao off of her, scolding him for being too eager, revealing that he read a book that says you can't engage in certain activities when a female is on her period. Guoguo's eyes widen in shock at the implication, while Lang Xiao calmly retorts that he knows, and that he has plenty of patience. He declares his intent to prepare well so that Guoguo can joyfully become his true partner. The word partner shatters Guoguo's entire reality. Flashes of his meticulous care, buying her, feeding her, kissing her, replay in her mind. She's not a pet, she's meant to be his mate. After kicking a still lecturing Xingyao out of the room, Lang Xiao gently tucks Guoguo into bed, telling her to sleep well. As she lies there feigning sleep, her mind races, trying to comprehend her new identity in this bizarre world. The sound of tapping wakes her from her thoughts. She sees Lang Xiao sitting by her bed, typing on a computer. A surge of hope fills her. A computer is her key to understanding everything. Lang Xiao explains he was just looking up how to cook chicken for her and offers to leave, but she quickly says she wants to see too. He pulls her onto his lap to watch together. Thinking fast, Gyugyo distracts him by complaining that her stomach is hungry for meat. The plan works perfectly. He happily leaves to prepare the food, instructing Yao to catch a chicken. Seizing the opportunity while they're occupied, Gyugyo quickly gets to work on the computer. The machine is familiar, just like the ones in her old world. As she begins searching, desperate for answers, what she finds is a shocking history. 2,000 years ago, humans ruled the world, but their actions destroyed the environment. In a desperate bid for survival, they created a plant growth accelerator that went haywire, pushing humanity to the brink of extinction. Their last hope was to experiment with animal genes, transforming them into powerful beastmen. The beastmen fought back the plants, reclaiming land for the surviving humans. But their creations, physically and intellectually superior, soon grew tired of obeying. Fearing their power, humans destroyed the research labs, but the beastmen didn't care. They soon discovered a critical flaw. Only males had evolved, and they could only produce more beastmen by mating with human females. To ensure their survival, they began capturing human women and driving the men into the forests. Yet another problem emerged. The offspring were always male, meaning the species still couldn't continue. The ancestors found the last 3 surviving human males and used them to breed a new human population. However, over 2 millennia of inbreeding resulted in modern women having serious genetic defects and intellectual disabilities. This historical tragedy now serves as a constant reminder to the beastmen that only through cooperation can any race hope for a better future. Lang Xiao calls out to Gyugyo, announcing that the meat is ready and telling her to wash her hands. He finds her absorbed in a cartoon on the laptop, but is startled when she suddenly bursts into tears. Rushing to her side, he cradles her, anxiously asking what's wrong. He wonders if a nightmare or the cartoon scared her, gently trying to comfort her by offering some chicken. Just then, Yao bursts into the room, proclaiming the chicken is ready, but the sight of the bird is horrifying. It's completely blackened. Lang Xiao explodes in anger, demanding to know what all the noise is and sarcastically asking if he roasted the chicken with explosives. Yao defends his creation, insisting that only the skin is burnt because he forgot to pluck the feathers, but the meat inside is perfectly fine. Gyugyo ignores them both, grabbing a salt shaker as Yao tries to warn her against using too much. Lang Xiao, however, is touched, believing Gyugyo is thoughtfully adding salt because she remembered his own habit of using it on his food. After she seasons the chicken, Lang Xiao takes the first taste and his entire being lights up, his inner wolf howling with pure ecstasy. Yao, still skeptical, tears off a huge chunk for himself and is immediately stunned into a state of bliss, his inner bear roaring in approval. He declares the meat is unbelievably delicious and goes for another piece, but Gyugyo furiously snatches it back, reminding him the chicken was for her. Despite the squabble, they all enjoy the meal, and Lang Xiao declares that he can't believe chicken with salt could be so delicious. Inspired, Yao suggests they go hunting for more animals, but Lang Xiao has a grander vision. Since they've already broken the taboo against eating meat, they should explore all kinds of new delicacies. Gyugyo silently celebrates, realizing she has just opened the door to a new era of food for these beastmen, forming a culinary alliance. As she eats, she debates telling Lang Xiao the truth about her identity, but feels a growing unease around him now that she knows she's not just a pet. He suddenly leans in close, asking if she has something to say, causing her to blush and panic, thinking he's acting like a thug. He calmly points out she has food on her face and offers to wipe it off, but to shut him up, she shoves the chicken leg at him instead. Their meal is interrupted by Yao, who advises against hunting for now, reminding them that the monthly sacrificial ceremony is only 5 days away, followed by the leader's challenge. He urges Lang Xiao to prepare, but Lang Xiao is brimming with confidence, dismissing his rival Shiquan's 10-year winning streak by claiming that timing and luck can grant victory to anyone. Yao sees Lang Xiao's calm fearlessness and acknowledges why everyone believes he will be the one to finally end Shiquan's reign. Yao then asks Lang Xiao to look after Gyugyo while he's busy, warning him to be extra attentive with a smart female like her, even suggesting he lock her up to be safe. As he speaks, the sky outside darkens with an unnatural speed, and Lang Xiao grows concerned that the city's protective barrier might be weakening. That night, Yao's words about locking her up echo in Gyugyo's mind as she sleeps beside Lang Xiao's wolf form, resolving that she absolutely cannot tell them the truth. The next morning, she's awakened by a loud cracking noise and is stunned to find their entire yard has been overrun by a dense thicket of sugarcane. Yao explains that the barrier loosened, causing the wild growth, and that Lang Xiao has already gone to the altar to investigate. Intrigued, Gyugyo asks about the barrier, and Yao, eager to impress her, launches into a dramatic history lesson. He explains that their beastmen ancestors fought for survival against monstrous carnivorous plants that once dominated the world. Eventually learning to seal the most powerful ones away, these seals created protective barriers around their cities. And the monthly ceremony reinforces the seal to keep the peace. When Gyugyuo seems unresponsive to his detailed lecture, he worries it was too complicated for a female. But she had understood perfectly, nearly exposing herself before quickly feigning confusion and babbling nonsense about chicken poop. Completely fooled, Xingyao decides to tell her a simpler story instead, much to her internal agony. Before he can begin, a loud roar signals the end of the ceremony, and he announces that the leader's challenge is starting. He asks if she wants to go, and she agrees with sparkling eyes. They arrive at a massive coliseum, packed with beastmen from all over the city, a lively spectacle she hasn't seen in ages. Gyugyuo is immediately struck by an oppressive wave of heat, recoiling in shock as she realizes it's emanating from a massive, blazing altar. As they approach, the heat intensifies, coupled with an indescribable pressure that makes her uneasy. She peers over the edge, feeling an intense pull to check what's inside the fiery pit. Down below, a massive cauldron burns with an otherworldly flame. Yet despite the power radiating from it, Gyugyuo can't sense a single living thing within. As she stares into the inferno, a vision of a fiery phoenix flashes in her eye, causing her to cry out in shock. Xingyao quickly pulls her into a comforting embrace, explaining that the dreaded white bone vine is sealed beneath the altar. He tells her not to be afraid. A monthly ceremony to refuel the flames has just ended, ensuring the seal is stable for now. But as Gyugyuo looks at the ominous structure, she's overcome with a suffocating feeling of familiarity, a disturbing connection to the entity sealed with. The mood is shattered by the boom of fireworks, signaling the start of the next match. The captain, Lang Xiao, against a fierce lion beastman named Yu. Xingyao explains that Lang Xiao has already won 9 matches in a row. One more victory will secure his place in the top 10, giving him the right to challenge the leader. Gyugyuo immediately panics, worrying that the bad lion will use underhanded tactics against the clumsy wolf. To give her a better view, Xingyao hoists her onto his shoulders, and from her new vantage point, the arena is crystal clear. An announcement rings out, declaring that to ensure fairness, both contestants must remove all clothing and belongings. In the waiting area, Lang Xiao scans the crowd, looking for his friends, a smile breaking across his face when he finally spots Gyugyuo perched high above the others. But as he prepares, Yu makes his move, whipping his belt through the air like a weapon before the match has even officially started. Gyugyuo screams, shocked by the blatant dirty trick. Lang Xiao's eyes burn with fury as he faces his opponent, seething that his scheming is unstoppable. Yu smirks, mocking that if Lang Xiao can't even dodge a belt, there's no point in competing at all. Enraged, Lang Xiao transforms, a furious wolf lunging forward. Yu grins, his provocation a success, sneering that being impulsive is a fatal flaw in the arena as he transforms to meet the attack. Their animal forms clash with a thunderous impact. From his throne, the beast leader watches with disdain, dismissing his advisor's talk of psychological tactics. He declares that with the power gap between them, the angrier Lang Xiao gets, the worse his defeat will be. But then a clear voice cuts through the din as Gyugyuo shouts for the clumsy wolf to win. Hearing her cheer, Lang Xiao pauses, his wolf eyes widening. He lets out a defiant howl and lunges with renewed vigor, sinking his teeth into the lion's flesh. Gyugyuo cheers triumphantly as the crowd murmurs about Lang Xiao's smart female. Feeling the unwanted stares, a protective Xingyao declares it's not safe and whisks her away to the female rest area. The oppressive heat vanishes instantly, replaced by a refreshing coolness that delights Gyugyuo. From a safer viewing spot, they watch the fight resume. Yu lands a brutal blow, sending Lang Xiao staggering back. Gyugyuo panics, certain he's badly hurt, but Xingyao calmly reassures her that Yu is much stronger and the outcome will be decided soon. The lion moves in a blur, his speed overwhelming. But Lang Xiao meets his charge with a howl of his own. He lunges for the neck, his teeth sinking into the lion's thick mane. Yu is confident his mane will protect him, but his face twists in agony as Lang Xiao's fangs bite straight through the flesh. The lion screams, frantically tapping out his surrender. The crowd erupts as fireworks celebrate Lang Xiao's 10th consecutive win. Back in his human form, Lang Xiao looks up into the stands, a triumphant smile on his face. Gyugyuo thinks to herself that her clumsy wolf is quite impressive. They meet by the railing, where Lang Xiao asks if she was scared, only for her to get flustered and demand he put on some pants. Xingyao hands over a towel and fresh clothes while Gyugyuo covers her eyes. As he dresses, Lang Xiao dismisses the other beastmen as a warm-up, his gaze fixed on the leader's stand. He declares his only true opponent is the leader, Shiquan, explaining he doesn't care about the title, only about defeating Shiquan to become stronger. A chill runs down Gyugyuo's spine. She senses that Shiquan is unfathomably more dangerous than Yu. She grabs Lang Xiao's hand, her voice filled with genuine fear as she tells him his life is the most important thing. Touched by her worry, he holds her hand tightly, promising her that this is a match for points, not life or death, and that he won't take any unnecessary risks now that he has her. As he pulls on his pants, he invites her to watch the next match with him. And Yao offers them sugarcane as they settle in together. With the final preliminary bout ending in a brutal clash between a lion and a bear, the real competition is about to begin. An official announcement rings out across the stadium, declaring that the top 10 challengers have earned the right to face the leader. The crowd roars, especially for the three Tiger Beast brothers who made it into the finals. But not everyone is impressed. One of the lion beastmen saunters over to Lang Xiao, taunting him and asking if he's too scared to get ready. Lang Xiao's companion retorts that with exactly 10 spots, they can finish this annoying spectacle and leave sooner, leaving the lion beastman fuming at being made a fool of. Lang Xiao himself just stares ahead, his mind completely focused on the coming battle, thinking that he can't wait to fight the leader. Meanwhile, the leader Shiquan is informed that it is time for his match. With an explosive burst of power that rocks the very foundation of the arena, the colossal beastman makes his grand entrance. He surveys the challengers with absolute dominance, asking who wants to go first. The once confident Tiger brothers now look completely terrified, a fact the lion beastman wastes no time mocking. When another challenger tries to push the lion forward, Gyugyo snaps at him, retorting that he doesn't dare go first either. Just then, Lang Xiao steps forward, shocking Gyugyo, who knows that taking the first slot is a massive disadvantage. With a confident smile, Lang Xiao gently ruffles her hood, rips off his outer robe, and declares that he's up. He leaps into the arena, landing in a predatory crouch. His body begins to morph, transforming into a massive white wolf that lets out a powerful howl. Not to be outdone, the leader Shiquan smirks as his own body erupts with dark energy, and he transforms into a gargantuan lion, easily twice Lang Xiao's size. The two beasts face off, the tension palpable. Lang Xiao knows Shiquan's pressure is even stronger than last year. He can't win head-on and must wait for the leader to make the first move. He begins circling his opponent cautiously, a tactic Shiquan finds amusing as he decides to play along. The two giants stalk each other in the ring, until the leader grows bored and unleashes a torrent of fiery spiritual energy, lunging forward with a deafening roar. From the stands, Gyugyo notices the strange aura, and a keener observer explains that while Lang Xiao's energy is a fixed layer, the leader's constantly radiates outwards, a sign of immense power. Shiquan dismisses Lang Xiao's technique as a petty trick. Lang Xiao darts forward, but the lion is far quicker, roaring that he's too slow as he swipes with his claws. Lang Xiao barely dodges. It taps the lion's paw and vanishes in a flash of speed, momentarily stunning his opponent. He reappears behind the lion, his mentor's voice echoing in his thoughts. He was taught that wolves cannot win with brute force. Their path to victory lies in overwhelming speed and explosive power. To be so fast that the enemy can't deliver a blow. Channeling this lesson, Lang Xiao unleashes his full speed, electricity crackling around him as he lunges for the leader's neck, knowing one bite is all he needs to win. But the leader dodges with contemptuous ease, again mocking his speed. Lang Xiao's attack misses, shattering the arena floor and sending a shockwave through the stunned audience. The crowd murmurs that Lang Xiao is incredibly strong and might actually be a rival for the leader. Lang Xiao stands panting amidst the rubble, having gone all out. But he's horrified to see Shiquan is completely unharmed, his energy not the least bit weakened. A feral grin spreads across Lang Xiao's face. This incredible challenge only fires him up more. He lets out another defiant howl and launches himself into a relentless barrage of attacks, chasing the lion around the ring. The crowd is confused, but Gyugyo knows the leader isn't this weak. She closes her eyes to focus her senses, and with her companion shielding her from the noise, she perceives the truth. Lang Xiao seems to have the upper hand, but he's channeling ambient energy for each attack, causing his power to diminish over time. The leader's energy, however, is overflowing, stable, and immensely dense. The horrifying reality dawns on her. He's been hiding his true strength all along. Lang Xiao grits his teeth in frustration, realizing the lion leader is toying with him, using an evasive strategy to drain his energy without a real fight. The blatant arrogance infuriates him. This is an insult to his strength. Letting out a defiant howl, Lang Xiao channels his energy, his form shifting as a golden aura erupts around him. He understands that victory will go to whoever takes this more seriously, and in a flash of determination, he vows that the leader will pay for underestimating him. He becomes a blur of motion, launching a flurry of attacks so fast the spectators can barely follow. They wonder if this is just a distraction to find an opening, worried he'll burn through his reserves too quickly. An observer confirms their fears, noting that Lang Xiao's energy is nearly depleted, forcing him into one final, desperate push. The lion leader, Shiquan, is secretly impressed by this explosive power, recalling that just last year Lang Xiao couldn't even last 5 minutes. The wolf lunges again, his movements raw and powerful, but Shiquan has already seen through his attack pattern. He muses that while one lethal move would end this now, Lang Xiao's terrifying rate of improvement means he could be a true threat in a few years, a possibility Shiquan refuses to allow. He decides to crush this budding threat here and now. As Lang Xiao aims for his neck, the lion roars, swiping a massive paw to crush his skull. But Lang Xiao vanishes in an instant, reappearing above and slamming a powerful strike down onto the lion's head, sending him crashing into the arena floor. Seeing his opponent dazed from carelessness, Lang Xiao surges forward, believing a single strike to the belly will secure his victory. The lion roars in alarm, and just as Lang Xiao's claws are about to connect, a blinding golden light erupts from his body. The crowd gasps in shock. The leader has broken through, achieving energy materialization. A massive shockwave blasts through the stadium, sending Lang Xiao flying back, a deep, bleeding gash now torn across his shoulder. A man comforts a terrified Gyugyuo, explaining that the leader's breakthrough likely saved Lang Xiao from a fatal blow but has sealed his defeat. The crowd murmurs in disappointment, realizing the match was almost won. Gyugyuo cries out for the clumsy wolf to stop pushing himself, her voice filled with concern. Shiquan, now wreathed in overwhelming power, declares the game is over and that he won't hold back this time, roaring for Lang Xiao to prepare to die. Facing this immense power, the wounded Lang Xiao collapses, recognizing the fight was lost the moment the breakthrough occurred. With his last bit of strength, he concedes the match. But as Gyugyuo frets over his wound, Shiquan's eyes glow with a predatory red light. He decides this is the perfect moment to eliminate his rival for good, while he is at his weakest. He lunges with murderous intent, but his jaws snap shut on a wooden stick just inches from his target. A man from the stands has intervened, blocking the path and coldly reminding the leader that the match is over. Shiquan spits the stick out in fury. The fight is officially declared over, with Shiquan as the winner. Lang Xiao stands, wondering how he was saved, certain he heard Gyugyuo's warning moments before the final attack. He questions what kind of person she is to perceive danger so keenly. At that moment, Gyugyuo herself leaps from the stands in a panic, and Lang Xiao moves instinctively to catch her. He holds her close, overwhelmed by the thought that he almost lost everything and became alone again. He now has a home and someone who cares for him. Feeling his emotion, Gyugyuo clings to him, promising to always stay by his side. She touches his back and recoils, exclaiming that he has a massive gash, not just a scratch as he claims. He was nearly cut in two. Her genuine worry makes him happy, and when she playfully bites his ear to scold him, he pulls her into his arms, declaring that his feelings for her will never change, no matter who or what she is. The crowd watches the intimate moment as the other challengers withdraw, cementing Shiquan's victory. Elsewhere, an old beastman seethes, frustrated that his plan to eliminate Lang Xiao failed, now realizing with chilling clarity that the key to his rival's strength is his female. Amidst congratulations for the old leader's victory, Lang Xiao's hand whips across the man's face with a resounding smack. A shocking display of disrespect that immediately gives way to a calculated apology. Lang Xiao claims he's sorry, explaining to the man he calls Brother Wolf that a sudden level-up caused him to lose control, a near-fatal accident. While the leader accepts the excuse and speaks of relying on the younger generation, Gyugyuo mentally seethes, knowing Lang Xiao is a two-faced liar who struck him on purpose. The pleasantries are cut short when the leader suddenly pivots, accidentally stabbing Lang Xiao in the back with a piece of sharp sugarcane. Gyugyuo shrieks in terror, warning Lang Xiao that the old lion is trying to kill him, but the leader simply plays dumb, offering her the sugarcane and asking if it's hers. He crouches down, his gaze intense, noting how small she is and asking if she sensed the danger and moved to protect her male, impressed by her intelligence. Lang Xiao's face tightens with worry, realizing the leader has taken notice of Gyugyuo. He quickly tries to dismiss her actions, claiming she gets excited easily and throws things without thinking. But the leader isn't convinced. After Gyugyuo throws another piece of sugarcane at him in a fluster, the leader's eyes narrow with suspicion, his mind connecting her behavior to legends from an ancient history book about prehistoric human females. Believing she cannot belong to Lang Xiao alone if she's truly that intelligent, he decides she must be investigated thoroughly. With the tension mounting, Xiangyao scoops Gyugyuo up and carries her away from the tense gathering. Alone with him by a tranquil pool, she finds the empty pavilion boring, until her eyes land on the water, which is filled with a fortune of transparent crystals. Ecstatic at her luck, she decides to take them all, reaching her hand towards the water's surface. Seeing her interest, Xiangyao begins to explain that this is the holy water platform, a sacred place where wishes made with crystals are said to come true. He offers her a single crystal to make a wish, but Gyugyuo has other plans, diving headfirst into the pool with a huge splash. Xingyao panics, yelling for her to get out and warning her that the cold water is dangerous for her since she's on her period. He offers her 2 stones as a compromise, but she refuses, determined not to miss this opportunity. He pleads for her to come closer so he can lift her out safely. But as he reaches, she lunges forward and plants a firm kiss on his lips. The act stuns him into silence, just as Lang Xiao and the leader turn to see the commotion. The leader smirks, remarking on how intimate Gyugyuo is with his teammate, causing Lang Xiao's expression to darken with fury. Taking advantage of Xingyao's frozen state, Gyugyuo pulls away and taunts him to catch her as she goes for the crystals. The poor bear is left blushing and shaking, misinterpreting her desperate ploy as a confession of love. As he whispers that he likes her too, Gyugyuo is thrown into confusion, finding his love-struck expression disturbingly similar to Lang Xiao's. Ditching the bewildered bear, she dives underwater to collect her prize, where a horrifying realization dawns on her. She had always seen Lang Xiao as her owner and Xingyao as her nanny. But if that wasn't true, could Xingyao be her partner too? The thought is unacceptable. She only wants Lang Xiao, just as she is consumed by regret over her reckless kiss. A pair of strong arms pulls her from the water. It's Lang Xiao, his face etched with concern as he asks why she's playing in the holy water, completely oblivious to the romantic catastrophe she just caused. Lang Xiao glares at Xingyao, his voice dripping with ice as he orders him to wring out Gyugyuo's clothes so she doesn't catch a chill. Xingyao's protests are met with a furious slap, as Lang Xiao roars at him for letting Gyugyuo play in the water while she was on her period, threatening to have him fired from the administration bureau. The words stun Gyugyuo, the threat of dissolving their family relationship over this sends her mind reeling. She clutches a handful of ice, confused about what being a nanny truly means in this world. An older, lion-like beastman steps in to de-escalate, telling Lang Xiao to calm down. He explains that Gyugyuo kissing Xingyao was a sign of affection, which is good for family harmony and something to be encouraged. He places his hands on them, declaring them all family, a statement that only deepens Gyugyuo's bewilderment. As Lang Xiao carries a tired Gyugyuo away, she feels a shudder of unease. Xingyao is told to reflect on his actions, but the word family echoes in Gyugyuo's mind. The grim reality of the beast world's gender ratio hits her. Polyandry is not just possible, it's expected. Xingyao waves goodbye with a charming smile, but Gyugyuo is lost in thought, desperately hoping she's overthinking things. Lang Xiao's voice cuts through her worries, reminding her of the crystals she fished out. He tries to take them, but she panics, clutching them to her chest and wailing that she worked hard to get them. Just then, an annoying voice interrupts them. It's the bad lion Yu, wondering why Gyugyuo is so wet. He's with another girl, Yuan and her caretaker. He invites them to his nearby house to change clothes and have food. But Lang Xiao's eyes narrow with hatred. He hasn't forgotten that this man kidnapped Gyugyuo before. Inside Shiyu's home, Gyugyuo observes Yuan, thinking their relationship seems normal enough. She considers questioning the girl, who supposedly has the IQ of a 5-year-old. But her plan is interrupted when Yuan tries to steal her fruit. Shiyu laughs at the sight of the two females squabbling, and challenges Lang Xiao to a spar, eager for some action. He grabs Lang Xiao's arm, but Xingyao intervenes, telling him they're leaving now. Suddenly, Gyugyuo offers a grape to Yuan, who happily eats it. The other beastmen's hearts melt at the adorable scene, but Lang Xiao is immediately suspicious of her sudden change in behavior. He watches her closely, realizing Gyugyuo is observing his reaction. Seeing his chance, Lang Xiao smirks and agrees to spar with Shiyu, telling the other beastmen to get ready. As they all head to the courtyard, leaving the two females alone, Gyugyuo immediately gets down to business. She holds up a fruit and asks Yuan if the beastmen are her nannies or her partners. Yuan only seems to understand the offer of food, completely frustrating Gyugyuo, who silently fumes that she could out-argue anyone in kindergarten when she was 5. Before she can try a different approach, a kangaroo beast arrives, and Yuan runs into his arms for an intimate embrace that is clearly not just a caretaker's hug. Gyugyuo is horrified, the nightmare of being forced into polyandry with countless partners flashing before her eyes. Later, she hides in the bathroom, but her peace is shattered by Shiyu banging on the door, furious that someone locked Yuan's private bathroom. Lang Xiao rushes to the scene, thinking Gyugyuo is trapped. He calls out her name, but the only response is the sound of a toilet flushing, something they believe a female wouldn't do herself. The door opens to reveal a stunned Gyugyuo, and the beastmen stare in utter shock, realizing she used the toilet all by herself. Gyugyuo immediately puts on a pitiful act to maintain her cover, and Lang Xiao smoothly takes the credit, boasting that he taught her well. His victory is short-lived, however, as Yuan suddenly wets her pants, dripping all over Shiyu. Gyugyuo looks on with disgust at the poor care this supposed high IQ female is receiving, screaming internally that she can't live like this. as they prepare to put a thicker diaper on Yuan. Lang Xiao ponders how a female like her could be so incapable while Gyugyuo is so different. He catches a glimpse of Gyugyuo's intelligent, calculating eyes as she turns away, and a smile touches his lips. He knows it's time to finally uncover her secret. The bonfire festival rages with the thunderous beat of drums, a magnificent celebration that leaves Gyugyuo in a state of absolute awe. She runs through the crowds with a pack of cubs, so full of life that Lang Xiao can't help but notice her boundless energy, even right after her period. His companion agrees she looks much healthier now, prompting a pointed question. Will Lang Xiao have cubs with her now? Lang Xiao grows serious, explaining that a month has passed and the center is tracking their progress, warning that trouble will brew if she doesn't get pregnant soon. Internally, his desire for a family with Gyugyuo burns fiercely, but a shadow of doubt lingers. There's something he must confirm first. He keeps his concerns to himself, deciding that no matter what he discovers, his path is set. 8 days later, the festival's energy is a distant memory as Gyugyuo sits exhausted at the breakfast table in Lang Xiao's home. She silently curses the leader's challenge that led to her agonizingly painful cramps. The crystals she ate offered some relief, a cool energy flowing through her. But she's bitterly disappointed they did little to boost her spiritual power. Everything seems to be going wrong and all she wants is to be left alone. Lang Xiao explains to his friend Xingyao that she's just weak from her long period, but assures him that with proper care, she'll recover soon. Annoyed by their hovering, Gyugyuo snaps that she's fine and just wants some fruit. Seeing her wariness, Lang Xiao announces he will go out of the city to find nourishing fruits for her body. When he adds that he'll go with Xingyao after she finishes eating, a spark of pure joy lights up Gyugyuo's eyes at the sudden, glorious prospect of freedom. She feigns sleepiness to get them to live, barely containing her excitement for a happy day all to herself. Lang Xiao laughs at her terrible acting, pinching her cheek and warning her not to cause trouble before he and Xingyao depart. Once they're gone, Xingyao worries about leaving a female alone, but Lang Xiao confidently states he's made preparations to ensure her safety. Back at the house, Gyugyuo makes sure they're far away before dropping the act entirely. She chugs a drink and a wicked grin spreads across her face as she declares it's time for her true self, Bai Yue, to rule again. She leaps onto the bed, ready to finally let loose. Gleefully enjoying the simple pleasure of using the bathroom with the door wide open, she decides to indulge in everything Lang Xiao normally forbids, unaware he's watching her every move on a secret holographic monitor. Lang Xiao nearly spits out his drink in shock, wondering if this carefree, chaotic girl is Gyugyuo's true self. He watches, utterly mesmerized, as she cleverly sets a trap to catch a chicken, expertly prepares it in the kitchen, and pops it in the oven, humming happily all the while. From a private room, he reflects on her intelligence, admitting she's far smarter than he ever imagined. Her simple yet ingenious trap surpasses anything a beastman who only knows brute force could conceive. He recalls his own painful failures at hunting and marvels at her success. He's plagued by questions. Who taught her to cook like this, a skill completely foreign to the beast world? What secrets is she hiding about her past? The oven dings and Gyugyuo pulls out a perfectly roasted chicken, its color and aroma simply divine. She takes a massive bite, yelping as the heat sears her tongue but continuing to chew in blissful delight. This is the champion of chickens, so delicious she can't stop eating. Watching her devour the meal, Lang Xiao gulps, tempted to rush back for taste. He stops himself, resolving to feign ignorance. He decides he must wait for her to trust him enough to reveal her secrets on her own. But his patience is tested when, after finishing the chicken, she opens the fridge and pulls out a fresh dragon fruit he'd been saving. His eyes widen in alarm. That fruit isn't for eating. Gyugyuo, however, is in heaven, proclaiming that fresh fruit is infinitely better than roasted. A sudden beep at the door makes her freeze. Lang Xiao is back, panicked by his unexpectedly early return. She hears his frantic footsteps and shoves the remaining fruit into her mouth. The door bursts open and Lang Xiao roars for her not to eat it, but he's a second too late. Lang Xiao finds half of the dragon fruit gone and immediately erupts in panic, shouting for Gyugyuo to come to him. Gyugyuo, seeing his furious expression, shrinks back in fear, wondering if he's about to hit her. But as a wave of nausea hits her, she realizes her stomach is bloated, likely from eating the cold fruit too quickly. Lang Xiao's panic overrides any anger, and he instantly scoops her into his arms, declaring that he's taking her straight to the hospital. Gyugyuo tries to reassure him that her tummy doesn't hurt and a hospital visit is unnecessary, but her words are lost on him. He's already in overdrive, promising they'll reach the hospital in 10 minutes. Stunned by his extreme reaction, Gyugyuo clings to him, wondering why he's more nervous now than when she was bitten by a pitcher plant. Lang Xiao bursts out of the house, roaring into the sky that he's bringing Gyugyuo for emergency treatment. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Dr. Bao and his colleague are perplexed by the frantic call. assuming Gyugyo must have been poisoned again. Their confusion is short-lived as Lang Xiao barrels into the building, bellowing for everyone to get out of his way. Gyugyo's stomach feels increasingly bloated and tight, and Dr. Bao is shocked to see how much her belly has grown in just a few days. Lang Xiao frantically explains she ate a raw dragon fruit 10 minutes ago, a statement that sends the entire medical staff into high alert. The doctor orders them to prepare the intensive care unit as they rush her onto a hospital bed. Gyugyo's eyes widen in terror when she hears them preparing gastric lavage tools, horrified by the prospect. A sharp, sudden pain lances through her stomach, and she retches uncontrollably. The staff holds her down, while the doctor forces a pill into her mouth, ordering her to swallow it. Despite the horrible taste, she forces it down and immediately vomits the entire contents of her stomach into a bucket. As she weakly looks into the container, her expression turns to one of pure shock, for inside is a writhing mass of glowing green tendrils. Later, the doctor informs Lang Xiao that all the seeds have been cleared out but notes that based on their germination, Gyugyo must have eaten the fruit at least half an hour ago, not 10 minutes. Lang Xiao realizes with dawning horror that the roast chicken she ate must have accelerated the seed's growth rate, cursing his own carelessness for forgetting such a vital piece of information. The doctor berates him, not only for his faulty memory but for having a team too small to adequately care for her. Lang Xiao snaps back that it has nothing to do with him, but the doctor fiercely retorts that as her personal physician, anything affecting her health is his business. And he vows to report the incident to the Beastman Sustainable Development Center for an official assessment. Lying in her hospital bed, Gyugyo feels weak and hungry, silently cursing the clumsy wolf for not warning her about the fruit, a mistake that led to her suffering through the horrible gastric lavage. Lang Xiao enters and gently tells her she needs to stay on in Roman 4 for the night since her stomach is still recovering. At the mere thought of fruit, she shakes her head violently, declaring she'll never eat it again. He feels a pang of guilt, admitting to himself that his carelessness was to blame and her safety is the most important thing. Suddenly, a holographic notice appears in the air, informing them that center staff will be arriving for an inspection tomorrow. Gyugyo immediately panics, realizing they're probably coming to force more males on her. Amused, Lang Xiao asks why not, suggesting more males like Xingyao would be good. The image of another boisterous bear man fills her with dread, and she vehemently protests. Her passionate refusal makes him smile, as he mistakenly believes it's a sign of how much she likes him. He pats her head, promising that for her sincerity, he won't add any new members, which only makes her blush and call him shameless. Their moment is shattered when Xingyao bursts through the door, loudly demanding to know how Gyugyo is doing. Lang Xiao immediately blocks his path, shushing him and reminding him that Gyugyo needs to rest. He quietly admits to Xingyao that he was the one who let her eat the fruit and made him promise not to say anything at the hospital, thinking to himself that Gyugyo's secret is his alone to know. He then gives Xingyao a stern order: clean the house perfectly before the inspection, warning him of the dire consequences if the center staff finds anything unusual. The next day, Gyugyo returns home to an immaculately clean house, amazed at how thorough Xingyao was. And just as they settle in, the doorbell rings. It's the inspector from the center, a serious-looking man with bull horns. He bypasses any pleasantries and begins a thorough assessment of their home, inspecting everything from the chicken coop outside to the bedroom and the contents of the refrigerator, ultimately giving them a high score of A. Lang Xiao, growing impatient, tries to dismiss him, but the inspector stops him cold. He announces that their team is too small and they must add more members, pulling up a holographic list of recommended candidates. To Gyugyo's utter horror, the list is filled with menacing-looking beastmen: a boar, a hyena, a gorilla, and a mandrill, who look more like creatures meant to ward off evil spirits than potential mates. The pressure mounts on Gyugyo as an official presents her with a list of candidates, telling her to hurry up and choose a new mate. Cowering behind Xingyao, Gyugyo panics, not wanting to choose at all. Lang Xiao's face hardens with cold resolve, stepping forward to shield her and promising she won't be forced into anything. He and Xingyao stand united, ordering the official to turn off the display, furiously stating they don't need any new team members. The bull-horned man scoffs, arguing that two males can't possibly care for a female, reminding them of the bloody lesson from the day before. Lang Xiao snaps back that it was an accident that won't be repeated, but the official insists that adding members is the only solution. Fed up, Lang Xiao tells Xingyao to show their guests out, but the official erupts in anger, calling him incorrigible and threatening to report him to the leader, who will force new members on them by law. Lang Xiao calmly dissects his threat, pointing out the law only applies after 3 months of marriage if the female isn't pregnant, and they've only been married for 1. His eyes narrow with suspicion as he accuses the official of abusing his power for personal gain. The official sputters in denial, claiming it's just advice. But Lang Xiao pulls Gyugyo close, his voice dangerously low as he declares that her wishes are more important than anything. He threatens to escalate the matter to the leader himself, confident they will win. Defeated, the official steams with rage, giving them a final ultimatum. If Gyugyo isn't pregnant in 2 months, she will be forced to choose. Later, soaking in a bath, Gyugyo feels the weight of this absurd demand, realizing this world is truly insane. Despite the pressure, she admits she's been happy here and wants to protect this new home. Lang Xiao is also lost in thought, worried that Gyugyo's secret will be exposed if more beastmen join their household. He regrets even taking in Xingyao and vows he won't let anyone else join. He slips into the bath behind her, gently caressing her face and promising he won't let those men into their house. He then offers to wash her back, a playful glint in his eyes. Gyugyo gets flustered as he splashes around, internally calling him a clumsy wolf who doesn't understand anything. He smirks, calling her naughty, and gently moves her hair aside to begin washing her shoulders. He begins to gently scrub her back, his touch sending shivers down her spine. She squirms, exclaiming that it tickles, wondering what's gotten into him. Lang Xiao leans closer, noticing her ears have turned bright red. Flustered beyond belief, Gyugyo yelps and splashes away, declaring she's done washing. He laughs, then his expression turns serious as he reminds her that tomorrow is City Founding Day, the most important festival for beastmen, commemorating the day their ancestors sealed away a great evil and built their city. Gyugyo is lost in a steamy dream, a vivid fantasy of Lang Xiao asking if she likes him. She wakes with a start, her face burning as she realizes it was just a dream, blaming the clumsy wolf for his strange words the day before. Lang Xiao is already awake and greets her, presenting her with several beautiful dresses he made, calling them wedding dresses for their big day. Utterly bewildered, Gyugyo grimaces and turns away, leaving Lang Xiao confused by her reaction. Gyugyo panics internally, realizing she can't look at him without strange images flooding her mind, and resolves to stay away from him for the day. She makes a run for it, but Lang Xiao calls after her, telling her the zipper on her onesie is still undone. Just as she reaches the door, a group of beastmen force their way in. A large, blonde beastman glares at Lang Xiao, furiously reminding him of their agreement to visit each other and accusing him of turning his back on them after only a few days. The tension is thick as the lion beastman tries to bring his child, Yuen, over to play, but the dark-haired captain forbids it, coldly stating that beastmen who have hurt Gyugyo are not welcome. Despite his stern warning, the child throws a tantrum, demanding to see Gyugyo right now. Just then, Gyugyo herself runs out in a cute blue onesie, thrilled to see her friend. Lang Xiao follows, attempting to manage the situation by smoothly telling Yuen that Gyugyo is too busy to play. But his plan shatters when Gyugyo grabs his hand, insisting she's free and they should all play together. Seeing how close the two are, the lion beastmen suggest their families should interact more, but Lang Xiao's expression darkens at the idea. The other beastman immediately proposes a duel to settle their differences while the females play inside, causing Lang Xiao's power to flare with irritation. As the sun sets and the guests finally leave, the captain notes how unusually attached Gyugyo was to Yuen, clinging to her and begging her to stay the night. The intense hug they share is a strange sight, and Lang Xiao's eyes narrow with suspicion, wondering if she's actively avoiding him. He sends her to her room, and she flees, slamming the door and curling into a ball of anxiety. Alone, Lang Xiao reflects on his lonely life, having lost his entire family in battle, and how meeting Gyugyo changed everything. Yet, a deep frustration gnaws at him. He doesn't understand her true thoughts and fears his attempts to protect her are only making her more terrified. He desperately wishes he knew what was going on inside her head. As if hearing his thoughts, Gyugyo pushes her door open and walks toward him. She stands before him ready to speak, but her mind flashes back to a horrible memory of revealing a secret that caused her parents to be consumed by darkness, abandoning her as she pleaded for them not to go. The trauma of being left alone for being different haunts her. Seeing her hesitate, Lang Xiao gently tells her she must be tired and offers to bake her fruit. But she stops him, her voice suddenly clear and firm. She declares she's done pretending, she can speak normally, her mind is sound, and she is not like the other humans here. She takes a massive gamble, confessing that she likes him and wants to face him as her true self. The silence that follows is deafening and panic floods her system. She fears he's disgusted, maybe even planning to turn her over for research. Her hope crumbles as she decides she'll have to run away again. But Lang Xiao shatters her despair with a furious roar, vowing he will never hand her over to anyone before pulling her into a powerful, protective embrace. He gently explains that he understands her fear, acknowledging the danger she's in, and thanks her for trusting him, promising that as leader, he will ensure she can finally be free. Overwhelmed, she calls him a clumsy wolf and hugs him back, assuring him that she trusts him completely. Later, he asks about her past, triggering a wave of painful memories she can't bear to relive. Seeing her distress, he softly tells her to forget the bad memories, promising they'll make new, happy ones together. Her face softens and she offers to share her fruit with him. The simple act brings them both immense joy, and she impulsively gives him a quick kiss on the cheek. The innocent gesture ignites a spark between them, and Lang Xiao pulls her into a deep, passionate kiss. He asks if she's ready, and with her consent, he lays her down on the bed. Outside, a sudden scream rips through the night, and the captain downstairs freezes in shock. He smells blood and storms up the stairs, only to see Lang Xiao rushing out with an unconscious Gyugyuo in his arms, ordering him to watch the house as he takes her to the hospital. The captain steps into the room and his eyes land on the bloodstained sheets. His mind leaps to a horrifying conclusion: Lang Xiao is abusing her. The door to Gyugyuo's hospital room slides open as a frantic Dr. Leo bursts out, demanding to know how she's doing. He is absolutely appalled, having never seen a female so badly hurt during mating, and angrily asks her mates if they even bothered to use any softening cream. Lang Xiao is taken aback, utterly confused by the question, which only infuriates the doctor more, who can't believe he hasn't even taken the basic female care course. Lang Xiao stiffens, insisting he's finished all the courses and knows the textbooks by heart. But he sheepishly admits there was one thing he skipped: the mating guide tutorial video, which he deleted, thinking it improper for a beast like him to watch. Dr. Leo erupts in a fiery rage, screaming that this is the most crucial knowledge of all and ordering him to download and watch it immediately. Pushing past them, the doctor checks on Gyugyuo, who lies crying in her hospital bed, whispering that she feels like she's dying. Dr. Leo explains to her concerned mates that upon examining her, he found her body is different from other females. There's something extra, something growing inside her. A wave of pure terror washes over Gyugyuo, her mind racing with fears of a serious illness. Her mates demand answers, and the doctor reveals the shocking truth. It's a hymen, an anatomical feature only found in ancient human females. He explains that after 2,000 years of evolution, modern females no longer have them, but Gyugyuo does, a stunning case of ancestral reversion. The medical implications are staggering, and Dr. Leo is ecstatic, believing she could be the key to improving the quality of all females. But Gyugyuo hears only a death sentence. She realizes with dawning horror that Dr. Leo wants to use her as a lab rat, to torture her until she wishes she were dead, and knows she must escape with Lang Xiao at once. Lang Xiao's expression darkens, a menacing aura flaring around him as he growls that he will never agree to such a thing. Xingyao stands with him, his own power simmering as he warns the doctor that no rumors about Gyugyuo will be tolerated. Dr. Leo feels their combined killing intent, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes they intend to silence him permanently. He quickly backpedals, claiming his words were just guesses and that he wanted to discuss his desire to study her privately, framing it as a discovery that could benefit the entire beast world. Lang Xiao considers this and, with surprising calm, agrees on several conditions. The research must not harm Gyugyuo or leak her secret, all results must be shared with them, and no one else can participate. They seal the deal with a handshake. Later, back at their home, Xingyao's rage boils over as he declares his intent to kill Dr. Leo, arguing that dead men can't talk. But Lang Xiao stops him, calmly slicing a piece of fruit while explaining that murder is a foolish plan that would only land Xingyao in prison. He points out that killing one doctor is useless, as others would simply take his place, and anyone who examines Gyugyuo will discover her secret, leading to an endless cycle of killing that would only attract more attention. Xingyao despairs, asking what they can possibly do if her information is bound to be exposed. Lang Xiao's eyes gleam with cold resolve as he reveals his true plan. He will defeat the current leader, Shi Quan, and take his place, for then no beastman in the world would dare to touch Gyugyuo. To achieve this monumental goal, he must first gather enough energy for the upcoming leader's challenge. So he tasks Xingyao with staying home and protecting Gyugyuo while he goes out to train. Lying in bed, Gyugyuo feels a pang of despair, wishing she were strong enough to help. The next morning, she wakes in pain, remembering the healing crystals they acquired. As she eats one, feeling a slight relief, her mind drifts back to the previous night, when she told Lang Xiao how eating the crystals was helping her recover and even strengthening her spiritual power. She confessed that she needed more, determined to get strong enough to protect their home alongside him. Lang Xiao, deeply moved by her resolve, promised to take her to the holy sacrificial altar at the next ceremony, vowing that he would handle any crisis that arose. Her memories are interrupted when Xingyao enters the room, informing her that Lang Xiao has left to train and that he'll get her breakfast. Gyugyuo feels a knot of anxiety form in her stomach at being left alone with him, but her discomfort turns to sheer panic when he suggests he should wash her up and change her bandages. A flashback to the previous night shows Lang Xiao warning her to be wary, admitting he doesn't fully trust Xingyao yet. He cautions that some beastmen take advantage of a captain's absence, and that things are different now. He tells her to be careful while he's gone, promising to keep an eye on the house. Back in the present, Gyugyo recoils from Xingyao's offer, shouting that she can do it herself and slapping his hand away. Just as he tries to calm her, a call comes in from Lang Xiao. His holographic projection appears, bruised and bloodied from training, his voice sharp as he demands to know what Xingyao is doing. After hearing the explanation, Lang Xiao curtly states there's no need, as he's prepared a self-cleaning toilet for her and will apply her medicine himself when he returns. He then reassures a worried Gyugyo that his wounds are just plant sap before ending the call. Xingyao is left momentarily stunned, wondering how Lang Xiao knew his intentions so precisely. He then turns to Gyugyo and offers her baked eggs. But she brightens with an idea, offering to make steamed egg custard instead, explaining her human recipe of adding water and salt. Though confused, Xingyao agrees, happy to see her smile. He watches in amazement as the liquid egg mixture solidifies in the oven, a sight completely foreign to him. Gyugyo beams, playfully asking if he's never had something so delicious before. Gyugyo offers Xingyao a taste of her food, a simple gesture that sends his heart pounding in his chest. To him, this isn't just food. It's a declaration of love, a profound showing of affection that makes him blush furiously. He leans in and eats it directly from her hand, much to her surprise. Gyugyo stares in bewilderment as he munches away, declaring it delicious, not even minding that he ate the eggshells along with it. She can only think what a weirdo he is, but for Xingyao, this is the second time she has given him a gift. He tenderly recalls the first, a piece of camphor wood she secretly gave him before he even joined the team. A piece of wood he now considers his life's most precious treasure. Gyugyo is utterly baffled by this revelation, realizing with dawning horror that in the beast world, a female giving food to a male is a confession of love. She panics internally, realizing she never meant to confess, she just felt sorry for him. Later that night, she lies in bed, consumed by the massive misunderstanding she's created. She needs to tell Xingyao the truth, but can't bear to hurt the kind-hearted bear. Her thoughts drifting to the clumsy wolf Lang Xiao, wondering when he'll return. A sudden clack of the door opening startles her, and she hears whispers telling someone to keep their voice down so as not to wake Gyugyo. Peeking out, she is met with a horrifying sight. Lang Xiao is covered in grievous injuries, far worse than the simple plant sap he'd claimed. She rushes out, her heart aching as she touches his bandaged wounds, asking if it hurts. He tries to play it cool, saying getting injured during training is normal for beastmen who recover quickly. To distract her, he proudly shows off his prize, a brilliant red fire attribute crystal. He explains its immense power, how it will allow him to achieve energy materialization, but warns that only those with a fire attribute can handle its energy without exploding. Gyugyo is appalled when she learns he ventured deep into the forest alone to take down a plant that a team of 20 couldn't handle. She erupts in a mix of fear and anger, telling him he could have died for his recklessness. Lang Xiao calmly explains his desperation, stating that the leader's challenge is only 11 months away, and this is his only shortcut to grow strong enough to win. He pulls her close, promising that now that he has her, he will always cherish his life. 5 days later, Lang Xiao is still pushing himself to the brink, and Xingyao reports that while Gyugyo has recovered, Lang Xiao is returning late and covered in injuries every single day. He also mentions that the 5-piece bedding set Lang Xiao ordered has arrived, and Gyugyo became so angry upon seeing it that she nearly tore it apart. Annoyed by Xingyao's meddling, Lang Xiao dismisses him and enters his room. He finds Gyugyo wide awake, sitting on the edge of the bed. She points a trembling finger at a leather strap lying on the mattress, demanding to know what he's planning to do. He simply states that it's a 5-piece bedding set meant for mating. Gyugyo recoils in shock, accusing him of having a twisted fetish. He then pulls out an instruction manual for scientific mating, explaining that while normal beastmen only need 4 pieces, wolves require an extra one around their waist, all to prevent the female from getting hurt. Horrified at the thought of being tied to the bed, she pushes him away, but he cries out in pain from his injuries. He then looks at her with pleading eyes, saying he regrets hurting her last time and wants to follow the instructions properly, which includes using aphrodisiac and softening cream. She retorts that he's the one hurting himself every day and needs to rest. But he grabs her hand, insisting he's in perfect health and begging her to just try it. Reluctantly, she applies the cream and is immediately overwhelmed by a strange heat spreading through her body. Seeing her reaction, Lang Xiao suggests that to be safe, they should use the 5-piece set. She vehemently refuses, telling him not to even think about tying her up. Instead of the straps, he gently places a collar around her neck. And before she can protest further, he pulls her into a deep, passionate kiss. Gyugyo awakens to the crow of a rooster, her body aching with exhaustion from the previous night's activities. A blush creeps across her face as she sees Lang Xiao, the white-haired beastman, tied up in bed beside her. She playfully reminds him that this is what he gets for trying to tie her up first, a little payback for his naughtiness. He sighs, admitting it's his fault, and begs her to untie him. But as she tries to move, a jolt of panic hits her. They are somehow stuck together, an intimate and embarrassing predicament. Later, they sit in awkward silence at the breakfast table, the tension thick enough to cut with a knife. Another beastman, Yao, enters holding a strange device and asks if the captain is sure he wants to throw it away. Lang Xiao dismisses it as useless, bitterly recalling how they needed Yao's help to get them unstuck. A mortifying flashback reveals the moment Yao had to intervene, pulling them apart while Gyugyo writhed in humiliation. The memory is too much. She flees the table, her mind reeling at the bizarre anatomy of beastmen. Overwhelmed, she lets out a scream of frustration and runs headfirst into Yao's chest. He panics, asking if she's hurt, but his concern only fuels her shame. She wishes the earth would swallow her whole as she runs away again. Lang Xiao decides a change of scenery is in order, dismissing Yao's concerns and taking Gyugyo out to clear her head. At a clothing store in the goddess mansion, he tries to appease her by offering to buy anything she wants, but his clumsy attempt only makes her angrier. A meter shows her anger level at a solid 100%. Undeterred, he tries everything: toys, a slide, and snacks, and slowly her rage begins to subside. While resting in a public area, some other beastmen are startled by the nearby plants, though their fears are quickly dismissed. Suddenly, Lang Xiao's voice cuts through the air, ordering them out of the way. His menacing aura sends the other beastmen scrambling in terror, leaving Gyugyo to wonder if he's truly that frightening. Now alone, Lang Xiao encourages her to speak her mind, asking why she's so angry. The question brings back the morning's shame, and she can't bring herself to answer. He bluntly asks if she was upset about him asking Yao to help them unlock, causing her to flush a deep red. He tries to explain it's natural in their world, but she finally snaps, shouting that she's a normal human and can't accept it. Seeing her genuine distress, Lang Xiao's demeanor softens completely. He gently promises not to force her or ask for outside help again, his only wish being her happiness. His sincerity melts her anger away, the meter dropping to 0. But in the next breath, he casually suggests they'll just have to unlock themselves by mating again that night, sending her anger right back to 100%. Before she can explode, a sudden sense of dread washes over Lang Xiao as the supposedly domesticated plants around them erupt with violent energy. The danger is quickly contained, and a medic confirms Gyugyo is merely shaken, not injured, as Lang Xiao holds her tight. The incident is bizarre. The plants across the city have gone mad, despite the protective seal being recently reinforced. Lang Xiao realizes something must be wrong at the altar and declares they must investigate. There his fears are confirmed. The great altar flames, once blazing, are now a dying ember, a clear sign the seal is failing. As Gyugyo clings to him in fear, he sets her down, telling her to wait while he gets fuel to reinforce the seal. He kisses her, promising to return soon. Left alone, Gyugyo is distracted by the nearby holy water pool, deciding to collect some of the clear crystals with it. But as her hand enters the water, a mysterious voice calls out a name, Bai Yue, and a glowing hand emerges from the depths, declaring it has finally found her. A luminous vine wraps around her wrist, pulling her from her thoughts. She stares at the strange plant now attached to her, a chilling sense of familiarity washing over her as she wonders how such a thing could exist in the sacred pool. A tranquil dip in the holy water shatters for Gyugyo as a vision of a long-haired man materializes before her very eyes. Her mind reels, certain she must be hallucinating, and just as quickly as he appeared, the man vanishes into shimmering particles. Panic grips her as she scrambles to escape the pool, convinced she's dealing with something supernatural and deeply messed up. Crying out for help into the empty room, she tries to rationalize it away, telling herself there are no ghosts, only monsters that have become spirits. But that thought is no comfort as she thrashes in the water, desperate to get out now. Her thoughts race back to the banyan tree spirit, wondering what new horror this is. Suddenly, a familiar blue orb of light emerges from the water, pulsing with a faint voice that calls her by an old name. Yu. The orb pleads for her to save it, and the sound triggers a cascade of painful memories. She remembers being a young girl named Yu, joyfully playing with her best friend, the orb she called Kyukyu. But her parents saw only a child talking to herself, their faces etched with worry as they decided to take her to a psychiatrist, even mentioning a sanatorium if she didn't get better. One day, Kyukyu bounced against her window, eager to play outside. Knowing her parents would forbid it, she decided to climb down the drain pipe from the second floor, sure they would never know. Her escape was cut short by her parents' horrified screams as they burst into the room just as she climbed out the window. The consequence was swift and harsh. Her father boarded up the window with a hammer and nails. Her mother confronted her, demanding to know why she would do something so dangerous. But when Yu tried to explain it was Kyukyu's idea, her mother's face twisted into a mask of fury. She shrieked that there was no Kyukyu in this world, grabbing the terrified girl and accusing her of being a liar. As her mother's rage escalated, Yu cried out for Kyukyu to go away and leave her mommy alone. Her mother finally collapsed, sobbing and asking why this had to happen to her daughter. Seeing her mother's despair, Yue quickly lied, claiming she hadn't seen anything and trying to offer comfort while secretly motioning for Qiu to hide. That night, her father ominously promised to take her somewhere she would be okay. That place was a sanatorium, where she was strapped to a table for her first session of electroconvulsive therapy. She screamed for Qiu, begging it to appear and prove she wasn't sick, but her friend never came, leaving her to wonder if she had been abandoned to suffer alone. Back in the present, the weight of that betrayal fuels a new wave of rage as she glares at the orb. She screams at it to stay away, accusing it of disappearing when she needed it most and demanding to know what it wants now. She roars that she won't be caught again and orders it to get lost. Her frantic cries attract two beastmen who rush in, sensing she's in danger. One of them, Lang, leaps into the pool and grabs her from behind, trying to calm her down. The ordeal ends with Qiu unconscious in a hospital bed, where a doctor explains to Lang that her records show she has a history of mental illness, and her outburst was likely an episode. A chilling despair settles over Qiu as she lies there, realizing she can never escape this fate, forever haunted by the friend who ruins her life. But Lang refuses to accept it, fiercely declaring that she's not sick and needs no treatment. Just as the argument escalates, Qiu awakens, calling out for her Wolfie before leaping into his arms. She whispers that there was a big, scary buggy in the water. Lang immediately seizes the excuse, telling the doctor that she simply panicked over a bug. The doctor observes her seemingly normal behavior and concedes, speculating her past trauma might be from escaping a dangerous organization rather than a mental disorder. He clears her to go home, and as Lang holds her tight, Qiu breathes a silent sigh of relief, inwardly praising her own quick wit for dodging another bullet and gratefully squeezing the arm of her favorite Clumsy. In the quiet aftermath of a traumatic event, Lang Xiao gently combs Qiu's hair as she rests in bed, preparing food for her with a quiet tenderness. He presses her for the truth, knowing she lied to the doctor about seeing bugs in the holy water pool. Qiu finally admits she was terrified by a hallucination, a vision so real it shook her to her core. Lang Xiao's eyes darken with worry, speculating that the protective barrier around the area must be weakening. With a shudder, Qiu declares she will never go back to that pool again. Her mind races with the terrible truth. The holy water pool is the site of her old house from 2,000 years ago, a past she desperately wants to escape. She resolves to forget it all and cherish her present with Lang Xiao, who pulls her close in a comforting embrace. He agrees it's too dangerous and offers to retrieve any crystals she wants himself, but as she gets up to check on their food, he grabs her wrist and pulls her into a deep, possessive kiss, his passion suddenly overwhelming her. He whispers that Dr. Leo gave them some methods to try, his intentions clear. Half a month later, however, the mood has soured. Xingyao serves Lang Xiao a drink, questioning why Qiu still isn't pregnant. He offers a folk remedy found online, a grim reminder that they have less than a month left, while Qiu finds a moment of peace feeding chicks outside. Lang Xiao watches her with a hardened gaze, vowing that he will absolutely not allow those beastmen into their home. Concluding that there's only one way, his frustration boils over and he smashes the glass of remedy against the table in a fit of rage. The fragile peace is shattered when Xingyao bursts in with urgent news. Lang Xiao roars his name, his voice filled with grim resolve, and makes a shocking declaration. Xingyao will be sleeping with Qiu tonight. Qiu freezes in disbelief as Lang Xiao snatches a bowl from a stunned Xingyao and shoves the bear beastman directly into her. Outraged, she screams at the clumsy wolf for pushing her onto someone else. Lang Xiao coldly informs Xingyao that her anger is directed at him, and he must get ready. A blushing Xingyao naively believes Qiu must like him because she once gave him food. Lang Xiao restrains a struggling Qiu, reminding her that they are out of time, and this is the only way to keep the other beastmen away. He tries to reason that Xingyao is also her partner, but she slaps his hand away, pokes him in the chest, and warns him not to regret his decision. A wave of self-loathing washes over Lang Xiao. He curses his own weakness, lamenting that if he were stronger, he wouldn't be forced to push his beloved onto another man. His anguish erupts as he punches the wall, the impact cracking the stone. Alone in her room, Qiu seethes, acknowledging that while multiple partners might be the norm in this world, she refuses to accept it. Her defiance is interrupted by a knock. Xingyao enters, wrapped only in a towel. He awkwardly explains he's been prepared for a while, causing Qiu to panic and plot her escape, misinterpreting her frantic dash for the door as a sign of affection. He scoops her into a hug, completely oblivious to her terror. She screams for him to get off her bed, tears of fear welling in her eyes as she desperately searches for an exit. Trying to calm her, Xingyao presents a small, ornate box, opening it to reveal the piece of tuna which she had once thrown at him. He explains he saw it as a love token and couldn't bear to eat it, saving it for this very moment. Disgusted, Qiu snatches the wood from his hand. and hurls it at the ceiling. Xingyao dives for it, terrified it will break. He begs her not to throw it again, but with cold fury in her eyes, she winds up for another pitch, ignoring his desperate cries of her name. The wall shatters as Xingyao bursts through, confronting Gyugyo. He asks if she dislikes the Toon Wood toy, but his question is met with a furious scream. She shrieks that she hates the toy, and even more, she hates Barry. The word hate echoes in Xingyao's mind as he staggers back, the horrible truth crashing down on him. It all makes sense now. Her constant avoidance wasn't because their connection was weak, it was because she never liked him at all. Gyugyo looks away, apologizing for hurting him but thinking to herself that a short, sharp pain is better for everyone. As she tries to walk away, he lunges forward, grabbing her arm and pulling her into a desperate embrace. He buries his face in her shoulder, tears streaming down his face as he pleads that just being by her side is enough. Gyugyo panics, realizing Xingyao is losing control, and suddenly cries out as a sharp pain shoots through her stomach. He instantly lets go, his eyes wide with concern, asking what's wrong. Just then, the door bangs open and Lang Xiao storms in, demanding to know what Xingyao did to her. Xingyao frantically insists he did nothing, that they hadn't even started. Lang Xiao scoops Gyugyo into his arms, declaring he's taking her to the hospital while Xingyao insists on following. On the way, Gyugyo angrily bites Lang Xiao's arm. He holds her close, apologizing for what he did and promising that if they can't have children, he'll take her away to find a safe place just for them. At the hospital, the doctor states the initial checkup shows no problems. Lang Xiao argues she must be pregnant, but the doctor refutes it, pointing out she just had her period and shows no symptoms. This, Lang Xiao reveals, is precisely why he arranged for her and Xingyao to be together, a confession that earns him a furious glare from Gyugyo. The doctor suggests an ultrasound, but when Lang Xiao reaches for her, she slaps his hand away, screaming not to touch her. Internally, she vows to burn his house down if he ever tries to force her on Xingyao again. Realizing he's gone too far, Lang Xiao silently resolves to make it up to her. During the ultrasound, the doctor confirms her organs are perfectly healthy, and Gyugyo mentally sighs in relief, thinking her act worked. But suddenly the doctor gasps, urging them to be quiet. As he moves the probe, a stunned silence fills the room. He turns the screen to them and offers his congratulations, announcing that Gyugyo is pregnant. Lang Xiao is in shock, unable to believe it, but the doctor explains that early pregnancy bleeding can occur. He reveals she's carrying 3 cubs. Gyugyo is speechless, realizing 3 lives are growing inside her, and the doctor offers to let them hear the heartbeats. The rhythmic thumping fills the air, and a wave of pure joy washes over Gyugyo as she realizes she's going to be a mother. Lang Xiao is ecstatic and she happily embraces him. The doctor smiles, noting that Gyugyo truly likes the cub's father. But standing to the side, Xingyao's face is a mask of sorrow, wondering where he fits into their newfound family. Later that night, Lang Xiao approaches him, stating they need to talk. Sitting at the table, Lang Xiao cuts to the chase, telling Xingyao it's time for them to part ways. Xingyao leaps to his feet in protest, roaring that he's done nothing wrong. Lang Xiao calmly agrees, explaining that the problem is his own jealousy. He admits he can't bear the thought of another male possessing Gyugyo and won't endure that pain. As compensation, he offers Xingyao half the team's contribution points to start a new life. But Xingyao's rage explodes, his bare form manifesting as he bellows that this is his home and he's not leaving. Lang Xiao's eyes narrow, his own power flaring as he retorts that it's not up to him, his claws extending with deadly intent. Lang Xiao delivers a cold ultimatum, declaring that if Xingyao refuses to leave, he'll be beaten into submission. As captain, Lang Xiao holds absolute authority, even the power to kill a team member without consequence. His eyes glow with menace as he suggests Xingyao take the compensation and go quietly, sneering that there's no place for him in this family anymore. Rage boils within Xingyao as he clenches his fist, the wood of the table cracking under the pressure. His inner beast roars to life, and with newfound determination, he growls that he'll risk his life to fight, believing he might not lose to the captain after all. Their auras clash in a violent explosion of energy, the sound jolting Gyugyo awake in her room as she wonders what's happening outside. Realizing their fight could frighten her, Lang Xiao proposes they move to the courtyard. But Xingyao's aggression melts away at the thought of Gyugyo. He pleads with Lang Xiao, questioning why he's being kicked out when there are no new recruits to take care of her. He begs to stay, his voice filled with despair as he confesses he can't imagine his life without seeing Gyugyo anymore. He clasps his hands, arguing that no one knows how to care for her better than he does, making him the best option. His plea is so desperate it visibly moves him. Lang Xiao internally concedes the point. Xingyao is the most suitable person, but he knows that as long as the bear stays, he'll have a chance to win Gyugyo's heart, an outcome Lang Xiao will not allow. Just then, the door creaks open and Gyugyo appears, complaining that they woke her up. Lang Xiao quickly concocts a lie about an exploded light bulb, and seeing his opportunity, he relents. He tells Xingyao he can stay for now and orders him to clean up the mess. A wave of relief washes over Xingyao as he whispers his thanks. Lang Xiao clarifies that this is temporary. He is already recruiting new members, and Xingyao's offer to leave with half the contribution points remains open. Later that night, alone in his room, Xingyao stares at a small wooden block. A painful memory of Gyugyo's past anger flashing through his mind before the block cracks in his palm, making him gasp in shock. He gently places the broken token into an ornate box and lies down, haunted by a tender memory of Gyugyo smiling at his bedside. A single tear escapes his eye as he clutches his aching heart. The next morning, he prepares breakfast for Gyugyo, who can't help but notice how exhausted he looks. She feels a pang of guilt, now understanding his kindness wasn't just that of a nanny, and the complicated situation leaves her feeling tortured. Their breakfast is interrupted by Lang Xiao, who arrives with a new beastman in tow. He introduces the man, Hu Xing, as a temporary team member recruited to help care for Gyugyo. The words hit Gyugyo like a lightning bolt, and the watermelon in her hand cracks as she realizes Lang Xiao has found her yet another husband. In the kitchen, Hu Xing eagerly asks Xingyao what he can do to help. Xingyao is immediately suspicious, worried the newcomer doesn't know the rules about forbidden meat and could get them all in trouble. To get him out of the way, he sends Hu Xing to give Gyugyo some sugarcane juice. Hu Xing leaves with a triumphant smirk, thrilled at the chance to be alone with her, while Xingyao watches him go, vowing to keep a very close eye on him. Gyugyo is furious, confronting Lang Xiao and demanding to know if he has some kind of fetish for finding her husbands. Lang Xiao calmly explains that Hu Xing is just a temporary caretaker for when he's away training, adding that this will give Xingyao a reason to leave with peace of mind. Gyugyo protests, worried about being left alone with the strange fox, but Lang Xiao assures her the beast laws are strict, and more importantly, no one would ever dare to mess with his female. Soon after, Hu Xing enters her room with the juice, leaning in with a charming smile. Gyugyo is immediately put off, thinking he doesn't seem like a proper beast at all. As she sips the juice, she notes his spiritual body is surprisingly faint. Hu Xing smirks, noticing her stare, and leans closer, patting her leg and asking if she thinks he's good-looking. His brazen question catches her so off guard that she spits her drink directly into his face. Gyugyo's morning is shattered by the new fox beastman spraying sugarcane juice on her, a petty act that only deepens her disdain. She internally scoffs at his smug expression, finding him utterly unreliable and nowhere near the level of her Lang Xiao. Xingyao, the loyal bear beastman, appears at the sound of the commotion, but Gyugyo dismisses it, calling the fox narcissistic. His presence is a comfort, a wall of safety she desperately needs. Yet her heart is troubled. She knows she can't return his feelings and must not become too reliant on him, trying to convince herself she's fine on her own in the supposed safety of her home. But the new fox, Hu Xing, is undeterred by her coldness, deciding to deploy his ultimate weapon of seduction, his tail. He confidently nuzzles his fluffy tail against her, certain that no female can resist its charm. A trick that has worked on countless others before. His confidence shatters when Gyugyo grabs the tail not in adoration, but with the cold calculation that its fur would make a fantastic winter scarf. Reeling from the shock, Hu Xing grabs her hands, declaring it's his turn now, and leans in to touch her with his mouth, a creepy threat that makes her skin crawl. A terrified scream for Barry echoes through the house, and Xingyao bursts in, brandishing a kitchen knife, his eyes blazing with protective fury. Gyugyo scrambles behind him, accusing the perverted fox of being a creep. Hu Xing sweats, trying to downplay his actions as a simple tease gone wrong. But Xingyao smells the distinct scent of fox fur on Gyugyo. His voice drops to a menacing whisper, warning the fox to keep his tail to himself. But as Gyugyo processes the events, she murmurs that Xingyao kissed her, an accidental touch in his haste that sends the bear into a fiery panic, realizing the immense trouble he's in. The next morning, Xingyao's rage explodes as he chases the fox out of the house in a blur of motion. The fox, now in his animal form, wonders if the bear is just finding an excuse to get rid of him. Gyugyo watches from her balcony, stunned by Xingyao's raw speed and destructive power, a chilling realization dawning on her that their home offers no real protection against such beasts. Xingyao catches the fox and slams him into the ground with enough force to shatter the pavement, roaring that touching Gyugyo is an unforgivable crime. He returns to Gyugyo, assuring her the threat has been dealt with, but she is deeply shaken. The display of power reminds her of her own vulnerability, how easily unruly beastmen could break through any defense, leaving her unable to protect even her own child. She tearfully admits that if she must have a beastman protector, Xingyao is the only one she can trust. Sobbing at the unfairness of a world so dangerous she can't even live in peace with Lang Xiao. Her tears reignite Xingyao's fury, and he turns to finish the fox off for good. But Gyugyo stops him, insisting the pathetic creature isn't worth it. Xingyao complies but delivers one last, terrifying warning to the fox trembling on the fence. If he dares set foot in the courtyard again, he'll be chopped up and fed to the chickens. Despite the threat, the arrogant fox, Hu Xing, remains perched on the wall, refusing to be intimidated. His defiance is met with a silent, overwhelming show of force, as Xingyao effortlessly uproots a massive bundle of bamboo and begins peeling it for Gyugyo, a clear message of dominance. Gyugyo watches, a sense of deep reassurance washing over her. Just then, a familiar chime announces Lang Xiao's early return. Hu Xing sees his chance, immediately playing the victim and crying that Xingyao tried to kill him, forcing Gyugyo to rush out and declare him a liar. Lang Xiao calmly halts them both, stating he knows exactly what happened, before summoning a nervous Hu Xing to him. The fox spins his tale of woe, but Xingyao furiously counters, which only prompts Hu Xing to mock him, claiming Gyugyo prefers playing with his superior tale. Listening to his lies, Gyugyo seethes with rage, fantasizing about shaving the predator's tail bald. Hu Xing smugly tells Lang Xiao to check Gyugyo for his scent, but his words are cut short as Lang Xiao's hand snaps around his throat. With eyes burning with crimson fury, Lang Xiao reminds the fox that every move was being watched, snarling that he hadn't listened to a single word of his warning. The bear beastman watches in a haze of self-reproach as Gyugyo carelessly tosses a fox tail into the fire. Remembering with a pang of guilt that she was being bullied by Hu Xing just for fun, his heart aches with the thought that he should have stayed by her side, especially while she was pregnant. It was all his fault. As he stews in regret, Gyugyo insists she doesn't need help, that she can burn it herself. Suddenly, the door bursts open with a tremendous bang, and Lang Xiao storms in, furious at the broken door and scolding the bear beastman for being a spendthrift. He demands they put out the fire, calling the fox fur dirty, but the bear beastman calmly asks if Hu Xing has been detained. Lang Xiao confirms it, stating he has evidence that can't be denied. Gyugyo scoffs, wondering if he installed a security camera, but Lang Xiao's anger shifts back to the bear beastman, chastising him for bringing home temporary team members without understanding their character first. He warns him of the dangers of having men with bad character around females. The bear beastman gently takes Gyugyo's hand, telling Lang Xiao he doesn't need to be in such a hurry to find someone, for he can protect Gyugyo himself. His only goal is to take care of her, a promise he vows to keep with gritted teeth. Hearing his resolve, Lang Xiao relents, promising not to look for temporary team members anymore. He notes that the cubs will be born in a month and a half, and he plans to train them well so they can protect their mother. As the wind begins to pick up, darkening the sky, Lang Xiao gives a final warning. The white bone vine has been unusually active, so Gyugyo must be careful and stay away from the plants. A month and a half later, at the hospital's central garden, two beastmen discuss how strange it is that the seal has remained stable for 2 months. They fear its last outburst might mean it's dying, which would leave Peace City overrun by plants and them all homeless. Nearby, the bear beastman gently shoos away some playful cubs, reminding them not to bother the females who are about to give birth. Lang Xiao supports a heavily pregnant Gyugyo who is struggling through contractions. He tells her Dr. Liu said walking would speed up labor, suggesting they continue for 5 more minutes. But a sudden searing pain rips through Gyugyo, and her water breaks. She's going into labor. They rush her to the delivery room where Dr. Liu declares only one family member can enter. Lang Xiao doesn't hesitate, leaving the bear beastman behind as he supports a trembling Gyugyo who is terrified by the intensity of the pain. He desperately asks the doctor if there's anything to relieve her suffering. Relief washing over him when they offer a painkiller shot. He holds her close, promising he's right there with her. Outside, night falls. As the bear beastman paces anxiously, his heart twisting with every scream he hears from the delivery room. He can't understand why she's still in so much pain after the shot. He glances down, startled by a rustling sound, and his eyes widen at the sight of glowing plants sprouting from the floor. He sniffs the air, detecting the impossible scent of plants. And a horrifying realization dawns on him as he peers down the hallway to see it being completely consumed by the writhing tendrils of the white bone vine. And just as chaos erupts outside, the first cub is finally born inside. Soon, all 3 are delivered, and the exhausted Gyugyo feels she could sleep for 3 days straight. But a strange sensation prickles at her senses. She feels an unusual spiritual entity nearby. She's too tired to investigate and immediately collapses into Lang Xiao's arms. Lang Xiao carries her out of the room, only to find the bear beastman covered in viscous plant slime. The bear beastman explains that a large patch of the white bone vine had grown in the hall, but he's dealt with it. Lang Xiao nods grimly and carries Gyugyo away, who stirs slightly at the strong smell of plant sap. Later, after the hospital staff cleans up the mess, Gyugyo wakes in her room to find Lang Xiao and the bear beastman presenting her with a basket of 3 strong newborn wolf cubs. She's in awe, gently patting a tiny soft paw, while the two men watch over her, already making plans for the cub's future. She holds one of her children close, filled with a profound sense of love and motherhood. Once they are asleep, Lang Xiao asks the bear beastman about the vine's eruption. The bear beastman recounts how the vines, though weak, reproduced at an incredible rate, forcing him to transform to block them. He reveals the strangest detail. The wildly growing vine withered in an instant, right after the cub's first howls were heard from the delivery room. This confirms the vine's recent behavior is highly abnormal. As they speak, a citywide broadcast shows their leader declaring the vine's manifestation powerless, assuring the public there's no need for alarm. But his words have the opposite effect, sparking widespread panic as citizens scream about escaping to the capital, convinced their city is doomed. The lion leader's voice booms, demanding silence as his power rumbles through the arena. He scoffs at the idea that the white bone vine is dead, declaring its lifespan exceeds 10,000 years. He assures the panicked crowd that as long as he stands guard, the seal will remain unbroken. Watching the broadcast, a beastman remarks on the leader's immense power, confirming the rumors that the title grants incredible strength. But his white-haired companion, Wolf, is lost in thought, his expression grim as he wonders about the true source of that power. The world fades into a dream, a memory of a young, lonely girl named Gyugyo learning about symbiosis in nature. She remembers being abandoned by her parents, finding solace only in a strong friend she called Kyukyu. But Kyukyu couldn't leave home, and Gyugyo was left alone, trapped in a terrifying sanatorium. Shadowy hands reach for her as a voice calls her for treatment, and she screams in defiance, refusing to go. Just as the darkness closes in, a figure wreathed in golden flames descends. It's Wolf, his presence a beacon of hope as he gently lifts her and whispers that they are going home. Gyugyo awakens in a hospital bed, the lingering warmth of the dream still clinging to her. She can't recall waking up, but a strange peace settles in her heart. The sound of soft meows draws her attention to a crib where two tiny cubs lie sleeping. A wave of emotion washes over her as she tells them she's their mommy. The irony not lost on her that she, once a lonely child, could now give a new life. She jumps out of bed, a sharp twinge of pain a minor distraction, and pulls open the curtains to let the sunlight stream in. Just then Wolf enters, his eyes immediately locking onto the small, glowing vine in her hand. Pure panic flashes across his face as he roars for her to drop it, identifying it as the dreaded white bone vine. He snatches it from her grasp, his voice harsh as he forbids her from ever touching such a plant again. Explaining it's a twisted thing from the ancient human world, he tells her of its horrific history, how it preyed on females, torturing them until the ground was littered with their bones. He commands her to run if she ever sees it again. Instantly regretting his outburst, he softens, apologizing for his anxiety and pulling her into a desperate hug. But Gyugyo's mind is reeling. The vine is identical to one her mother planted, right when she first met Kyukyu. The horrifying connection clicks into place. The white bone vine is Kyukyu. She remembers Kyukyu's cries for help from the holy water pool, trapped and sealed away just like she was in the sanatorium. A surge of desperate resolve fills her and she grabs Wolf's necklace, insisting she must go to the pool right now. Wolf quickly concocts a lie for his concerned friend, claiming Gyugyo merely has a stomachache. While Gyugyo plays along, clutching her stomach and begging for the transparent crystals from the ritual grounds. He agrees to take her next month, puzzled by her sudden change of heart. Later, while attending a postpartum care class, Wolf is warned to keep Gyugyo away from anything she hates to protect her emotional state. At that exact moment, the lion beastman saunters in, the one person Gyugyo despises most. The lion man mockingly congratulates Wolf, complaining about his own futile search for his mate while envying Wolf's new family. Wolf coldly tells him to get lost, but the lion grabs him, claiming he has something important to say about Gyugyo. Ignoring Wolf's suspicion, the lion beastman leans in close, a predatory glint in his eyes, and whispers a vile proposal, a game of swapping females. A blonde beastman leans in close, whispering a vile suggestion to Gyugyo about a game of swapping females. But before he can finish, the captain explodes into motion, sending the degenerate flying through a solid wall with a single furious kick. The captain's rage is a cold fire as he internally vows to beat that scumbag every single time he sees him, his protective instincts on high alert now that he realizes just how dangerous the other males are. Later, finding Gyugyo's clothes are wet, he tells her not to move while he helps her change, but his gentle intentions are violently misinterpreted when Xingyao smashes through the door with a flying kick. Xingyao roars, demanding to know what the captain is doing and accusing him of trying to make a move on Gyugyo too. The misunderstanding is quickly cleared up in the hospital room, where the three newborn cubs are happily drinking from bottles filled with Gyugyo's milk. The captain smiles, relieved that the nutritious chicken broth he prepared helped her produce so much milk for the cubs. Xingyao sheepishly explains he was only trying to change Gyugyo's wet clothes so she wouldn't catch a cold. But the captain chides him for being too rough and scaring her right after she gave birth, much to Gyugyuo's intense embarrassment. Suddenly, their bickering is cut short when the youngest cub begins to choke violently. While Xingyao panics, the captain calmly takes control, demonstrating how to hold the cub and pat its back until it's breathing smoothly again. As he holds the tiny creature, he notices something strange, a patch of brown fur on its chest. He tries to rub it off, thinking it's a stain, but it's part of its coat. A cold dread washes over him. His silver wolf bloodline has no brown genes, and the only one with brown fur is Gyugyo. His mind flashes back to his own childhood, remembering his mother explaining that beastmen sons only inherit their father's genes. He recalls another family where a white-furred son was born to a red-furred father, explained as a genetic throwback due to an albinism gene. He remembers asking his own father if being different was a bad thing, only to be told that a genetic throwback could also mean inheriting great power. Lang Xiao's voice was low and serious, cutting through the air as he looked down at his son. "Do you want to be strong, cub?" Gyugyo's entire body seemed to vibrate with excitement, his golden eyes sparkling with innocent determination as he threw his little arms in the air. "I do," he chirped. "I also want to look like mommy." But his father's expression didn't soften. Instead, a shadow passed over his features. He explained that if their cub inherited his mother's genes, it would be a monumental discovery for the beast world, a solution to their reproduction problems. A great blessing for everyone but them. His voice dropped to a grim whisper, painting a horrifying picture in Gyugyo's mind. For their mother, for their family, it would be a complete and utter disaster. The development center would descend upon them without a second thought, tearing his mother away. She would no longer be theirs. She would belong to all beastmen. The words slammed into Gyugyo, the color draining from his face as the terrifying image of strange men dragging his mother away filled his mind. "No, that can't happen. Mommy is mine." He scrambled into his mother's arms, burying his face in her warmth, his small body trembling as he screamed, "No way, mommy belongs to me. No one can take my mommy away." Lang Xiao's jaw clenched, his gaze hard as stone as he admitted their bitter reality. With their current power, they had no way to fight against all the beastmen. But Gyugyo's fear was quickly consumed by a burning fire of resolve. He pushed himself away from his mother, his tiny fists clenched, his voice ringing with a promise. "Then I'll become stronger, so strong that no beastman can defeat me." A flicker of pride ignited in Lang Xiao's eyes. "That's the spirit," he said, ruffling his son's hair, but his smile faded, replaced by a solemn weight. He leaned in close, his voice a low warning. "But remember this, cub." His hand rested gently on his son's shoulder, a silent promise and a heavy burden all at once. "When you're not yet strong enough to protect everything, being ordinary is the best camouflage." And so the deception began. A delicate brush dipped into dark dye, painting over the truth one stroke at a time. The second cub's unique fur was carefully altered, a touch of brown added to the tips of his ears to match his brother's. There, they were all the same now, three identical pups sleeping peacefully, their true heritage hidden beneath a thin, fragile layer of dye. May watched them, a storm of emotions raging in her heart. In this world, a child looking like their mother was so rare, so dangerous that they had to be disguised. How could this be her life? Would she spend the rest of her days hiding, erasing every trace of herself from her own children just to keep them safe? A sudden, cold spike of fear shot through her. "Oh no," she gasped, her eyes widening in panic. "The medical staff, did the delivery staff see the cub's fur color?" Lang Xiao's voice was a steady anchor in her sea of anxiety. He explained that the cubs were wrapped up before their fur was even dry and that the color already looked uneven, so no one would have noticed anything strange. But even as he soothed her, May knew this was just a band-aid on a gaping wound. Gyugyo's special traits were increasing. They couldn't just lock him and the cubs away forever, relying on disguise alone. It was too passive. A dangerous, desperate plan began to form in the back of her mind. 3 days later they went home, but their lives were forever changed. The weight of their secret pushed them to their limits. Lang Xiao immediately threw himself into a brutal training regimen, pushing his body relentlessly, while Xingyao stayed by May's side, a silent guardian for her and the newborn cubs. A few more days passed and the cubs opened their eyes. The eldest two had the sharp, fierce wolf eyes of their father, but the third had her eyes, double-lidded almond-shaped eyes that were a perfect mirror of her own. Her heart swelled with a painful mix of love and terror. Lang Xiao was overjoyed, scooping up the little one and peppering his face with kisses, completely besotted. But even in their joy, a dark cloud loomed. They all knew deep down what this meant. The more the cubs resembled her, the more perilous their situation became. Lang Xiao's training intensified, becoming a desperate, frantic race against time. His back was a canvas of scratches and bruises, his muscles screaming in protest, but he never stopped. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. It was time for the monthly sacrificial day again. Lang Xiao was outside, training a slightly older Gyugyo, his voice sharp with instruction. Inside, May prepared herself, walking through their quiet home. She stopped in front of the mirror, her reflection staring back at her, a question burning in her eyes. The white bone vine, Lang Xiao had told her about it, a source of immense power. Could it be their salvation? If she could obtain its power, wouldn't she be invincible in this world? The memory was vivid. She was sitting on his back as he did push-ups, the heat of his skin radiating through her clothes. Of course, he'd grunted, confirming its legendary strength. Her heart had hammered in her chest as she asked how she could get it. But his answer had crushed her hopes. He explained that to gain its power, one had to touch its main body, but the vine and its power had been sealed away long ago. No beastman could even get near it. Now, staring at her own reflection, she felt a sliver of an impossible idea take root. The only chance was to release it. Kyukyu, she thought, a silent plea to the sealed entity, if I help you, can you help us? Outside, Lang Xiao's voice broke her reverie. Jump up and give Daddy a high five, he called to Gyugyuo. He then turned, his golden eyes finding her at the window. You ready? He asked, a soft smile on his face. May felt a blush creep up her neck, her heart fluttering at the sight of him. She nodded, her fingers unconsciously twisting a strand of her freshly braided hair. Did you do your hair yourself? He asked, his voice laced with admiration, before she could fully respond. He was in motion. With a powerful push, he vaulted over the balcony railing in a single, fluid movement. He landed in front of her, closing the distance in an instant and capturing her lips in a soft, surprising kiss. He pulled back, his gaze warm and full of love as he whispered, so beautiful. His smile was dazzling, chasing away some of the shadows in her heart. They stood there for a moment, lost in each other's eyes. The cubs are 1 month old today, she murmured. Is it okay to bring them along? Outside, Xingyao held 2 of the pups who were yipping softly on his shoulders. He pointed to the 3rd cub, a hint of worry in his expression. But Lang Xiao waved it off. It's fine, he said confidently. The 3rd cub's eye color is the same as mine, the shape is just different, it's not too noticeable. He took her hand, his grip firm and reassuring. As for the full moon today, we just need to come back early. They started to walk, their hands linked together. May's mind was reeling. Why do we need to come back early? Are we having a 1-month celebration? Everything was happening so fast, the schedule felt impossibly tight. Lost in thought, she playfully tugged on his long braid, a sudden burst of energy making her dash ahead. Gyugyo slowed down, he called after her, laughing, but then something strange happened. A faint turquoise light began to glow around her, pulsing with an unseen energy. A voice, ancient and powerful, echoed in her mind, calling a name she hadn't heard in so long. Uiu, the world seemed to shift. Suddenly, a wave of chaos erupted around them. Beastmen were howling in fear, scrambling away from her cubs. The 3 tiny pups stood their ground, howling back with a ferocity that defied their size. I'm leaving your mother to you. Lang Xiao's voice boomed over the noise, protect her well. He pointed a commanding finger at them. And they responded with a unified, determined howl. The other beastmen retreated, and Xingyao let out a sigh of relief. All right, take a break, he said. The cubs scared off all the beastmen. The 3 little heroes puffed out their chests, letting out a proud and mighty awu. Their moment of glory was interrupted when they spotted a group of bear cubs wrestling playfully nearby. The bears tumbled and laughed, completely carefree. A stark contrast to the little wolves' tense vigilance. The cubs exchanged confused glances. Woof, the middle cub cleared its throat with a tiny ahem, and his brothers nudged him forwards. May knelt down, her heart melting at their adorable hesitation. She gave the little one a gentle push. Go play, she whispered, her smile radiant and warm. Xingyao stepped closer, his presence a comforting shield. Go on and play, he told the cubs, his voice soft. I'll protect your mother. With that final reassurance, the pups let out happy yips and bounded off to join the other children. As May watched them go, a new voice slithered into her mind, cool and close. You're finally here, Tilda. A massive surge of turquoise energy exploded into existence right before her eyes. Swirling and crackling with immense power, her breath hitched, her eyes wide with shock. It had found her. Her voice was barely a whisper, a name slipping from her lips before she could stop it. Kyukyu. A gasp, her blood ran cold. Oh no, her hands flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with terror. I shouted it out loud. Did he hear me? Did Xingyao hear me? She watched his broad back, her heart hammering against her ribs, expecting him to turn at any moment. But then a soft, ethereal voice echoed in her mind, a voice she hadn't heard in so long. A glowing turquoise orb materialized before her, pulsing with gentle light. The voice was soothing, calm. You can speak. A shimmering barrier invisible to the naked eye enveloped the sacred pool, separating them from the rest of the world. I've put up a barrier, the orb explained. They can't hear our conversations. As if to prove its point, Xingyao's gruff voice cut through the air, but it was directed at the mischievous cubs playing nearby. He gestured wildly, his voice a low growl as he scolded them for chewing on the sacred stones. Gyugyo's shoulders slumped in relief. He really can't hear me. The orb Kyukyu seemed to pulse with pride. I'm much stronger now than I was before, it explained, its voice resonating with newfound power. I can block out sound within a certain range, but I can't create a completely isolated space just yet. We can only talk like this. Gyugyo's eyes softened, a wave of gratitude washing over her. This is already more than enough. This is great. But the gratitude was tinged with a deep, aching sadness. Her mind drifted back to a time of sterile white walls and crushing loneliness. If only, she thought, her voice a fragile whisper in her mind, if only you could have done this back then. The memory was sharp, painful. A younger her, small and frail, trapped in a room that smelled of antiseptic. Maybe I wouldn't have been sent to the sanatorium. Kyukyu's voice filled the silence, heavy with its own sorrow, painting a picture of its desperate search. After she was taken away, it had tried to follow, a little ball of light flying from the cold building, past the car that had stolen her away, floating lost and alone in the vast, dark world. It had no energy, no strength. It could only return to the lonely house and watch from a distance as her father embraced another woman, another family. After you were taken away, Kyukyu's voice trembled, I always wanted to find you. But it was trapped, a helpless vine bound to the place that held all their memories, a prisoner of hope. I couldn't leave, I could only wait where I was, hoping you would come back soon. Gyugyo listened, her heart breaking for her oldest friend. Until one day, Kyukyu continued, its light flaring. I obtained immense energy. I could finally go look for you. I searched for so long, I met so many people, but none of them were you. The pieces started to click into place, forming a terrifying picture in Gyugyo's mind. Her voice shook as she asked the question she dreaded the answer to. Kyukyu, are you the white bone vine? Did you kill those girls? The orb flared defensively. The beastman called me that, it admitted, but I didn't kill those girls, I would never. A new memory flashed in Gyugyo's mind, this one from Kyukyu's perspective. It showed two girls running through a forest, terrified but alive. After confirming they weren't you, I let them all go, Kyukyu explained desperately. It was that group of beastmen instead. The memory shifted, showing a brutish beastman snatching one of the fleeing girls. Not only did they abduct the girls I had released. Kyukyu's voice cracked with rage and pain. They sealed me in this endless, fiery hell. The vision changed to a horrifying scene of Kyukyu's vine form wrapped in searing hot chains, burning in an infernal pit. They tortured my body and drained my energy. The flames licked at its essence, a torment without end. Here, my suffering will last as long as my life. Gyugyo's hand reached out, her fingers gently brushing against the warm surface of the orb. Her voice was thick with emotion. What can I do to help you? Kyukyu's response was immediate. It's simple. A pulse of energy surged from the orb, flowing into her. An image flooded her vision, reflected in the depths of her eyes. It was a man, ethereally beautiful, with long, flowing green hair and a body woven from nature itself. It's him, she realized with a jolt. The human form I saw that day, he really is Kyukyu. His voice echoed in her mind as he showed her a vision of the great sacrificial altar engulfed in flames. Destroy it and I will be free. He stood before her in his spectral form, his gaze intense. But Gyugyo's heart seized with a new fear. But if the seal is destroyed, she stammered, the city will be swallowed by the plants outside. Kyukyu's form surged with power, his green hair whipping around him as if caught in a gale. I can control them, he declared. Once my power is fully released, it will be tens of thousands of times greater than it is now. His promise was absolute, filled with the desperation of a creature caged for centuries. I guarantee I'll make this city safer and more stable than it is now. But still, she hesitated, the weight of so many lives pressing down on her. Kyukyu's desperation curdled into rage. Why won't you agree? He screamed, his handsome face contorting in anguish. Why, are you just like them, just like that group of beastmen? Thorny vines erupted from the ground, a dangerous energy crackling in the air. Then let's all go to hell together. Across the pool, Xingyao froze. What was that? What is this dangerous energy? His head snapped around, his eyes locking onto Gyugyo, who stood motionless by the shimmering water. Later that night, the tension still lingered in the air. Xingyao paced restlessly. He told another beastman to let Gyugyo soak for a while, that he would get her some fresh clothes. Just then Sai Luo appeared, his expression grave. Captain, he began, his voice low. Today at the holy water pool, I felt a strange flow of power. Xingyao stopped pacing, his full attention on his subordinate. Sai Luo continued, choosing his words carefully. It only appeared for a short time, right after Gyugyo said something to the holy water pool. He remembered the sight of her by the water, her expression unreadable. Oh, that power disappeared. He looked Xingyao dead in the eye. No one else seemed to notice, but that power, it was very similar to the white bone vine's energy from the day Gyugyo gave birth, but not exactly the same. Xingyao's face was a mask, but his fists were clenched. Sai Luo pressed on, unable to shake the feeling. I've never felt that kind of power at the pool before. It appeared with Gyugyo. Captain, I think this power might be related to Gyugyo. Suddenly, Sai Luo erupted, his silver ears flattened against his head, his eyes blazing with fury. Shut up, he roared, startling Xingyao. Do you have any idea how much trouble your baseless speculation will cause for Gyugyo if it gets out? Don't associate everything with Gyugyo. Xingyao flinched, taken aback by the fierce protectiveness in Sai Luo's voice. Sai Luo's anger subsided, replaced by a deep-seated worry. I'm just worried about her safety, Xingyao said quietly, turning away. Just try to take her to the sacrificial grounds less often in the future. I don't want to hear any more of this. With that, he walked away, leaving Sai Luo alone with his unsettling thoughts. The sound of happy splashing and laughter echoed from the bathroom. Gyugyo was exhausted, leaning back against Sai Luo's chest as the cubs played in the warm water. He held her close, his voice a soft murmur against her skin. Gyugyo, you must be exhausted. The cubs have too much energy. He noticed she looked drained. Want to eat some transparent crystals to recover your energy? He gently massaged her shoulders. I've eaten them all, she mumbled, her eyes closed. He frowned slightly. Didn't you go to the holy water pool today? Why didn't you get any crystals? Gyugyo turned her head, her wet hair sticking to her back. A small secretive smile played on her lips as she looked at him. I met a friend today, she said softly. Sai Luo's golden eyes widened in surprise. She added, her voice barely a whisper, a long-lost friend. The warm water swirled around her, but a chill of a different kind settled deep in her bones. She had laid her soul bare, confessing a story that sounded like a madwoman's ravings, a tale of friend. A story that began more than 2,000 years ago. She remembered that night so clearly, standing alone in the moonlight. A solitary figure in a world she didn't understand. The moon was so bright that night, a silent witness to a promise made long ago, and now in this new life she had told him everything. Her heart hammered against her ribs. She had just told Lang Xiao that her best friend Kyukyu was a being from 2 millennia in the past. This must be even more unbelievable than when she told her parents about him. She searched his face, her own expression a canvas of anxiety. Would he believe her? Would Lang Xiao think she was insane? Her hand trembled as she rested it on his chest, her voice barely a whisper as she swore it was all true, that she wasn't talking nonsense. He was silent for a moment that stretched into an eternity, then his hand gently covered hers. His voice was soft, steady, and filled with a warmth that chased away the chill. I understand, he murmured, his golden eyes meeting hers. I believe you. The words were a balm to her frayed nerves. He believed her just like that. Lang Xiao's gaze softened, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he confessed that since meeting her, so many things had happened that had already overturned his understanding of the world. Memories flashed through his mind, the doctor marveling at the medicine she used for mental illness, the shocking power of the white bone vine that had appeared when she gave birth, the fact that their cub's fur color was just like hers. It all clicked into place. This, he thought, explains everything. He pulled her closer, his voice laced with gratitude as he thanked her for being willing to tell him all this. His eyes filled with a deep, aching sympathy. To have grown up in a place like that, she must have suffered so much. She tried to brush it off, whispering that it was all in the past, but his next words shattered the last of her composure. He looked directly into her eyes, his voice a low, firm vow. I won't let you get hurt ever again, he promised, his grip tightening ever so slightly. Our family will be together forever and ever. That was it, the dam broke. A sob escaped her lips as tears streamed down her face, splashing into the water. Gyugyo, Lang Xiao asked, his voice filled with alarm. The pups, sensing her distress, paddled over, yipping and barking with concern. Gently turned her to face him, his hands on her shoulders. Gyugyo, are you okay? She buried her face in her hands, sniffling as she hugged her little cubs close. It felt so good to have them, to have him. She looked up at him, her eyes still shimmering with tears. She had been so worried, so terrified that he wouldn't believe her, that he'd think she was crazy. He chuckled softly, a deep, reassuring sound. Silly girl, he murmured, how could I not believe you? After all, he mused, the way she catches chickens, it's obvious she's not a female from the beast world. Her head snapped up, her tears forgotten. Huh, I don't think I've ever caught a chicken in front of you, how did you know? A flicker of realization dawned in her eyes. Come to think of it, she said, her voice laced with suspicion, it's been strange for a while now. Even when you're out, you always seem to know what's happening at home right away. Her eyes narrowed, it was as if he had cameras installed everywhere. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple. He looked away, a guilty flush creeping up his neck. He admitted he had only installed a few, thinking she was just being simple-minded, and promised to take them all down after their bath. Her jaw dropped. He really installed them. He'd been spying on her every day. You big pervert, she shrieked, splashing water at him. The cubs, sensing their mother's playful anger, joined in with a chorus of awoos, launching a tiny furry attack. This is your punishment, she declared, laughing through her indignation. Don't you ever do something like this again? After the playful scuffle died down, a serious expression returned to her face. Oh, right, she began, her tone shifting. There's something important I need to discuss with you. She took a deep breath, her gaze unwavering. I want you to help me rescue Kyukyu, the white bone vine. The air went still. Lang Xiao froze, his eyes widening in utter shock. The playful warmth vanished, replaced by an icy dread. He stared at her, his voice a strained whisper. Gyugyo, do you know what you're saying? Memories flooded his mind, not of promises, but of screams and blood. He remembered Kyukyu's voice, echoing in the darkness of the seal, explaining how to break free. But Gyugyo's memory was of a friend, not a monster. She had promised Kyukyu she would come back with a plan. But Kyukyu had warned her against the beastmen, calling them cunning, selfish, and cruel. Gyugyo had defended Lang Xiao, her heart swelling with trust. He's different, she had insisted. He's reasonable and trustworthy. He would definitely help. But now, seeing the look on his face, a seed of doubt began to sprout. His ears flattened against his head, his body rigid with tension. Gyugyo, he said, his voice dangerously low, do you know how dangerous the white bone vine is? He grabbed her arm, his grip urgent. If we let it out, all of Peace City will be destroyed. We'll lose our home and even our lives. The pups, sensing the sudden tension, began to howl, don't be mean to mommy. Gyugyo gently shushed them, pushing them away as she tried to focus on the storm brewing in Lang Xiao's eyes. The plants and us beastmen have a deep-seated feud, he explained, his voice thick with old pain. My kinsmen, his gaze drifted, lost in a horrifying past. My father and brothers, they all died fighting the plants. He took her hand, his touch trembling with the force of his memories. The white bone vine is one of the most dangerous plants in the history of beastmen. Its vines are stained with the blood of countless living beings. No, Gyugyo pulled her hand back, shaking her head fiercely. Kyukyu is the white bone vine, but it said it's never harmed a human before. It's a misunderstanding. A dark, cynical smirk twisted Lang Xiao's lips. A misunderstanding, is that what it told you? He sneered. Yes, she insisted, her voice rising with conviction. Kyukyu wouldn't lie to me. It promised that if we let it out, it will help suppress the surrounding plants. Peace City will be safer and more stable. We won't have to perform the monthly ritual to reinforce the seal anymore. Her eyes pleaded with him, filled with the memory of her friend's suffering. Kyukyu is my best friend. It's been sealed for over 800 years. I can't bear to see it suffer any longer. Since there's a solution that benefits everyone, why not give it a try? Lang Xiao's expression was grim. Gyugyo, how can you be so sure that the white bone vine is the Kyukyu you're talking about? He asked, his voice hardening. You should know that some plants have a strong ability to bewitch people. They can make you have hallucinations. It's not a hallucination, she cried, surging to her feet and splashing water everywhere. Kyukyu is not a hallucination. I'm sure that it's Kyukyu. She grabbed the front of his shoulders, her knuckles white. Seeing the raw, unshakable conviction in her eyes, a terrible thought struck him. She completely trusts the white bone vine now. If he refused her personality, she might act on her own, and that would be even more dangerous for her. He sighed, his anger deflating into weary concern. He pulled her back down into the water, his voice softening. Gyugyo, sit down and listen to me. He held her gently, forcing her to meet his gaze. Releasing it is a big deal. I have to see the white bone vine for myself before I can decide. She looked away, her voice small. I don't know if you'll be able to see Kyukyu. After all, my parents couldn't see it, so I'm worried. His eyes glinted with determination. A beastman's senses are much stronger than a human's. Even if I can't see its physical form, I'll be able to sense it. He paused, his expression turning deadly serious. But what if we release the white bone vine and it doesn't keep its promise to protect Peace City? Or what if it seeks revenge on the beastmen after gaining its freedom? If we lose Peace City, where would we go to rebuild our home? His voice dropped, heavy with the weight of his responsibility. We have to think this through carefully. Peace City is home to tens of thousands of beastmen. It doesn't belong to just us. The reality of the situation began to crash down on her. You have to understand, he continued, his voice grim. Once the white bone vine is released, the strength of the current elites in Peace City isn't enough to seal it once more. She looked down, her bravado crumbling. I guess I oversimplified things, she mumbled. He pulled her into a comforting embrace, his tone softening again. Of course, it would be for the best if the white bone vine really would willingly protect Peace City, he admitted. He looked out into the distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. The plants are their natural enemy. One they can't eradicate. They fear them, but they also rely on them. If we want to prosper and live in long-term stability, he mused, we must have a power that can suppress the plants. He looked down at her, his golden eyes locking with hers. As long as the white bone vine can protect our home, releasing it isn't entirely out of the question. Her eyes widened with a spark of hope. However, he said, his voice becoming stern, his grip tightening on her shoulder, I take the position of leader and this might not be so easy to accomplish. You have to listen to me, don't be impatient, and more importantly, don't act on your own, understand? She nodded, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and hope. I understand. Her eyes widened, her breath catching in her throat as the name left his lips. Bai Yue, it sounded so beautiful, so ethereal, like moonlight dancing on a quiet lake. A blush crept up his cheeks, his golden eyes looking away for just a moment in shy vulnerability as he admitted it was like the moon in the sky. But then his gaze returned to hers, warm and intense, and he confessed that he preferred it when she called him Gyugyo. He wanted her to keep calling him that, just her. Her heart melted into a puddle, without a second thought, as she leaned in and pressed a sweet, tender kiss to his lips. It was perfect, except for one tiny detail. Her eyes darted over to the inflatable ring floating nearby, where 3 pairs of innocent eyes stared back at them. Oh my god, the cubs are still here? A wave of embarrassment washed over her. She couldn't help but think this bathtub was getting a little dirty, but he just chuckled, a low, playful rumble in his chest, and splashed a bit of water at her. He leaned in close, his voice a husky whisper as he offered to help her. Wipe it down. Just then, a voice called from outside, announcing that dinner was ready and it was time for the cubs to be weaned. Weaned, she thought, her brow furrowing in confusion. The pups are only a month old. What could they possibly eat after being weaned? He answered with a casual smile, holding up one of the fluffy cubs. He said that beastmen are weaned at 1 month and start eating wood. Wood? Was he serious? At the dinner table, her disbelief turned to shock. There they were, her tiny, precious babies, sitting in their high chairs and chomping away on water-soaked wood shavings. She watched them, her heart pounding with worry. They're only a month old, she thought, her gaze fixed on their little mouths. Can they really digest it? Before she could even finish the thought, the bowls were empty. As she blinked, did they just? They finished eating that quickly. Suddenly, the dining room exploded into chaos. The cubs, now buzzing with a manic energy she'd never seen before, were zipping around the room like furry little rockets, bouncing off the walls and furniture with excited yelps. What's wrong with them? She cried out, jumping to her feet in alarm. Are the wood shavings upsetting their stomachs? Lang Xiao calmly pulled her back down, a reassuring smile on his face. He explained that the wood is incredibly high in energy, and since it was their first time eating it, they were just a little excited. A little excited? One of the cubs was swinging from the chandelier like a tiny Tarzan, causing it to clang loudly. He continued, explaining that once they used up most of the energy and gathered the remaining power, the cubs would be able to complete their first transformation. Her eyes widened as the pieces clicked into place. So you're saying, her face lit up with pure, unadulterated excitement. The cubs will turn into their human forms tonight. The hours ticked by. Outside the room, Xingda paced back and forth, his face etched with worry. It was so late already. What stage was their transformation at? He couldn't shake the feeling of dread coiling in his stomach. He glanced at their closed door, his hands clenched into fists. I really hope nothing goes wrong. Inside, the chaos continued unabated. The cubs were still running wild, showing no signs of slowing down. Why haven't they transformed yet? She asked, her own anxiety starting to bubble up again. Lang Xiao, seemingly unbothered as a cub literally slammed onto his head, explained that they had to be completely exhausted first. The wood has a lot of energy, he said, and they needed to use up as much as possible. Otherwise what? She asked, a chill running down her spine at the sudden seriousness in his eyes. His next words struck her like a bolt of lightning. He told her that if too much energy remains in their bodies, it will cause them to explode during the transformation. The world tilted on its axis. Explode, the word echoed in her mind, a horrifying, unbelievable possibility, but that's a rare occurrence, right? She stammered, her voice trembling. I've seen some rather weak-looking beastmen, and they all transformed successfully. His face grew dark, shadowed by a painful memory. He confessed that he was once a triplet. One of his brothers, physically weaker than the rest, couldn't handle the energy surge. His body burst apart during his transformation, and he died young. The image of a small body being torn apart by blinding light flashed through her mind, and she gasped in horror. It's that dangerous, then we should feed them less, she blurted out, desperate for a solution. Isn't it enough as long as they can transform? He shook his head grimly, explaining that they couldn't do that. If they didn't have enough energy, even if they succeeded, their bodies would be incredibly weak. This will affect the cubs' future, he said, his voice firm. Our cubs have very strong physiques. Their future has limitless possibilities. He looked at her, his gaze piercing, his words hitting her with the force of a physical blow. Their first transformation is the cornerstone of their future. If we don't provide them with enough energy because we're worried about the risks, it would be no different from cutting off the limbs they need to run forward. You don't want them to live their whole lives dragging around weak bodies in misery, do you? Her own resolve hardened. He was right. Suddenly, a series of soft thuds broke the tension. One by one, the cubs collapsed onto the bed, completely and utterly exhausted. She rushed towards them, her heart aching. Cubs, how are you feeling? But Lang Xiao grabbed her arm, his voice sharp with urgency. Don't go over there, the cubs are about to transform. As if on cue, the three tiny bodies on the bed began to hum, emitting a soft, warm glow. The light grew brighter and brighter until a blinding flash filled the room. Whoosh! When her vision cleared, one of the cubs was standing, no longer a fluffy ball but a sleek, powerful pup crackling with golden lightning. Its eyes were open, glowing with an intense primal energy. Little boss, she whispered in awe. The cub gathered its power and leaped into the air, its form shifting and changing in a cascade of light as it flew towards her. She instinctively opened her arms, catching the small body as it landed against her chest with a soft thump. The light faded and she looked down. A tiny, perfect baby boy with white, fluffy hair and adorable wolf ears was looking up at her, his golden eyes blinking as a small cry escaped his lips. Little boss, her heart felt like it was going to burst from her chest. Lang Xiao gently took the baby from her arms, his voice thick with emotion. Come, let daddy check on you. The baby, a perfect miniature of his father, immediately called out, Dada. He's so strong, Lang Xiao murmured as the baby's tiny hand gripped his finger with surprising force. They shared a look of pure, unadulterated joy, and the tiny baby leaned up to give his father a sweet, slobbery kiss on the cheek. Overwhelmed with love, she took her son back, pulling him into a tight, warm hug. Just then, a soft whimper drew their attention back to the bed. The other two cubs were beginning to glow. They let out a powerful howl in unison as pillars of golden light erupted around them. Little second, little third, she cried out, watching in anticipation. With another flash, the transformation was complete. It worked, they all made it. She hugged her little boy, tears of relief streaming down her cheeks. Lang Xiao wrapped his arms around both of them, his voice filled with pride. Our cubs are also amazing, she sobbed happily. He smiled, his eyes shining. MHM, they're our children after all. The door to the room clicked open, and Xingda poked his head in, his face a mask of anxiety. Have the cubs finished transforming? His eyes landed on Lang Xiao, who was now holding three identical, white-haired babies in his arms. The three tiny boys all turned to look at the newcomer and chirped in unison, Dada. Xingda's worried expression melted away, replaced by a wide, beaming smile of pure relief. He stepped into the room, his voice soft as he reached out a gentle hand. That's wonderful. The cubs' transformations all went very well. Congratulations. Xingyao stood stoically, the two tiny cubs nestled safely in his large arms, a silent guardian for this new, fragile family. Lang Xiao's voice was low, filled with a gratitude that ran deeper than words. Thank you, he said, his golden eyes meeting Xingyao's, for taking care of them during this time. He paused, the weight of the moment settling between them. I won't forget your contribution to this family. The word hung in the air, a promise, a bond forged in chaos. For a fleeting moment, a memory surfaced in Xingyao's mind, the feeling of single, impossibly small cub resting against his chest, a warmth spreading through him that had nothing to do with his own beastly nature. This was something different, something precious. He cleared his throat, pushing the sentimentality away. I have to go out tomorrow for something, he stated gruffly, shifting the cub in his arms. You can go and handle the household registration for the cubs. Lang Xiao nodded, a small determined smile touching his lips. Have you decided on their names? Qingyao asked, a flicker of pride shone in Lang Xiao's eyes. Yes, he confirmed, his voice soft but sure. I decided on them a long time ago. His gaze drifted towards the children, a wave of fatherly love washing over him. The eldest is named Lang Duan. The two older cubs looked up with bright, curious eyes, their expressions mirroring each other perfectly. The second is Lang Qin. And then there was the youngest, reaching out with tiny hands and a heart-meltingly bright smile, a little burst of pure joy. And the third is Lang Jin. The next morning, the doorbell of the Shiyu residence chimed insistently. A panic shout echoed through the luxurious home as a subordinate burst into the room. Boss, there's a wolf outside. A wolf? The great lion beastman Shiyu didn't even look up from his morning coffee, his expression a mask of pure annoyance. I said I'm not taking in any wolf beasts, he growled, his voice a low rumble. Tell him to get lost. His home was a sanctuary, filled with the comfortable chaos of his own people, including a small child currently waddling around in an adorable lion onesie. But the subordinate was frantic. No, it's Lang Xiao is here. Days later, everything felt perfect, almost too perfect. Gyugyo watched the three little cubs tumble and play on the sofa, their happy giggles filling the room with a warmth that chased away all the shadows of the past. A soft smile graced her lips. Is this what peace feels like? Everything is finally heading in a good direction. Days like these are just so blissful. Her mind began to wander, painting pictures of a future she hadn't dared to dream of before. Once we rescue Kyukyu, our whole family can go out and have fun together. Lang Xiao had told her of other safe cities, places where they could live without fear. She imagined them walking through sun-drenched streets, the cubs running ahead, their laughter echoing off ancient, beautiful buildings. We could live in one city for a while, then move to another. Her heart fluttered with excitement. Oh, I'm so happy just thinking about it. A soft click from the doorway pulled her from her reverie. The cubs immediately perked up, their little ears twitching. A familiar figure stood in the doorway, and in an instant they were a flurry of white fur and excited squeals, scrambling off the couch. Dada Tilda, they cried, running towards him on their tiny legs. Lang Xiao knelt down, his face breaking into a wide, loving grin as he opened his arms to them. Were you good boys today? He asked, his voice full of affection. A chorus of happy "Awu"s was his answer. He scooped them up into a big hug, burying his face in their soft fur. Just then, Xingyao entered, announcing that dinner was ready. Lang Xiao nodded, handing one of the cubs to a beaming Gyugyo. I've been at home for too long recently, he mused, a familiar restlessness in his eyes. I want to go to the forest tonight and stretch my legs. Xingyao glanced over, a tiny cub already clinging to his shoulder like a little parrot. Why don't you go tomorrow night? He suggested practically. I'll have to trouble you to look after the children tonight. But Lang Xiao's gaze was fixed on Gyugyo, a new plan forming in his mind. Actually, he said, a hint of excitement in his voice, Gyugyo and I are going out. Gyugyo blinked, surprised. Going out at night? What for? Her mind raced, and then a single thrilling possibility lit up her thoughts like a firework. Could it be to see Kyukyu? Her eyes widened, her hands flying to her cheeks as a gasp of pure joy escaped her. Lang Xiao simply smiled. It's very cold at night, go put on some more clothes. Yay, she cheered, her heart soaring. She quickly turned to the cubs, herding them towards their steadfast guardian. Cubs, go play with Xingyao, she said, her voice bright and happy. Be good and listen to Xingyao at home. Mommy and Daddy will be back a little later. As Gyugyo rushed off, Lang Xiao turned to Xingyao, a soft "awu" escaping his lips, a quiet sound of trust between them. But Xingyao's expression was no longer placid. His eyes narrowed, and a powerful, shimmering aura of a bear materialized around him, filling the room with a sudden pressure. His voice was a low growl. What are you and Gyugyo really going to do? He was no fool, this wasn't a casual night out. He stepped closer, his gaze unwavering and serious. If there's anything I can do to help, just say the word, as long as you trust me. Just then, one of the cubs, oblivious to the tension, made a playful leap towards the giant bear man. Xingyao's instincts took over, and he effortlessly caught the tumbling fluff ball, his stern expression softening for a moment. Careful, cub, he chided gently, you'll fall like that. Lang Xiao watched the scene, a genuine smile touching his lips. The children are very fond of you, he said softly. He reached out and placed a hand on Xingyao's broad shoulder, a firm, reassuring gesture. Xingyao's eyes widened slightly at the contact. You're a trustworthy and good teammate, Lang Xiao stated, his voice filled with sincerity. When I get back tonight, I'll explain everything in detail. The unspoken promise hung between them, a bond of brotherhood stronger than any alliance. Under the glow of a full moon, the city slept beneath a shimmering protective dome. On a quiet, empty street below, two figures moved through the shadows. Gyugyo clutched Lang Xiao's arm, her eyes scanning the formidable walls of the ritual grounds ahead. It's not the day of the ritual, so the grounds should be closed, right? She whispered nervously. How are we going to get in? Is there a secret path? Lang Xiao shook his head, his gaze fixed on the towering structure. There's no secret path. The sacrificial grounds are under strict watch, with patrols active 24 hours a day. Indeed, guards stood sentinel on the ground while winged beasts circled the skies above like vultures. It was a fortress. Gyugyo's heart sank. Then what are we doing here? We'll be discovered the moment we show our faces. But a sly, confident smirk played on Lang Xiao's lips. So we'll use the main entrance, he said casually. Look, the person who's going to get us through the main entrance is already here. Out of the shadows stepped a hulking figure, his golden mane catching the moonlight. It was Shi Yu, and he looked furious. Why did you bring Gyugyo with you? He snarled, his voice a low growl. Females will make a racket out here. Gyugyo bristled, muttering under her breath about the bad lion. Lang Xiao just shrugged. Gyugyo insisted on coming, I couldn't do anything about it. Shi Yu's face contorted with rage. If you're bringing her, I'm not letting you in, you're just trying to get me in trouble. Suddenly, Lang Xiao leaned in and whispered something in the lion's ear. Shi Yu froze, a deep blush crept up his neck, his breath catching in his throat as his angry scowl melted into a flustered, panting mess. Lang Xiao pulled back, his expression cool. Gyugyo won't make a sound, if you stop dawdling we won't be discovered. Shi Yu just grumbled, unable to meet his eyes. Fine, he muttered, you watch her, if we're exposed none of us will get off easy. He turned and stalked away. The entrance to the ritual grounds is just around this corner. I'll go make arrangements. You two wait here for my signal. As the lion disappeared, Gyugyo turned to Lang Xiao, her brow furrowed in confusion. Why did you ask him for help? Lang Xiao's eyes glinted with cunning. He's the leader's direct subordinate, he explained, in charge of security for the ritual altar. He's the only one who can sneak us in. Gyugyo was still unconvinced. But he's so mean, aren't you afraid he'll betray us? A knowing smile touched Lang Xiao's lips. Do you know what a donkey is? He asked cryptically. If you dangle food in front of it, it will follow. He let out a soft chuckle. Shi Yu is greedy and foolish. I just dangled some food in front of him that he can see but can't have. A flash of Shi Yu's flustered, eager face, imagining chains and collars, made it all too clear what kind of food he meant. Moments later, Shi Yu was barking orders at his own men. You lot go patrol the north side, I'll watch this area. When one of the guards hesitated, Shi Yu roared, his authority absolute. I'm in charge of security at the ritual grounds, now go. They scrambled away without another word. Lang Xiao swept Gyugyo into his arms. And at Shi Yu's signal, they darted through the now unlocked door. Get what you need and come out quickly, the lion hissed. If you stay too long, you'll be discovered. He closed the door behind them, leaving them in the chilling silence. The moment they stepped inside, a bitter cold seeped into their bones. The ground beneath Gyugyo's feet cracked and shattered like glass. It was solid ice. Why is it even colder inside the ritual grounds than outside? Before them, an arena of purple ceiling flames burned with an unnatural intensity. The energy from the barrier was suffocating, far stronger than she remembered from the daytime. Something was terribly wrong. Kyukyu, Lang Xiao called out, his voice echoing in the vast, empty space. He held Gyugyo tighter, his protective instincts on high alert. Kyukyu, I'm here, come on out. Silence, only the crackle of the magical flames answered him. A knot of dread tightened in Lang Xiao's stomach. His sharp eyes darted around the room, every nerve ending screaming that they were in danger. Asterisk, something's not right. Asterisk, his gaze fell upon the holy water pool in the center of the room. It was glowing with a sickly, pulsing light he'd never seen before. And there seems to be a strange energy flowing within it. His voice was urgent, a harsh whisper. Something's strange here, we need to leave quickly. Gyugyo looked at him, confused and desperate. Now, but it wasn't easy to get in. Shouldn't we call Kyukyu out and ask what's going on? Leaving now felt like a surrender, but Lang Xiao was already pulling her away. Next time, it's always better to be cautious. But it was too late. The pool began to gurgle violently, the water churning as if something monstrous was waking from its slumber. With a deafening boom, a massive vortex of raw, chaotic energy erupted from the pool, blasting towards the ceiling. Lang Xiao threw himself in front of Gyugyo, shielding her from the blast, his face a mask of disbelief and horror. From the heart of the swirling vortex, a dark, sinister silhouette began to form. A voice, slick with malice and amusement, slithered through the chaos, a voice that made Lang Xiao's blood run cold. Brother Lang, why leave so soon after arriving? The night was quiet, a rare moment of peace in their chaotic lives. Inside, Gyugyo slept soundly, nestled warmly in bed, surrounded by the three tiny, purring wolf cubs who saw her as their mother. But outside her room, Lang Xiao couldn't find the same rest. He sat up, the moonlight catching the handsome lines of his face, his chest bare and his thoughts a million miles away. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared from his wrist. A message. He glanced down, his brow furrowing in confusion. Why would the captain be messaging him at this hour? His eyes widened as he read the glowing words that hung in the air. Pack your things, take the children, and meet me outside the city. What was happening? Before he could even process the warning, a scream shattered the night's silence. Xiao, it was Gyugyo. He burst into her room to find her cowering, her eyes wide with terror. Intruders, he immediately moved to shield her, his voice a low, urgent growl. I'm fine, Gyugyo, don't come over here, go hide. But it was too late. Strong hands seized him. And the next thing he knew, he was on his knees in the grand hall, facing the imposing figure of the city's leader, Shiquan. He gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his brow. We just trespassed into the ritual grounds at night, he pleaded, his voice strained. That's not a crime punishable by death, is it? He looked up, his gaze locking with the leader's. Lord Leader? The lion beastman stared down at him, his expression unreadable, his magnificent white mane like a crown. He spoke, his voice calm, yet carrying a terrifying weight. Worthy brother Lang, you should understand, he began. If I've seen you, you won't be able to leave. Lang Xiao's face hardened with confusion. Leave? What did he mean? I don't understand, he said, his mind racing. Does the leader have some unspeakable secret here? A low chuckle escaped the leader's lips, and a menacing purple energy began to crackle around Lang Xiao. The chuckle grew into a booming maniacal laugh that echoed through the halls. Kahahaha, you want to know? A dark Inkai shadow spread from the leader's feet, a palpable aura of malice and power. He leaned forward, his face twisting into a cruel smile. This knowledge could be fatal, you know. Lang Xiao forced a nervous laugh. You must be joking, leader. But deep down, a cold dread was creeping into his heart. How did Shiquan get so strong? The secret? It had to be connected to how he leveled up so quickly. The leader simply smirked, and with a casual flick of his wrist, he plucked a piece of the stone pillar beside him. Crack, he crushed it into dust with his bare fingers, a chilling display of raw power. No need to call someone to collect your corpse just yet, he sneered. Then the truth came spilling out. You must have heard the rumor, he said, his voice dripping with arrogance, that the abilities of the beastman who takes the leader's throne increased dramatically. He explained how every night the holy water pool releases immense energy, and the stronger the barrier's flame, the more energy it releases. His wind-based ability was perfect for fanning those flames, accelerating the process. He was stealing the city's power for himself. Absorbing it for just one night was equivalent to a month of training in the forest. The pieces clicked into place in Lang Xiao's mind. The memory of monsters breaking through the defenses, of his comrades fighting for their lives, it all made sense now. No wonder the barrier always weakens ahead of schedule, he whispered, his voice trembling with rage. You disregard the safety of Peace City just to obtain energy? He shot to his feet, pointing an accusing finger at the leader, his body shaking with fury. You're not worthy of being the lord of the city? Shiquan looked utterly unfazed, almost bored. Ignorant child, he scoffed. If I can use it, I can naturally control it. He raised a hand, golden energy crackling around his fingertips. All right, now you know everything you wanted to know. Gyugyuo, watching from the shadows, gasped in horror. What is that? The golden light condensed, swirling into a terrifying mass of pure destruction. You're so lucky, the leader gloated. I've just perfected my super energy materialization. He aimed the devastating attack right at her. Now die peacefully. Run, Lang Xiao roared. In a flash of white fur and desperation, he transformed, leaping in front of Gyugyo. Boom, a blinding explosion rocked the entire building, sending shockwaves through the very foundation. Dust and debris filled the air. Gyugyo choked, her lungs burning as she coughed violently. A warm liquid dripped down her cheek. She touched it, blood, her eyes widened in terror as the reality of her wound set in. Another series of explosions ripped through the smoke. Her heart hammered in her chest. She'd heard that a beastman who had achieved energy materialization could completely overpower one who hadn't. Shiquan's power was terrifying. Lang Xiao was in grave danger. What should I do? What can I do? A soft, ethereal voice whispered in her mind. Destroy the core of the array and you can free me. Kyukyu, the spirit of the white bone vine. The vine, it's so strong it can definitely help Lang Xiao. But where was the core? She spun around frantically. Kyukyu, can you tell me? A single drop of water fell into a shimmering pool in her mind's eye, and an image flashed before her, the spirit pointing towards the holy water pool. At the same time, Lang Xiao's wolf form slammed into the ground with a sickening thud. He was hurt badly. Xiao, Gyugyo screamed. Seeing him injured ignited a fire within her. With tears streaming down her face, she ran to the glowing green pool and began striking it with all her might. Thump, thump, Lang Xiao's wolf head lifted weakly. He saw what she was doing. Gyugyo, he thought, are you telling me to destroy the holy water pool? The core of the array is under it. Shiquan watched, a cruel, mocking smile on his face as the injured wolf dragged himself towards his mate. Is your female trying to get you to hide in the holy water pool? He taunted, grabbing Lang Xiao by the scruff of his neck. A desperate couple's final struggle, how touching. His eyes glinted with a disgusting light as he looked over at Gyugyo. Such a fine female. His voice dropped to a venomous whisper. After you're dead, I'll be sure to find her a better male to take care of her. A primal rage, hotter than any fire, surged through Lang Xiao. His eyes glowed a furious, burning red. With a savage roar, he broke free and lunged not at the leader but straight for the pool. Worthy Brother Lang, stop this pointless resistance, Shiquan yelled. But Lang Xiao was a blur of white fur and pure will, intent on one thing. He wants to destroy the holy water pool. The leader's eyes widened in panic. Damn it, how does he know the core of the array is there? Golden energy whips shot from the leader's hands. Stop, he screamed, lashing them around Lang Xiao's body, but the pain only fueled his resolve. With a final, desperate roar, he slammed his fists down into the water. A kaboom! The pool erupted in a massive explosion of turquoise energy and water. The force of the blast sent Shiquan staggering back. Gyugyua watched in horrified awe. Lang Xiao was at the very center of the cataclysm, gritting his teeth as the raw power surged over and through him. With a final agonizing push, his fists connected with something solid. Crack. The sound of shattering stone echoed through the chamber. A soft sigh of release came from the spectral form of Kyukyu as she began to break apart into motes of light. The entire temple began to tremble and fall apart, a deep rumble shaking the world to its core. Panic flared in Gyugyu's chest. The vines, her precious Kyukyu, were thrashing wildly, a monstrous green tempest she couldn't command. She screamed for Kyukyu to stop, but her pleas were lost in the chaos. A cold dread seeped into her bones. He's out of control, he's not listening to me. Lang Xiao's voice cut through her fear, sharp and urgent, calling her name, telling her to give him her hand. Before she could react, strong arms wrapped around her waist, pulling her back against a familiar, solid chest. It was Lang Xiao. His voice was a low rumble in her ear, trying to soothe her rising terror. Don't worry about it, he murmured, his breath warm against her skin. He'd already told Xingyao to meet them outside the city. He pulled her into a tight, reassuring hug, a flash of confidence in his golden eyes even in the middle of this nightmare. We'll be safe as long as we get out of Peace City, he promised. But a glance back revealed a city already being swallowed by writhing vines and raging fire. A guttural cry of despair ripped from the Lion King's throat. It's over, it's all over. He fell to his knees, his face a mask of pure agony as he watched his home, his people, everything he ruled be consumed. Suddenly, a blur of green shot past his head with a sickening whoosh. A massive vine slammed into the stone just behind him, missing by mere inches. He whirled around, his magnificent white mane flying. His eyes burning with righteous fury, he would not let them escape this judgment. Don't even think about escaping, he roared, his voice cracking with rage and grief. But Lang Xiao was already in motion. Gyugyo gasped, clinging to him as the world started to spin. A fierce wind began to howl around them, kicking up dust and debris. A turquoise vortex of pure energy erupted from Lang Xiao, a roaring cyclone with them at its very center. This power. It was immense, terrifying. If we get sucked in, we're dead for sure. Lang Xiao shouted over the din, his voice strained. He needed her help, her connection to the vines. White bone vine, catch Gyugyo, he commanded. Instantly, the vines, now glowing with an ethereal turquoise light, responded to his call, weaving a platform beneath her. As she grabbed his shirt, her knuckles white, as her feet left the ground, supported by a bridge of pure, glowing energy. This was their only chance. In that swirling vortex of chaos, a single thought consumed her, a vow forged in fire and fear. If we live together. If we die together. Below them, the Lion King raised his hands to the heavens, his face twisted in a snarl of pure hatred. Die, sinners of Peace City, he screamed. A kaboom! A blinding explosion of golden power rocked the very foundations of the earth. The ground split open, a fiery chasm of molten rock appearing where the city once stood. Disappear, he commanded, unleashing oblivion. When the dust settled, Lang Xiao found himself dangling over the abyss, Gyugyo hanging precariously from his grip. He called out, his voice strained, asking how she was. I'm fine, she managed to gasp out. That's good, he grunted, trying to pull her up. But a sharp, agonizing pain shot through him. My leg is too badly injured, he gritted out. I can't lift it at all. Blood stained his clothes. His face pale and slick with sweat. He tried to shift his weight, but another wave of agony ripped through him. Damn it, my arm is broken too, he hissed through clenched teeth. I can't hold on for much longer. Gyugyo's eyes filled with tears, her voice choked with guilt. How did it come to this? It's all my fault. I'm so sorry, she sobbed, her heart breaking. I shouldn't have insisted on you coming to save Kyukyu. It's all my fault you're in this mess. Lang Xiao's gaze softened, even through the agony. He reached out his good hand, cupping her tear-streaked cheek. It's not your fault, he said, his voice gentle but firm. Don't dwell on it. We need to figure a way out of here. His eyes met hers, filled with a desperate hope. The cubs are waiting for us to get back. The thought of their children was a lifeline. She nodded, a fresh wave of determination washing over her. It's too dangerous for us to hang here, he explained. Gyugyo, you first. Climb onto that rock that's sticking out. My leg is injured, so I can't jump up there while holding you. She had to go first. Her hands, scraped and bleeding, reached for the jagged rock face. Slowly, he urged her, you'll be fine. Grab the rock that's sticking out. She stretched, her fingers brushing against the stone, but as she tried to pull herself up, she cried out in frustration and pain. It's no use, she gasped, tears welling again. The wall is too steep. A small pained smile touched Lang Xiao's lips, a look of pure resolve in his eyes. I'll help you, he said softly. And in one desperate, heroic move, he gathered all his remaining strength. Grab the rock, he yelled, and with a mighty heave, he threw her upwards with all his might. Her fingers closed around the ledge, the rough stone biting into her skin. She'd made it, she was safe. But as she looked back, she saw him suspended in the air for a single heartbreaking moment, a sad, loving smile on his face. Memories flashed before his eyes. Their first meeting, their first kiss, the life they had built together, the family they had made. Is this how it ends? He saw her hands clinging to the cliff edge, safe. Gyugyo, he whispered, his voice lost to the wind as gravity finally took hold. She watched in absolute horror as he began to fall down into the fiery abyss below. Her hand stretched out, a desperate, futile gesture to grab him. His last words echoed in her mind, a final, loving command. You have to survive. No, her hand closed on empty air. She scrambled fully onto the ledge, her eyes wide with disbelief and agony. I've climbed up, she screamed into the chasm, her voice raw with denial. Hurry, I'll pull you up, but there was no answer. Only the roar of the inferno that had swallowed him whole. A chilling, soul-shattering realization washed over her. Xiao, she whispered, her heart splintering into a million pieces. Xiao, she stared down into the unforgiving flames, and her grief erupted into a scream of pure, soul-crushing despair. Lang Xiao, miles away in the pristine, waterfall-draped capital. A guard burst into a training room. Leader, there's trouble in Peace City, he yelled, slamming the doors open. The leader, a powerful tiger beastman with an aura of immense authority, calmly dismissed his trainees. That's enough for today, you may leave. Yes, they answered in unison, scurrying away from his intimidating presence. He turned, his golden eyes narrowing. What happened in Peace City? He asked, his voice dangerously low. The messenger, Xiling, bowed deeply, his face pale and sweating. A report from Shiquan, he began, his voice trembling. The white bone vine broke through the seal and destroyed Peace City. The leader's eyes widened in shock. What? Give me the report. A holographic screen flickered to life, displaying not the truth but a twisted, self-serving lie. The criminal beastman Lang Xiao, the report began, secretly colluded with the white bone vine and destroyed the barrier without authorization. The report showed a doctored image of the Lion King striking down Lang Xiao in a blaze of golden light. I arrived immediately and executed the criminal beastman Lang Xiao on the spot, but it was too late. The white bone vine had already broken through and destroyed all of Peace City, forcing tens of thousands of beastmen to flee into the forest. The lies continued, painting Lang Xiao's accomplice, Xingyao, as a villain who tried to abduct Lang Xiao's female, Gyugyo, and their cub. This Xingyao turned out to be a hidden beastman of energy materialization. Although we drove him away, he will surely wait for another chance to strike. The report painted a picture of chaos and heroism with the Lion King at its center, but the cruelest lie was yet to come. Because Gyugyo's attending physician discovered that she is a female exhibiting atavism, she holds the hope of changing the genes of all females in the beast world. The criminal Lang Xiao and his accomplice wanted to monopolize this rare female, which is why they committed such a heinous crime. Now, the white bone vine is constantly spreading. Peace City and its surroundings are extremely dangerous. On behalf of the surviving beastmen, I request that the capital's leader grant us refuge and protection. The report ended, leaving a stunned silence. A female exhibiting atavism, the monk beside the leader murmured in disbelief, we don't even have one in our capital city. The leader's face was an unreadable mask. Keep this quiet, he commanded. Settle the refugees first. I'll leave this matter to you. Yes, leader, the monk replied, bowing deeply. Alone, the leader stared at the holographic image of Gyugyo, a thoughtful, dangerous glint in his golden eyes. Atavism, he mused to himself. Far away in a temporary forest encampment, the exhausted survivors of Peace City huddled together. Shiquan addressed the weary crowd. Everyone, rest up and recharge your energy, he announced. We'll set out tonight when the plant energy is at its weakest. Beastmen gathered around fires, their faces grim and uncertain. One of the bird beastmen took to the sky, promising the worried cubs, take care of mom. I'll be back for you all. But little Bai looked up at the stoic, silent Xingyao, his young heart filled with a terrible, unspoken fear. A quick head count confirmed all the other human females and males from the development center were accounted for, all in good condition. But the conversation among some of the beastmen took a dark, calculating turn. Look at those human males, they're like chewed up wood chips, one sneered in disgust. No wonder the female genes are getting worse and worse. But now another added, his eyes gleaming with a cold, scientific curiosity. We have a female with atavism now, we have to study her thoroughly. The boy's little fists clenched, his golden eyes burning with a rage far too big for his small body. He could still hear the disgusting whispers. Lang Xiao wanted her all to himself, so he made them lose their home. That wicked, wicked man, dying was too good for him, but the words that followed sent ice through his veins. The leader was sending his precious mother to the breeding department to be studied. What did that even mean? His mind reeled with the horrific possibilities. Nearby, a lecherous, cat-eared beastman was practically drooling into the stew he was stirring. A disgusting smirk on his face as he daydreamed about getting his mating rights. How could anyone be thinking of something so vile at a time like this? But before the thought could even finish, a ladle came flying through the air, connecting with the pervert's head with a satisfying thwack. He stumbled, clutching his skull. spinning around with a furious yowl, demanding to know which bastard dared to hit him. His eyes fell on two tiny figures, and the eldest brother, tears of fury streaming down his face, pointed a trembling finger and screamed, "Big mean beast." The Catman's face contorted with rage. "Hey, you son of a criminal beast, you dare to be so arrogant? I'll tear you to shreds." He lunged forward, his hand raising the ladle like a weapon, but a strong arm shot out, grabbing his wrist in a vice grip. A large, bear-like beastman stood between them, his voice a low growl. He told the man to stop, reminding him he was attacking a child who hadn't even been weaned yet. The Catman sputtered, insisting the little brat had hit him with a rock first. The bear-man's eyes narrowed, his voice dripping with contempt as he shot back that he was asking for it. Who told him to say such filthy, disgusting things in front of a child? The bear-man's gaze was sharp as he demanded to know exactly what was said. The Catman flinched, his bravado gone in an instant, stammering that he was just repeating what he heard about the leader sending Lang Xiao's female to the breeding department. But the bear-man cut him off. The leader, he announced, had already issued a new order. His voice boomed, silencing the gossiping crowd. Gyugyuo is too precious. She cannot be sent to the breeding department. Instead, the bear-man would be taking care of her. His eyes met the Lion King's as he formally accepted the command. He then turned to the crowd, his voice softening slightly as he declared that on this journey he would be responsible for Gyugyuo and her children, reporting their status directly to the leader. He knelt down, offering the little cubs a bundle of food with a gentle smile. He told them to be good boys and take the food to their mother. He reached out, his large hand gently patting the eldest boy's head. "You need to be strong," he murmured. "You have to help take care of your mother and younger brothers, okay?" The little boy's eyes welled with tears, but he nodded bravely, clutching the food package tightly. From a distance, Gyugyo watched the exchange, her heart a tangled mess of fear and uncertainty. For a fleeting moment, a desperate thought sparked in her mind. "There's no one watching right now. Should I escape with the babies?" The thought was immediately crushed by a wave of terror. The forest, it was too dangerous. Even if they managed to escape, they could be eaten by those horrifying plants. But the alternative was just as grim. If they got to the capital, they would be locked up, caged like animals. Escaping then would be impossible. Was this it? Was every path a dead end? She clutched her head, a sob catching in her throat as the pressure became unbearable. An image of Xiao flashed in her mind. So strong, so confident, Xiao, what would he do? What was she supposed to do now, all alone? Tears streamed down her face as the weight of her despair threatened to swallow her whole. Just then, tiny hands tugged at her cloak. "Mommy, eat Tilde," her little boys whispered, holding up the food the bear man had given them. They surrounded her, their innocent eyes filled with concern. "Mommy, mommy, mommy, eat," they pleaded, pressing the bundle into her hands. But she couldn't eat, she couldn't think. The despair was a physical thing, choking her, suffocating her. A raw scream tore from her throat, and in a blind panic, she flung her hands up, sending the food scattering across the ground with a sickening thwack. Her children froze, their faces a mixture of shock and confusion. "Why isn't Mommy eating?" one whispered to the other. "I don't know," came the sad reply. They just sat there, three tiny, heartbroken figures staring at the food their mother had rejected. Later, hushed conversations drifted through the camp. Some beastmen were gathering lotus pods from a nearby pond. Noting that the dried wooden rations were too hard for a female to swallow, the eldest cub overheard them. He looked at his heartbroken mother, then at his two younger brothers. A fierce determination settled in his golden eyes. He told his brothers to stay and protect their mom. He was going to fix this. He was going to get her something she could eat. He made his way to the pond where others were gathered. He was so small, so focused on his mission, that he didn't see the danger. He hopped bravely onto a large lily pad, reaching for a lotus flower. Suddenly, the water erupted. A pair of cold, reptilian eyes broke the surface. Before anyone could react, the water rippled violently and the little cub was gone. A piercing scream cut through the air. A cub was snatched by a crocodile. The words echoed through the camp and someone added in a horrified gasp, "It's Lang Xiao's cub." The news hit Gyugyo like a lightning strike. Her head snapped up, her eyes wide with a terror so profound it stole the very breath from her lungs. Meanwhile, unaware of the tragedy unfolding, the Lion King was debriefing his nephew. 1,300 beastmen were missing, lost to the white bone vine. There would be no rescue, going back was suicide. The king's eyes flashed with a secret memory of the vine attacking him, of him barely escaping with his life. His nephew, oblivious, tried to flatter him, calling him a great hero for covering their retreat. The praise was met with a sharp snap as the king's hand connected with his face, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Idiot!" the king roared, his voice shaking with fury. "Don't think I don't know. You're the one who secretly brought Lang Xiao into the sacrificial grounds." The nephew scrambled backward, his face pale with fear. He babbled pathetically, blaming Lang Xiao's female for tempting him. "Don't call me uncle," the king bellowed, grabbing him by the collar and lifting him into the air. "Is your mind completely filled with what's in your pants? Have you reverted to your primal instincts?" The other beastmen could only stare in shock. The king threw his nephew down, hissing that the leader from the capital would be sending investigators. He instructed him on the story he was to tell to protect the Lion clan. The nephew, trembling, recited his lines. Lang Xiao knocked him out and snuck in, and he reported it immediately. But just as the lie left his lips, a woman's scream echoed from the woods. A female's voice. The scream was Gyugyo's. Her son, her brave little boy, came stumbling out of the trees in his animal form, whimpering and dragging a mangled leg. He collapsed into the bear doctor's arms, his fur stained crimson. Babies, Gyugyo whispered, her world crumbling around her. His little brothers cried out for him as the doctor examined the horrific wound. His voice was grim, the muscles and bones were all broken. He gently handed the whimpering cub back to his mother, who held him as if he were made of glass. The cub let out a pained cry and Gyugyo gasped, her heart shattering. A witness explained what happened. The boy had gone into the pond by himself to pick a lotus pod for his mother when a crocodile dragged him under. It was a miracle he'd managed to fight his way free. Picking a lotus pod, Gyugyo looked down at her son, confused. Why? One of her other sons held up the rejected wooden food, his little voice trembling as he explained, for mommy to eat, Tilda. And then she understood. The weight of it all came crashing down on her. It was her fault, all of it. Tears of guilt and regret streamed down her face. I'm sorry, she sobbed, clutching her injured child. It's all mommy's fault. I should have eaten the food my baby brought back. She stroked his fur, her voice breaking. You're still so little. You just lost your father. Mommy should be the one protecting you. Don't worry, mommy will definitely find a way to heal you. As she wept, she imagined Zio's arms around her, a ghostly comfort in her grief. She promised him she would protect their son, that she would never let him get hurt again. But the doctors delivered the final, devastating blow. It was a 4-day journey to the capital. It was too late. The only way to save his life was amputation. The word hung in the air, cold and cruel. Amputation for a beastman? It was a fate worse than death. Even then, he might not survive. Gyugyo held her baby, her face completely numb, her eyes wide with a horror that had no end. The doctor's voice was a sliver of hope in the suffocating tension. With his arms crossed, he suggested they weren't far from Peace City. If the medical equipment there wasn't damaged, there might still be a chance to save the child by returning. But the tribe leader's roar shattered that hope into a million pieces. Are you crazy? His face, framed by a wild white mane, contorted with fury, his teeth bared in a snarl. He jabbed a finger towards the city's direction, his voice dripping with scorn as he reminded them of the white bone vine, warning they'd be smashed to pulp before they even set foot inside. He then glanced down at the small bleeding creature in Kinking's arms, his expression dismissive, almost cruel. It's just Lang Xiao's strongest cub, he grumbled. It would be better if it simply died. The words, so cold, so callous, struck Kinking like a physical blow. Her head snapped up. The soft, frightened look in her eyes vanishing in an instant. It was replaced by something else. Something cold and sharp and utterly terrifying. A killer's gaze. The leader flinched, taken aback by the sheer intensity radiating from her. How could a mere female have such a look in her eyes? The young doctor, Leo, tried to reason with him again, his voice earnest as he offered to take the child back himself, asking only for 2 strong guards to protect them. But the leader was unmoved. His face was a mask of grim finality as he shot down the idea. He wouldn't risk sending others to die for one person's sake. He declared that they had to leave as soon as it got dark, and he wouldn't let everyone be put in danger for one person. His solution was brutal and simple: amputate now. Whether the cub lived or died after that would be up to fate. Kinking's eyes widened in sheer horror, the leader's words echoing like a death sentence. A strangled cry tore from her throat. No. The single word was a sonic boom, silencing the entire clearing. Don't amputate, she shrieked, her voice cracking with desperation. She clutched the tiny, whimpering body to her chest, her eyes pleading with the doctor. Let's go back to the city, we'll go back. I'm begging you, please save my child. A stunned silence fell over the crowd, every head turned, every pair of eyes fixed on her. The leader stared, his jaw slack. They weren't just shocked by her outburst. They were shocked by the words themselves. Clear, coherent, intelligent, the beastmen began to murmur amongst themselves. Dr. Leo's own eyes were wide with disbelief as he stammered, that female can speak normally, your intelligence is normal. Kinking flinched under his intense stare, clutching the cub tighter. The other beastmen looked on, their expressions a mixture of awe and suspicion. The leader finally broke the silence, his voice a low growl as he ordered everyone to disperse, to eat and pack up. He then turned his full attention to the doctor. Dr. Leo, he commanded, this is a serious matter. All of you examine Gyugyo's condition. Don't waste any time. But Kinking was still trapped in the moment of revelation, crying out that yes, her intelligence was normal. The other doctors couldn't contain their excitement. A female with normal intelligence? They'd only ever read about such beings in ancient medical texts. This was incredible. A slow, booming laugh suddenly erupted from the leader's chest. Ha ha ha, he roared, a greedy, triumphant light gleaming in his eyes. The heavens have blessed us beastmen, sending us such a precious female. Kinking saw the look on his face and her blood ran cold. This wasn't the gaze of a savior. It was the gaze of a predator who had just found a priceless treasure. Her heart hammered against her ribs. No, this wasn't good. She looked down at the tiny creature in her arms. Its life hanging by a thread. This is it, she thought, a grim resolve hardening her expression. This is my only bargaining chip. She lifted her chin, her voice no longer pleading but sharp and defiant. Send boss back to the city for treatment right now, she demanded, or I won't cooperate with your research. The leader merely sneered, his lip curling in contempt. That's not for you to decide, he said, his voice dropping to a menacing purr. His next words were a death knell to her hopes. I'm going to send you to the human breeding department. His face twisted into a grotesque mask of power and ownership. His voice dripped with poison as he spelled out her fate: to mate with human males and give birth to healthy humans. Memories swirled, the white bone vine, a terrifying monster but also a savior. It appeared whenever it wanted, a whimsical, deadly force of nature. She remembered a quieter time, holding her cubs, promising them she would find something to eat. She gently set one down on the soft grass. Suddenly, she was jolted back to a bizarre present. Confusion clouded her mind. She tried to stand but couldn't. Who buried my legs? She cried out in alarm. A calm, smooth voice drifted down from above. You ran out of energy and passed out. She looked up to see a man with long, dark hair lounging gracefully in a hammock woven from green vines. He explained that he had buried her feet in the soil to help her absorb nutrients and recover. Overwhelmed, she stammered a thank you. One of her cubs, recognizing their savior, chirped happily, Viney. Kinking's face flushed with embarrassment as she muttered, but I'm not a plant. The peaceful moment was shattered by angry shouts from the distance. Search everywhere, there's no way they just vanished into thin air. Panic flared in Kinking's chest. She was back in the forest with her children. They're here, they've caught up, quick run, she hissed, her heart pounding. Her cubs immediately began to dig, their tiny paws sending dirt flying. Number 3, transform and dig, she commanded. The vine man Viney watched the scene with an unnerving calm, his expression unreadable. The heavy stomp of boots grew closer. It's too late, a voice roared from the trees. They were surrounded. With a defiant cry, Kinking shoved her children behind her, grabbing a fallen branch, ready to fight to her last breath. The beastmen trackers burst into the clearing, their torches casting flickering, monstrous shadows. Come on, you scum, their leader shouted. Check all the bushes and the trees, don't miss any place a person could hide. But then something strange happened. The trackers walked right past them, their eyes sweeping over their hiding spot as if it were empty. Kinking held her breath. They can't see us? Viney was standing beside her, a faint green light shimmering around them. I've put up a barrier, he said calmly, his voice a soothing balm on her frayed nerves. Those beastmen can't sense your presence. Relief washed over her so intensely her knees went weak. She leaned against a tree, her voice trembling as she whispered, You should have said so earlier, you scared me to death. In the distance, the pursuers gave up the search. Stop searching, their leader called out. They must have been taken away by Xingyao's earth escape. From the cover of their invisible sanctuary, they watched the beastmen regroup. Shiquan's voice carried through the woods, filled with rage. He declared Xingyao a dangerous, energy-materializing beastman and vowed to issue a wanted notice for his capture throughout the entire territory. We can't delay the main force's departure any longer, he announced, turning to leave. Let's go. As their enemies retreated, Viney's calm facade finally cracked. I really want to tear him to pieces, he hissed, his eyes glowing with a dangerous green light. Kinking's own eyes hardened. Agreed, she whispered. A new, terrible idea took root in her mind, a desperate gamble born of rage and fear. She turned to him, her voice low and urgent. Kyukyu, now's our chance, she said. Let's kill Shiquan. A silent understanding passed between them. A massive surge of green energy erupted from the forest floor, a silent, deadly wave hurtling through the trees. Shiquan, walking away, suddenly froze. He felt the immense power rushing towards him, a split second of recognition and fury flashing across his face before the world exploded in green light. The elder held the small fox boy close, a gentle smile on her face as he hummed contentedly in her arms. The white bone vine, he appeared whenever he wanted, a mysterious and powerful entity. But they must never forget, she thought, stroking the child's soft hair. He saved their lives. Looking down at her hungry cubs, she gently set the boy on the ground. Her voice was soft but firm as she told him Mommy would go find something to eat, they must be so hungry. But as she tried to take a step, her legs wouldn't move. A wave of confusion washed over her. Her eyes widened in shock. What in the world? Who buried my legs? She looked down, her heart pounding with bewilderment, only to find herself planted waist-deep in the rich forest soil. A disembodied voice echoed around her, cool and detached, explaining that she had run out of energy and passed out. She looked up, her gaze following the sound. And there he was. The mysterious vine demon, Kyukyu, lounging languidly in a hammock woven from living leaves. He explained with infuriating calm that he had buried her feet in the soil to help her absorb nutrients, to help her recover. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Absorb nutrients? Did he think she was a plant? She stammered out a thank you, completely flustered. One of her little cubs, however, was not so intimidated. He pointed a tiny finger, his voice piping with excitement as he shouted Viney. The nickname only made her mortification worse. I'm not a plant, she screamed internally, a comical image of herself as a tree flashing through her mind. But the moment of levity shattered like glass. A harsh voice cut through the trees, barking orders. Search everywhere, there's no way they just vanished into thin air. Her blood ran cold, they've caught up. Panic seized her, raw and terrifying. Her eyes were wide with fear as she screamed to her cubs, quick, run. She scrambled to pull her legs from the dirt, stumbling and crashing to the ground in a heap. There was no time, she shouted a desperate command, her voice cracking, "Number 3, transform and dig." From his leafy perch, Kyukyu watched the chaos unfold, his expression unreadable, his eyes cold and distant. Why wasn't he helping? Heavy footsteps stomped closer and closer. A triumphant roar echoed through the woods. It's too late. The beastmen were upon them, their faces twisted in grim satisfaction as they emerged from the trees, torches held high. Without a second thought, she snatched a thick log from the ground, planting herself in front of her terrified children. She snarled at them to get behind her, her body a trembling shield against the monsters that surrounded them. The leader, a brutish man with dark wings, sneered down at her. "Come on, you scum, check all the bushes, don't miss any place a person could hide." This was it, this was the end. But just as she braced for the attack, a soft, ethereal green light enveloped them. The beastmen walked right past, their eyes scanning the forest as if she and her cubs were nothing but air. They can't see us," she stood frozen, utterly baffled. A low voice spoke directly behind her, so close she could feel the vibration. "I've put up a barrier." She whipped around to find Kyukyu standing there, his presence as silent and sudden as the morning mist. He calmly explained that the beastmen couldn't sense their presence. A wave of relief washed over her, so potent it made her knees weak, quickly followed by a surge of irritation. She could have had a heart attack. She hissed at him that he should have said so earlier, that he had scared her to death. From within the safety of the barrier, they watched as the beastmen gave up the chase. Their leader, a massive lion man named Shiquan, growled in frustration, assuming his prey had been taken away by someone named Xingyao using an earth escape. He roared that Xingyao was a materializing beastman, extremely dangerous, and that he would report this to the capital and issue a wanted notice throughout the entire territory. As the pursuers finally began to retreat, Shiquan muttered under his breath that he really wanted to tear him to pieces. A flicker of shared hatred passed between her and Kyukyu. "Agreed," he said, his voice a low rumble. An idea sparked in her mind, born of desperation and rage. Her eyes gleamed as she turned to him. This was their chance, she urged him. "Kyukyu, now's our chance. Let's kill Shiquan." In the next instant, a blur of green energy shot through the air, striking the lion man from behind. He cried out in pain and shock, staggering forward. He spun around, his eyes wide with confusion. Why did I just sense a dangerous aura? Was I imagining things? He scanned the silent woods, a deep unease settling in his gut. Night fell and the moon cast long shadows through the trees. They had been walking for hours, exhaustion a heavy cloak on her shoulders. Finally, her legs gave out. With a pathetic whimper, she collapsed to the ground. "I can't." She sobbed that they hadn't eaten all day and she couldn't walk a single step further. Kyukyu simply watched her for a moment before his vines swished through the air. To her utter disbelief, he began digging another hole in the ground. "Why are you digging a hole?" she cried, exasperated. "I already told you we're animals, we get energy from eating food." Sometime later, she sat gnawing on a piece of bark she'd found. The taste bitter but filling a void in her stomach. She turned to Kyukyu, about to ask if he could find some edible wood, when a sudden movement in the undergrowth made her freeze. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. What was that? A massive head rose from the bushes, scales shimmering in the moonlight. A giant snake, its tongue flicking out to taste the air. "Be quiet," she whispered frantically, pulling her whimpering cubs close, but it was too late. The snake's massive eye glowed with malevolent light. It had seen them. "Hurry up and run," she shrieked, scrambling backwards. "Kyukyu, use your vines to block it," but he just stood there silent and still. "Kyukyu," she called out, her voice trembling with fear. Why wasn't he doing anything? Just as panic threatened to consume her, the snake simply turned and slithered away into the darkness. Kyukyu sighed as if bored by her hysterics. "My barrier has been up the whole time," he stated flatly. "Animals and plants can't sense us." She wanted to scream. "Oh right, I forgot Tilda," she muttered, feeling like a complete fool. He called her a coward and suggested she return to Peace City with him, the safest place. But she refused, reminding him that he'd destroyed the facilities and she had no way to contact Xingyao. Her expression grew serious. She explained that with a bounty on his head, Xingyao was in terrible danger. She had to get to a city and warn him. Kyukyu's gaze sharpened. "Who is Xingyao?" he asked, his voice laced with an emotion she couldn't quite decipher. "Is he important to you?" A memory surfaced, warm and comforting. Xingyao, his smile bright as he served her roasted chicken, the cubs climbing all over him as he laughed. "He has always been there," she thought, quietly giving his all for our sake. "He's our most important partner." Kyukyu's face was a stony mask as he watched the faraway look in her eyes. After a long silence, he relented. He told her he would go find food, that she should wait there inside the safety of his barrier. A brilliant smile lit up her face. "Okay, thank you, Kyukyu Tilda," she chirped, waving as he departed. But the moment he was gone, a sudden thump made her heart stop. One of her cubs had collapsed, hitting the ground with a sickening thud. "My eldest," she cried out in horror. She scooped up the limp body, her hands trembling as she tried to nurse him. Drink slowly, don't choke, she whispered, tears welling in her eyes. If you're hungry, you have to tell mommy right away. Don't just endure it, okay? From the edge of the clearing, Kyukyu watched the scene, his jaw clenched so tightly a muscle pulsed in his cheek. An instant later, a green vine shot out like a whip, wrapping around her cub and yanking him from her arms. A strangled scream tore from her throat as she reached out desperately. My eldest, my cub. Her eyes were wide with terror as her child was stolen away into the unforgiving darkness of the forest. A sharp, sickening snap echoed through the quiet woods. Gyugyo's heart leaped into her throat as she saw the eldest cub with its teeth sunk into her neck. A gentle voice floated through the air, full of concern, asking if she was okay, sweetie. She cradled the whimpering cubs in her arms, their tiny bodies trembling as they tried to nurse on her, their little cries tearing at her heart. Suddenly, a figure materialized from the green light, his face a mask of fury. It was Kyukyu. Are you crazy? He roared, his voice cracking like a whip. Why did you attack the eldest? Gyugyo froze, completely bewildered by his anger. He stared at her, his emerald eyes blazing as he explained in a low, serious tone, he was feeding on you. Feeding on me? What on earth was he talking about? A hot blush crept up her neck as the implication hit her. Huh? She stammered, flustered. This is how we animal cubs replenish our energy. It's normal. He won't do it anymore when he grows up. Her voice trailed off as she saw his deadpan expression. Why, you can just look away, understand? But Kyukyu just stared back, his chibai face utterly unimpressed by her frantic explanation. A little while later, the cubs were happily munching on the food she'd brought. Gyugyo watched them with a soft smile, gently chiding the third cub. Little number 3, you can't step on the food, she murmured, a warmth spreading through her chest. If your dad sees you, he'll spank you again. And just like that, the warmth vanished, replaced by a sudden piercing cold. Her smile faltered. A memory flashed in her mind, the Wolf King, their father, turning back with a brilliant, confident smile, his golden eyes shining just for her. Tears welled up, blurring her vision before she could stop them. They streamed down her cheeks, hot and silent. Oh, she thought, a sob catching in her throat, I forgot. Your dad will never spank you again. Kyukyu's voice cut through her grief. Are you crying? She jumped, quickly turning away and scrubbing at her eyes with the back of her hand. No, I just got some sand in my eye, she lied, her voice thick with unshed tears. He didn't seem to buy it, his chibai form tilting its head as he commented, it must have hurt when he was feeding on you earlier. Her face instantly turned beet red. She choked on her own breath, sputtering as she shoved a piece of food into her mouth to stop herself from screaming. But he wasn't done. He held up a hand, his expression grave as he warned her, don't let him feed on you again or he'll eat you all up. Stop talking about it, she shrieked, her composure completely shattering. Let's just drop the subject. Desperate to change the topic, she forced a shaky smile and asked, by the way, is it okay for you to be away from your main body for so long? He answered calmly, I can teleport back to my main body at any times. Teleports? Gyugyo's eyes widened, sparkling with a sudden brilliant idea. Teleport? She squealed, her previous misery forgotten. Doesn't that mean you can teleport wherever you want? Can you take me with you? He shattered her dreams with a single word. No, he explained coolly that without a teleportation medium, he could only move slowly. She tilted her head, confused. You need a teleportation medium, what's that? Instead of answering, he simply said, hold out your hand. A swirl of vibrant green energy appeared in his palm, twisting and shimmering like a living thing. It shot out, a thin, delicate vine that wrapped itself gently around her wrist. A vine, she breathed, mesmerized. Is this the teleportation medium? But when she looked up, he was gone, the clearing was empty. Kyukyu, she called out, her voice trembling slightly. Did he go back? An uneasy feeling began to crawl up her spine. The forest, once peaceful, now felt wrong. The wind rustled through the leaves with a menacing hiss. Her eyes darted around and then she saw it. The trees, their bark was twisting, forming into grotesque, leering faces with glowing, malevolent eyes. A gasp tore from her lungs. It hit her with the force of a physical blow. Kyukyu's barrier, it disappeared. Pure, undiluted terror seized her. Kyukyu, come back. She screamed into the encroaching darkness, her voice swallowed by the vast, hostile night. The forest seemed to close in around her, a cage of silent, watching trees. Far away in another part of the woods, a glowing notice materialized in the air, a wanted poster. It showed her face alongside Xingyao's, offering a bounty of 1,000 contribution points. Xingyao stared at the poster, his handsome face grim, his eyes filled with a storm of emotions. He clutched the small blue tassel in his hand, a painful memory, and whispered her name like a prayer into the wind. Gyugyo. The world shifted to a blistering, sun-drenched day. Gyugyo trudged along a dusty path, panting for breath, sweat dripping from her brow. Ugh, this sun is unbearable, she groaned, leaning heavily on a makeshift walking stick. Ever since Kyukyu had to close the white bone vine barrier, there was no shade at all. His voice echoed in her mind, explaining that he was too far from his main body to keep the barrier up for long. He'd also added, with a hint of arrogance, that all the plants around them were either dead or hiding because they couldn't withstand his powerful aura. As the strongest plant, he said, it was perfectly normal for lesser plants to cower before him. Gyugyo shot him a sideways glance, utterly bewildered. But didn't you say you're a spiritual body and your powers are weak because you're too far from your main body? She questioned, remembering how he'd seemed so unconfident when she asked for help with Shiquan. An ominous purple aura began to flare around him. You think I'm weak? He asked, his voice dangerously low. No, no, she yelped, waving her hands frantically. I'm just worried that maintaining this aura will be too draining. He explained that releasing his aura didn't use spiritual power. A wave of relief washed over her. That's great, she thought. This way we won't run into danger even without the barrier, but her relief was short-lived. But the cubs and I are about to be roasted dry, she wailed, feeling the sun beat down on her relentlessly. 5 agonizing days had passed, 5 days of endless walking. She carried the cubs in a basket on her back, their little bodies heavy with exhaustion. Kyukyu, she pleaded, have you found the nearest safe city yet? It's nearby, he replied, his voice infuriatingly calm. We're almost there. You say that every time I ask, she cried out on the verge of tears. Are you sure you're not lost? For the past 5 days, except for at night when we had the barrier up. We've been baking under the sun with no escape. She felt like she was being slowly cooked day after day, a helpless sausage turning over a fire. Can you put up the barrier for a bit? She begged, her voice hoarse. Let's go find some food and water in the forest. He gestured to the basket on his back. There's plenty in here, eat up. She looked inside and her heart sank. We can't eat these, she despaired. This is all just ginger, garlic, and chili peppers we've collected. They're seasonings, not food. Just then, a voice from the edge of the woods exclaimed, Whoa, there's such a big clearing here. I've never noticed it before. Another voice chimed in. Look, you guys, there's a beastman with a female over there. Gyugyuo's blood ran cold. Beastmen? She froze, her body rigid with fear as sweat trickled down her temples. They've already seen us, she thought, her mind racing. It's too late to hide. Things have been going too smoothly. I let my guard down, she quickly assessed them. Luckily, their spiritual power is very weak and they don't look like pursuers. The group of goat-like beastmen were waving cheerfully. Still, she couldn't be careless. First, she'd find out where they were from, then ask for the route to the nearest city. Kyukyu, she whispered urgently, let's go. But to her horror, he started walking straight towards them. Huh? She lunged, grabbing the edge of his basket. Wait, she hissed, trying to pull him back. Let's talk it over before we go over there. She tugged with all her might, but it was like trying to move a mountain. Stop, do I have to shout it out loud for you to understand what I mean? His expression remained blank, utterly ignoring her frantic pleas. Then, with a sigh of annoyance, he simply bent down, scooped her up, and threw her over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. Whoa, she yelped, her world turning upside down. I didn't mean for you to pick me up. The beastmen watched them approach, murmuring to each other. In a completely human form, I can't tell what kind of beast he is. The strong ones are all like to be mysterious, one said. Another sniffed the air. The smell of plants is strong, he must have killed a lot, you must be a strong one. The leader smiled warmly. We're the fruit-picking team from Linchang, we don't have a strong leader with us this time. We're so lucky to have met you, he continued. Are you heading back to the city now? We can travel together, I know a shortcut back to the city. A shortcut, Gyugyo's heart soared with hope, even from her undignified position. A shortcut back to the city, follow them, she thought excitedly. But Kyukyu just stood there, silent and unmoving. Why isn't he responding? One of the beastmen chuckled. That's how the strong ones are. As Gyugyo was about to panic, a voice suddenly echoed directly inside her head, calm and clear. If I speak like this, they can't hear me. Her eyes widened in shock. What was that sound? It was Kyukyu's voice, but his lips hadn't moved. How do you do that? How are you communicating with your mind? She thought desperately. I don't know how. A sudden realization sparked in her mind. Wait, I have spiritual power too. I can use it to sense the spiritual power of other species. Maybe I can even use it to communicate telepathically. A jolt of hope shot through her. This was it. This was how she could finally get through to him. Without a second thought, her hands shot out, grabbing onto Kyukyu's head with a firm grip. His eyes narrowed instantly, a flash of irritation crossing his face. What was she doing now? Focusing with all her might, she pushed her thoughts towards him, a silent plea echoing in her mind. Kyukyu, can you hear my thoughts? But his reaction wasn't one of understanding. His voice was a low growl laced with annoyance as he demanded what in the world she was trying to do and ordered her to let go. But she couldn't, not yet. Just as the tension thickened, the beastmen they had been ignoring cautiously approached, one of them holding out a banana as a peace offering. He begged the strong one to wait, promising they would just follow alongside and wouldn't be a bother. Kyukyu's expression darkened even further. The sheer annoyance radiated from him in palpable waves. So annoying, all of you disappear, he commanded, his voice dripping with icy authority as a faint green energy coiled around his hand. But instead of lashing out at the beastmen, he suddenly moved. In one swift, shocking motion, he scooped her up into his arms. A collective gasp echoed from the stunned onlookers. She found herself cradled against his chest, her heart hammering. She had to make him understand. She mentally shouted, path, path, path. They know a shortcut to the nearest safe city. Let's follow them. She stared up at his face, trying to convey the urgency. Do you understand what I mean? His emerald eyes stared down at her, his expression unreadable, a mask of cold indifference. But he didn't put her down. He didn't tell the beastmen to get lost. Seeing that he wasn't objecting, the beastman took it as a sign and decided to follow them. A small smile touched her lips. Looks like he understood. The beastmen were overjoyed, chattering excitedly about how safe their journey would be with a strong one around as they led the way. As they walked, a strange thought occurred to her. Why weren't these plants hiding? They weren't recoiling from his white bone vines aura at all. Could he turn it off? Did this mean she didn't have to be exposed to the sun these past few days? The thought made her grit her teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a series of tiny squeaks came from the basket on his back. Ow. The cubs were hungry. Don't worry, little ones, she cooed, reaching into the basket and offering them small, dark cubes of food. One of the beastmen saw this and his jaw dropped in horror. He exclaimed that females and cubs can't eat raw bananas, warning that they'll get indigestion. She just blinked at him, confused. She assured him it was fine, she'd eaten them raw before, and besides, bananas don't sprout. The beastman stared, utterly bewildered. He glanced at Kyukyu, wondering why the strong one wasn't stopping her. Doesn't she even know this basic common sense about caring for females and cubs? He thought, watching the little ones happily nomming on their food. Another beastman whispered that she must be new to the team. How could their captain let him bring a female and cubs into the forest alone? The first one scoffed, muttering that it was the privilege of the strong. Listening to their gossip, she couldn't help but think that while they were noisy, at least they were safe. But then their conversation took a dark turn. One of them theorized that maybe Kyukyu had just taken. He'd heard stories of new leaders who would abandon or even kill the former captain's cubs just to get closer to the female. An image of cub being kicked away flashed through her mind and a chill went down her spine. The beastman went on, saying that in times of war or disaster, the first to be abandoned would always be the non-biological cubs. It was, he declared with a grim certainty, animal nature. The leader of the group finally had enough, whirling around and shouting at them to shut up. He called them idiots, warning them that if they angered the strong ones, they'd find out what animal nature really was. The words echoed in her mind as she looked down at the banana in her hand. Animal nature. Soon the towering walls of Lin City came into view, a massive energy shield shimmering over it. But at the gate, a massive screen displayed a wanted poster with 2 faces on it. The beastmen grumbled that because of these fugitives, everyone had to scan their personal terminals just to get back into the city. Her heart sank. A personal terminal? Kyukyu doesn't have one of those. Panic began to set in. I have to get away from the crowd first, then open a barrier to sneak us into the city. But as she was planning, a voice cut through her thoughts. A young beastman was staring right at her. He commented to his friend that the female looked a bit like what? His friend asked. The beastman pointed a hesitant finger, like the female on the wanted poster. Time seemed to freeze. They were inside the city now, having somehow managed to slip past the guards. The beastmen were still nearby, wondering aloud how the strong one's mate was doing after eating raw bananas. An idea sparked. Clutching her stomach, she feigned a sudden pain. My tummy hurts till I have to go potty, she cried out. Immediately, Kyukyu scooped her up into his arms. The beastmen watched them go, shaking their heads in pity. They murmured about how this perfectly healthy female was being raised like an abused person, skinny from being fed raw bananas. Her plan was working perfectly. As Kyukyu carried her away from the bustling city entrance, she felt a wave of relief. They finally had some privacy. But her spiritual power was draining faster now. Kyukyu's barrier is lasting for shorter and shorter periods. I need to find a place with internet access, and quickly. She recalled something Lang Xiao had told her, that houses for sale in the beast world were fully equipped with water, electricity, and internet. A vision of a modern desk with a computer appeared in her mind. Perfect, now which houses are for sale? She scanned the buildings around them, trying to spot a for sale sign. Kyukyu's deep voice broke her concentration as he asked what she was looking for. Her eyes widened. Right, I can't speak telepathically, this street is full of people. She thought frantically, let's find a quiet alley to talk. Grabbing his arm, she pulled him along, searching for a secluded spot. He followed, a questioning look in his eyes as she dragged him into a deserted alleyway. Once they were alone, she reached into her pouch and pulled out a shimmering, transparent crystal. She held it out to him, her voice a hopeful whisper. Do you want it? Tell me. He just stared at it, his expression unreadable. You must be exhausted from traveling all this time, she thought, trying to project the words to him. Eat some crystals to replenish your energy. In a flash, faster than she could blink, he snatched the crystal from her hand. The air crackled with energy. She gasped, her eyes wide with shock. My crystal. The words tumbled out of her mouth before she could stop them. A slow, faint smile touched the corner of his lips. What was that sound? She whispered, covering her mouth with her hands. Did I say that telepathically? His voice, calm and clear inside her head, sent a shiver of pure joy through her. That's right, you said it very well. They stood there for a moment, just looking at each other in the quiet alley. A huge, radiant smile broke across her face. I can speak telepathically, she exclaimed in her mind, giddy with success. From now on, I won't have to use sign language or give you guys hints with my eyes when I'm among the beastmen. He let her savor the moment before adding, but you're still very weak right now. Only I can hear you. He held the crystal back out to her. You need to practice more. She looked at the crystal, then back at his face, her expression filled with determination. I'll work hard and practice, she promised. He shook his head slightly. If you eat it now, it'll be a waste. A waste, she thought, confused. It's not a waste. I can absorb transparent crystals. The first time I ate one, my spiritual power increased greatly, and I immediately developed the ability to control my spiritual power for exploration. But it had no effect when you ate it just now, right? He pointed out. She pouted. Right, she admitted quietly. Maybe I probably didn't eat enough. Well, transparent crystals are trash that nobody wants, so I can just keep trying. A gentle weight settled on her head as he patted her straw hat. His voice was patient, like a teacher explaining a difficult lesson. The way you are now, it's useless no matter how much you eat. He looked down at her, his gaze serious. You have to completely exhaust your spiritual power, then eat the crystal. Only then can you effectively absorb its energy. Her eyes widened as his words sank in. Exhaust her power first, so that's how it worked. The silence in the room was heavy, thick with unspoken thoughts. Outside, the full moon hung in a star-dusted sky, illuminating a for sale sign on their temporary safe house. But inside, the atmosphere was anything but safe. Gyugyo sat apart, lost in her own world, while Kyukyu stood stiffly by the desk. The little cubs, ever perceptive, felt the chill between them. One of them tilted his head, his little voice breaking the quiet as he asked why Mommy and Kyukyu weren't talking. Another cub, sensing his mother's distress, padded over to the couch. His voice a soft, worried plea, Mommy. He reached out a tiny hand, gently touching her. The touch seemed to pull her back from the brink. She looked down, her voice soft but distant, telling her babies to be good, that she was just scanning the area for other beastmen. If they needed anything, they should talk to Kyukyu first. Her eyes fluttered closed, and a soft turquoise light enveloped her. Her spiritual power surged outwards, a silent, invisible net cast across the city. A realization slammed into her. My spiritual power. It must have been at its peak all along. Memories of trying to absorb crystal stones, of feeling nothing, flashed through her mind. No wonder eating them had no effect. She felt a flush of frustration. I'm so stupid. All that time, all those wasted resources. If only she had realized sooner, if she had trained and become stronger. Maybe she could have saved him. A jolt of pain, sharp and familiar, pierced her heart. But regret was a luxury she couldn't afford. Now that I finally know how to train, I have to work twice as hard. Her resolve hardened like steel, but her intense silence was making the cubs anxious. One of them looked at his brother with wide, worried eyes. Is Mommy angry? He whispered. Why isn't she talking? Is she ignoring us? Gyugyo's eyes snapped open. Oh no, she'd completely forgotten Kyukyu could hear her thoughts. A sheepish smile touched her lips as she quickly reassured them. Mommy is just checking if there's any danger around, she said, her voice warm again. I'm not angry, Tilda, one of the cubs immediately piped up, asking if there were any bad beasts around. She shook her head, a genuine smile finally reaching her eyes. No, Mommy checked, it's very safe here, she promised. She gathered them close, her heart aching with love and a fierce need to protect them. She promised that she would contact Xingyao soon, and then they would all go somewhere safe together, a place where no beastmen would ever be able to hurt them again. The cubs let out a collective, joyous yeah, their little tails wagging in excitement. But across the room, Kyukyu stood with his arms crossed, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as he watched the tender scene. Gyugyo's voice was filled with hope as she said Xingyao's name. And in that same moment, a single thought echoed in Kyukyu's mind, sharp and bitter. What an annoying name, Gyugyo, oblivious to his jealousy, moved to the desk. An idea sparked in her mind. Lang Xiao's terminal, a small smile played on her lips as she tapped the screen. Good thing I know the account and password. This was it. This was how she would reach him. Her fingers flew across the keyboard, typing in the familiar credentials. She clicked the login button. The connection was immediate, routing her through to the Capital City Network Information Center. But what was a lifeline for her was a blaring alarm for them. Beep, beep. An operator's head shot up, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at the screen. Lang Xiao's personal terminal has logged in from Lin City, he shouted. His superior rushed over, his face grim. Confirm the exact location, he commanded, his voice tight with urgency, and report to the leader immediately. They scrambled to obey. They had found her. Back in the safe house, Gyugyo stared at the screen, a knot of worry tightening in her stomach. She had sent the message. The children and I have escaped. We're in Lin City now. But there was no reply. She tried his phone, but it wouldn't go through. Could his personal terminal be broken? She wondered desperately. Or could it be? A dark, terrifying possibility slithered into her mind. A horrifying image flashed before her eyes. Xingyao, beaten and bloody, chained to a prison wall. Was he in danger? Was he captured because of her? Panic seized her. She couldn't just wait. She had to act. Her eyes hardened with determination as she turned back to the computer. Kyukyu, she called out, her voice firm, come help me memorize the route to the capital city. Her mind was racing. Shiquan is in the capital city. Xingyao will definitely go there to save me. If I can't contact him, we'll go find him. Asterisk her fingers flew across the keyboard again, pulling up maps. But as she focused, something made her look up, her eyes widened in shock. A massive glowing sphere of intertwined green vines now dominated the center of the room. Where did that come from, Kyukyu? She stammered, her voice barely a whisper. Are you in there? Hesitantly, she reached out and knocked on the dense foliage. The vines rustled, a soft, living sound that sent a shiver down her spine. Then, like a blooming flower, the sphere began to part. There, nestled inside, was Kyukyu, reclining as if on a throne of leaves. His expression was soft, his eyes beckoning her closer. His voice was a low murmur as he invited her to come in and sleep. The sight threw her back in time to that cold, desperate night in the forest. One of the cubs had been shivering, complaining that it was so cold. She had pulled him tighter, promising to hold him. It was then that another cub had asked, his voice small and confused, what it meant that Daddy had died. Her heart had shattered. How could she explain something so final to a child? Dying just means going far, far away, she had whispered, her own voice trembling. Will Daddy come back? He asked, his innocent eyes searching hers for a promise she couldn't truly make. Yes, she'd lied, forcing a smile. We'll definitely see him again. She had rocked him gently, telling him to go to sleep now. As he drifted off, he'd mumbled one last thing, his words like a knife to her heart. I miss Daddy so much, Tilda. And then she had broken. Sobs racked her body as tears streamed down her face. A thud beside her made her look up. It was him, the white bone vine. He had wrapped his own cloak around her shivering shoulders, the warmth a shocking comfort in the biting cold. Then his vines had surged, weaving a protective sphere around them, shielding them from the harsh night. He'd explained it then, just as he was showing her now. Asterisk back in the forest, you would start shivering as soon as night fell. You could only fall asleep inside my vine sphere. Asterisk back in the present, his voice was a gentle murmur. The vine sphere is woven, hurry up and come inside to sleep. Gyugyo snapped out of her memories, her face flushing bright red. No need, she squeaked, flustered. I was shivering back then because it was cold in the forest at night. They were indoors now with heating and a proper bed. But her refusal only seemed to irritate him. His chibai form puffed out its cheeks, a dark aura radiating off him as he insisted that the vine sphere was actually more comfortable than the bed. Why was he so angry again? She wondered, completely bewildered. Pushing his strange mood aside, she decided to focus on the mission. Let's sleep a bit later, Kyukyu. First, help me memorize the route to the capital city. She pointed to the screen. There's no paper or pen here, so we have to rely on memory. You're better at this. He simply grunted, okay, I'll do it. A wave of gratitude washed over her. Thanks, Kyukyu. I'm so glad you're here, Tilda. Suddenly, the sound of splashing came from the bathroom, followed by a child's voice calling out, Miss, Daddy Tilda. The warmth in the room instantly vanished. Kyukyu's expression froze, his eyes turning to ice. His voice was low and commanding as he made a startling declaration. From now on, Xingyao will be your daddy. The words hung in the air, cold and absolute. It was a memory from bath time. She was washing the cubs, foam and bubbles everywhere, when she had told them, Barry is daddy, we have a daddy. She had tried to explain it to their little minds. Lang Xiao was their daddy and so was Xingyao. Her reasoning was a desperate calculation for survival. Asterisk, the beast world is too dangerous. I can't protect my children on my own, they need a father. Asterisk. And Xingyao was the perfect choice. He was powerful, he was kind to the cubs. And more importantly, he could help her avenge Lang Xiao. So she'd ask them, trying to seal the idea in their minds, don't you all like Xingyao and miss him a lot? And they had all cheered in agreement, splashing happily. We like Barry, but now in the other room, Kyukyu was trying to understand. What asterisk is asterisk a daddy? He sat there lost in thought. They care so much about it, it must be very important. And if it was so important, why would she let asterisk that bear asterisk do it? His face twisted into a mask of pure disgust and jealousy. Just then, a little voice called out from the bathroom, innocent and curious. I like Kyukyu, is he a daddy too? Gyugyo froze mid-scrub, panic flashing in her eyes. No, she yelped, waving her hands frantically. Kyukyu is just our friend, he's just temporarily helping us find Xingyao, he has to return to his main body afterward. Her voice dropped, a sad finality in her tone. We'll have to part ways sooner or later. In the warm, steamy air of the bathroom, Yue tried to drill the most important lesson into her little one's head, her voice firm but gentle. Only Xingyao's daddy got it. But her son, splashing happily in the bubbles, just shook his fluffy head, his voice piping with childish certainty. Barry is daddy, he declared. Kyukyu is not. And miles away, those innocent words struck like lightning. Slam. A stone wall shattered under the force of a clenched fist. Rage, pure and unfiltered, ripped through Kyukyu. A dark, bloody haze filled his vision. That bear can be daddy, so why can't I? He stood in his lavish office, a storm of dark energy swirling around him, his long hair writhing like enraged serpents. He had heard everything, every single word. Don't tell me I'm not even as good as that bear in Yuayu's heart. His jealousy was a physical thing, a poison burning in his veins. Suddenly, his head snapped to the side. A new signal. The signal is coming from over there, he muttered, his rage momentarily shifting focus. Under the cold light of the moon, winged beastmen descended upon an apartment building, their movements silent and predatory. They were told there might be fugitives inside, that they had to be careful. They swarmed the building, leaping from roof to roof, their target clear. But from the shadows, a pair of brilliant green eyes watched them, narrowed with contempt. Annoying pests. Before the beastmen could even breach the apartment, the world erupted in fire and fury. Boom. A massive explosion tore through the building, sending a shockwave across the city. The beastmen caught in the blast were thrown back, choking on smoke and dust. Cough, cough, there's been a sudden massive explosion. One of them yelled into his communicator, his voice raw with shock. The target location? The situation inside is unknown. But amidst the fiery rubble and collapsing concrete, a dome of vibrant green vines pulsed with protective energy, shielding its precious contents from harm. Inside the dome, Yu held her trembling cubs close, her heart hammering against her ribs. What happened? She whispered into the chaos, Kyukyu. But there was no answer. A cold dread washed over her. Why isn't Kyukyu responding? Her aura flared with panicked energy as she scanned the wreckage outside her flimsy shelter. Is he in danger? Then she saw them, the beastmen, so many of them, here to capture us. We have to leave. Now, she clutched the simple cloth wrapped around her body, a fragile shield against the world. She tucked her whimpering babies into a large wicker basket. Don't be afraid, my little ones, she soothed, her voice shaking only slightly. Mommy will get you out of here right away. Outside, the beastman stared at the smoldering crater where a building once stood. Why did it suddenly explode? One asked, his face pale. The higher-ups didn't say this capture mission was so dangerous. Another surveyed the absolute destruction. It's been blown to bits like this, what's there to capture? There's no one here. Their leader's eyes narrowed, scanning the devastation. They've been blasted to ash, he concluded grimly, before ordering his men to search the area for any remains. Hidden behind a slab of concrete, Yu held her breath, watching them comb through the debris. She looked up at the moonlit sky, a silent prayer on her lips. Thank you, Kyukyu. I know you were the one who opened a barrier to protect us. Her thoughts were a desperate plea. Please, please help us escape outside the city. As if hearing her, tendrils of green light snaked through the ruins. A silent, invisible guide leading her away from danger, beyond the massive energy shield that now encased the entire city. Panting for breath, Yu finally stumbled out of the city limits and into the dense forest, the basket heavy on her back. We should be safe now, she gasped, leaning against a tree. But a small voice piped up from the basket. Mommy, Kyukyu still hasn't caught up. Yu's shoulders slumped, a single tear tracing a path down her cheek. Kyukyu has been here all along, she whispered, her voice thick with sorrow. The memory was still so fresh, the pain so sharp. She had explained it to the kind beastmen who'd helped her at the city's edge. We only managed to escape because we were protected by his barrier, she told them, her voice cracking. It's just that Kyukyu used up too much spiritual power to save us. I'm afraid he doesn't have the energy to maintain his spiritual form now. She glanced down at the simple vine bracelet on her wrist, all that was left of him. I don't know when he'll be able to appear again. A harsh reality settled over her. From now on, I can only rely on myself. She stood alone on the forest paths, a mother with 3 cubs and a world of uncertainty ahead. But then she straightened her back, her eyes hardening with a fierce new resolve. I can definitely do it. She turned to the basket, her voice full of forced cheerfulness. We'll rest here for now. When it's morning, we'll set off for the capital to find Xingyao. Her little ones chirped their agreement, oblivious to her inner turmoil. But they were not alone. Hidden in the shadows, Kyukyu watched her, a cruel smirk playing on his lips. Let's see how you're going to find him all by yourself, he mused, his eyes glinting with possessive darkness. If I can't be their daddy, he vowed to the silent forest, then that bear can forget about it. 2 days later, the forest was no longer a sanctuary but a prison. Yu stumbled along the path, her face slick with sweat and despair. I've been walking for 2 days and the forest around me is all the same, she cried out to no one. I'm completely lost. She desperately clutched the vine on her wrist. Kyukyu, are you there? Tell me which way to go next. But her only answer was the suffocating silence of the trees. She felt utterly alone. Her knees buckled, her hope finally shattering. I'm afraid I'm going to die in this forest, she sobbed. Just then a tiny voice broke through her despair. Mommy, I want some water. Her heart clenched. She looked at her sweet, thirsty child and forced a pained smile. We haven't found any water along the way. Just hold on a little longer, my dear. The effort was costing her everything. Suddenly, a strange fruit fell from a tree with a soft thud, landing right in their path. The cubs' eyes lit up. Something tasty, they squealed, scrambling out of the basket. Wait, Yu called out, her instincts screaming. Let mommy check if it's edible first. The little ones gathered around the fruit, their noses twitching. It smells so good, mommy, one said, looking up at her with wide, hopeful eyes. She picked it up, she'd never seen anything like it, and it had a sickeningly sweet smell. Something's not right. You can't eat unfamiliar fruits, she said sternly. What if it's poisonous? Without another thought, she hurled it against a rock where it smashed to pieces. 3 little whimpers broke the silence. Their faces crumpled in disappointment, their ears drooping sadly. The sight was a dagger in her heart. The little ones haven't eaten or drunk all day. She looked at their small, trusting faces, so full of life, they're still so young. She bit her lip, the taste of blood on her tongue. Tears welled in her eyes as she knelt down. Mommy will feed you some milk, she choked out. After you're done, we'll get back on the road. The cubs let out happy little howls, nuzzling against her. As she nursed them, she saw a mother bird in a nearby tree, tenderly feeding worms to her own babies. A fragile sense of peace settled over her. Once they were finished, she gently told them, let's get back on the road, all of you climb back into the basket. She helped them in one by one, her movements slow and careful. Okay, they chirped. Slowly, slowly, she murmured. But as the last cub settled in, the air began to hum with a strange, dark energy. VDDM, Yuayu's eyes widened in terror. A dizzying, nauseating force washed over her, making the world spin. Her body went rigid, and she was thrown backward as if by an invisible hand. She didn't hit the ground, strong arms caught her, breaking her fall. Her vision cleared just enough to see a cascade of long, green hair. Kyukyu, he held her limp body against his chest as her children cried out in fear. Mommy, mommy. Kyukyu's gaze was like ice as he looked down at the cubs. Be quiet, he commanded, his voice devoid of all warmth. He then gently tilted Yuayu's head back, placing a small, white pill between her lips. She swallowed instinctively. A soft, healing light enveloped her. He cradled her head, his voice a low whisper against her ear. Yuayu, wake up. He tapped her cheek lightly, a possessive, unsettling tenderness in his touch. What has he done, and what is he planning to do next? His eyes narrowed, staring down at her still form. Why wasn't she waking up? He had patted her gently at first, but she remained completely limp. A flicker of annoyance crossed his face. Was she really this deep asleep? Then a colder, more terrifying thought slithered into his mind. Is she dead? He quickly scooped her up, his arms cradling her fragile body. No, impossible. Yuayu wouldn't be this fragile. She couldn't be. He was trying to convince himself, his heart starting to hammer against his ribs. The little cubs, oblivious to his rising panic, tugged at his clothes, wanting attention. He ignored them, his focus entirely on the woman in his arms. Wake up, he thought, his hand coming up to pat her cheek, a little harder this time than again. A wave of regret washed over him. I cleared all the dangers along the way for you, every snake, every predator, all taken care of. I just wanted you to get lost for a little while, just long enough for you to realize how important I am. His thoughts were a frantic confession now. I was wrong. I'll never try to teach you a lesson again, I swear it. His hand tightened its grip on her shoulder. It was so hard for me to find you, I can't lose you now. Panic finally took over. He began to shake her, his voice cracking as he yelled, don't you die. Suddenly, a sleepy mumble broke the tense silence. She stirred, her eyes still closed as she murmured, oh my, don't be noisy, cubs, let mommy sleep for a while. She then let out a soft little snore. He froze, his entire body went rigid as he stared down at her, utterly dumbfounded. All that panic for nothing, she was just sleeping. As if to add insult to injury, she mumbled again, her voice thick with dreams. Just a moment, then find Xingyao. The name echoed in his mind. Xingyao, who was that, and why was she so desperate to find him even in her sleep? A complicated expression flickered across his face before he carefully laid her down. He turned to the cubs, his voice a low whisper as he told them she was asleep and they needed to take care of her. He gently covered her with a giant leaf before vanishing in a silent whoosh. The cubs watched the spot where he disappeared, a little sad, but their thoughts were quickly interrupted by a shower of bananas raining from the sky. Kyukyu was gone again, but he always left them treats. Meanwhile, in the capital city, trouble was brewing at the Shiquan family estate. A massive, angry crowd had surrounded a single man, their voices a roaring tide of accusation. Hand over Gyugyo now, they screamed. A hulking lion beastman stepped forward, pointing a finger at the lone figure. His voice dripped with contempt as he snarled that the criminal beast Xingyao shouldn't play the victim here. He then roared to the crowd, you're the one who should hand over Gyugyo, seize the criminal beast Xingyao. With a gut-wrenching roar, Xingyao unleashed his power. A massive spectral bear made of pure energy materialized around him, its form terrifying and armored. The crowd gasped its energy materialization, but the lion beastman just sneered. So what if it's energy materialization? He scoffed, lunging forward, you're just a defense-type beastman. His claws of light slammed into the bear's form, just a slightly sturdier shield, that's all. He unleashed a blinding flurry of attacks, each strike exploding with golden energy. Crackum, the blasts echoed through the courtyard. You're no match for me at all, he bellowed. The giant bear was pushed back, its stone feet skidding across the ground. But it held firm, refusing to buckle. Seeing his attacks weren't enough, the lion beastman commanded his followers. He got him pinned down, all of you get him. The crowd surged forward, a wave of bodies crashing against the spectral guardian. But even as he was being overwhelmed, Xinyao's voice roared from within the bear, his eyes glowing with crimson fury, his one and only demand echoing in the chaos. Hand over Gyugyo. Then a soft voice cut through the noise, a single name spoken with gentle clarity. Xingyao. His head snapped up, that voice, could it be Gyugyo's voice? And there she was, standing at the edge of the crowd, a serene light in the middle of the storm. The lion beastman saw his chance. "He's trying to run, stop him!" He shrieked, and his men charged once more. But before they could take a step, a blinding explosion of light erupted from the center of the courtyard, followed by a thick rolling fog that swallowed everything. The men stumbled to a halt, confused and blinded. "Why did it suddenly get foggy?" one of them asked, bewildered. But the lion beastman felt a chill run down his spine. He could feel an immense pressure in the air. "This aura," he stammered, his eyes wide with terror. "How is this possible? Oh no, it's dangerous." Far away in a sun-dappled forest, Yuayu's eyes fluttered open. I fainted. The realization hit her like a bolt of lightning. Fainting in the forest is too dangerous. Panic seized her. "Babies," she cried out, scrambling to her feet. Eldest, second, third. 3 little fluffballs immediately came bounding out of the bushes, chirping "Mommy" as they tackled her. She hugged them tightly, her heart finally slowing down. A wave of relief washed over her as she clutched her chest. "Thank goodness my babies are all here and safe." Her eldest cub then held up a banana, offering it to her. She blinked in surprise. "Where did you get this?" she asked. He simply replied that Kyukyu gave it to him. Kyukyu was here, her eyes widened. She looked around frantically, asking where he was. The cub explained that Kyukyu was gone again. "He always shows up when we need help the most," he told her, "but because he's so far from his main body, his spiritual form can't stay for long." Yuayu looked up at the sky, a soft, grateful smile on her face. "Kyukyu," she whispered, "thank you." The cubs joined in with a chorus of happy howls. As she stretched, she felt a surge of energy. "While my spiritual power has completely recovered, Kyukyu must have fed me a lot of crystal stones." Feeling refreshed, she was ready to set off again, but a sudden hiss from the nearby bushes stopped her cold. As she froze, "What was that noise?" she whispered. She thought it might just be a small animal, but her cubs immediately transformed, their fur bristling as they let out low, warning growls. "What's wrong?" she asked, her own sense of dread growing. Before they could answer, a massive shadow exploded from the foliage with a deafening boom. The force of its emergence sent her flying backward, clutching her cubs to her chest. Her eyes widened in terror as a monstrous creature loomed over them. A giant lizard. It was huge, its reptilian eyes fixed on them. Thinking fast, she yelled, "Don't come any closer, my meat is sour and doesn't taste good at all." But her eldest, brave and foolish, launched himself at the beast, sinking his tiny teeth into its thick leg with a whimper. The lizard barely noticed. Realizing his attack was useless, the cub darted away, trying to lure the monster away from his family. It worked. The lizard's long, sticky tongue shot out, wrapping around the tiny fox and yanking him into the air. "Eldest," she screamed. Another cub threw a sharpened branch which miraculously pierced the monster's hide. Seizing the distraction, Yuayu jumped to her feet, throwing her arms wide. "Monster, look over here," she shouted, her voice trembling but determined. "I'm tastier, come and get me." The creature's gaze shifted to her. It worked. She turned and ran, her heart pounding in her ears as she crashed through the undergrowth. Suddenly, her foot caught on a thick vine, sending her tumbling to the ground. She was trapped. The lizard's tongue whipped through the air, aimed right for her. In that split second of terror, a brilliant green light erupted from her body, forming a solid barrier that intercepted the tongue with a deafening bang. She cried out, shielding her face as the force of the impact washed over her. She looked at her hands, glowing with a soft light in total shock. "My spiritual power. It can create a physical barrier." A spark of hope ignited within her. "The giant lizard can't hurt me." But as she watched, the creature's red eye narrowed and it let out an angry huff. This fight was far from over. The monstrous tentacles slammed against her barrier again and again, the force of each blow rattling her to her very bones. A scream tore from her throat, raw and desperate. The beast loomed over her, a grotesque shadow of pure malice. How much longer could she hold on? Another impact and another, the light of her shield flickering like a dying candle. Her arms screamed in protest, her energy draining with every passing second. Far away, her children scurried through the undergrowth, their tiny voices filled with terror. The big crocodile was just too scary. But then a new scent filled the air. A large, gray wolf appeared, its nose twitching, sniffing the wind for any trace of his family. His golden eyes scanned the forest, his ears perked and trembling at the distant sounds of battle. He skidded to a halt, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He didn't have to wait long. A soft tapping of paws on the forest floor heralded their arrival, and his 3 pups huddled behind him, seeking the safety of their father. He let out a single, commanding howl, a promise of protection. But for their mother, protection was failing. The monster's assault was relentless, its tendrils lashing out in a vicious, hateful dance. "This is impossible," she thought, her mind reeling with panic. "This monster is way too strong. Stoling like this, it's just a slow, agonizing death." A sickening crack echoed in the air. Her eyes widened in horror as a spiderweb of fractures spread across her barrier. "Oh no, it's cracking. I can't hold on any longer." Sweat poured down her face, stinging her eyes as she pushed with the last of her strength. "Kyukyu," she screamed, her voice breaking. "Save me," but it was too late. The tentacle slammed down one last time, and her world shattered into a million pieces of turquoise light. She was thrown backwards, her body weightless as she fell through the air, landing hard in the thorny embrace of a thick bush. She gasped for air, a wave of dizzying relief washing over her. Thank goodness I'm still alive. But the shadow fell over her once more. The tentacle was coming again, a red blur of death aimed right for her heart. This is it. This is really the end. She threw her hands up in a futile gesture, squeezing her eyes shut as she braced for the final blow. But instead of pain, she heard a low, guttural growl. Her eyes snapped open. The monster was convulsing, its body writhing in agony. Is it mutating? She wondered, her mind unable to process what was happening. Then a new vine, thick and brown, shot out from the trees and stabbed straight through the crocodile beast's hide. Blood exploded outwards, a hot, sticky spray that splattered across her face and chest. Her eyes, wide with shock, looked up as she whispered a single name, Kyukyu. More blood rained down on her, drenching her in the creature's life force. A tiny howl drew her attention. It was her eldest. She scrambled to her feet, ignoring the cuts and scrapes. Are you guys hurt? She called out, her voice trembling. Where are number 2 and number 3? Tears welled in her eyes as she saw him safe and sound. Then a familiar voice called her name, Gyugyuo. She turned, her heart aching with hope. Gyugyuo, are you okay? He asked, his voice thick with worry. And there he was, her berry, her Xingyao, standing tall and strong, holding their other 2 cubs safely in his arms. Come out quickly, he urged, his eyes scanning her for injuries. Are your feet tangled in the branches? He took a step closer, his arms already reaching for her. It's okay, he said, his voice a soothing balm on her frayed nerves. I'll carry you out. He gently parted the bushes, his gaze soft and full of love. She didn't hesitate. With a choked sob, she launched herself into his arms, burying her face in his chest. Barry, he wrapped his arms around her, holding her so tightly she could feel the frantic beating of his heart. It's okay now, he whispered into her hair. You and the children have suffered during this time. Don't be afraid, it's all in the past now. He pulled back just enough to look into her tear-streaked face, his hand gently cradling her head. As long as I'm here, he vowed, his voice raw with emotion, I won't let you get hurt again. She clung to him, her anchor in the storm, as he lifted her into his arms. Our family, he declared, his voice ringing with absolute certainty, will never be separated again. But from the shadows of the forest, another pair of eyes watched the tender reunion. A green aura flared around Kyukyu as he watched them embrace, his teeth grinding together in silent fury. A family? The thought was like poison in his mind. Later, in the quiet tranquility of a hidden spring, the horrors of the forest felt a world away. You 3 little mud dolls, Xingyao chuckled, splashing in the cool water. Daddy will give you a good wash, Tilda. The cubs, now in their adorable half-human forms, shrieked with laughter as he playfully dunked them. One of them scrambled onto his broad shoulders, chirping, Daddy Tilda. Gyugyo sat at the water's edge, a soft smile on her face as she watched her family whole and happy. Xingyao looked over at her, his eyes warm. It's getting dark, Gyugyo, you should hurry up and wash too. She nodded. Okay, she agreed, then paused. By the way, where are we going next? His playful expression turned serious. Don't worry, Gyugyo, I already have a plan. He explained how they were wanted everywhere, how the cities and forests were no longer safe. Let's go back to Peace City. He looked so confident, so sure of himself. Gyugyo's face lit up. That's Kyukyu's territory, it's relatively safe now, she said, relieved. But Xingyao's expression hardened. I'm afraid that's not a good idea, he said, his voice low. He is a plant after all. She stared at him, confused. What's wrong with him being a plant? She couldn't understand his hesitation. We've relied on Kyukyu to protect me and the children this whole time, and if he hadn't gone to the capital city to lead the way, we never would have been reunited. Xingyao held up his hands placatingly. I know, and I'm very grateful. I'll thank him in person when I get the chance. But then a look of genuine fear crossed his face. It's just on a plant's territory, he could kill me at any time. Gyugyo's heart sank, of course. Plants are the mortal enemies of beastmen. It's only natural that he would be worried. Do you have a better place to go then? She asked softly. His fear vanished, replaced by a wide, fang-filled grin. Yes, deep in the densest forest on the continent, there is a city of exiles. He described a place where the outcasts lived, beastmen who weren't accepted by the law. A place where they wouldn't be hunted. In other words, he admitted, the beastmen there are all vicious criminals. Gyugyo flinched. Criminals, but he pressed on, his eyes burning with ambition. But strength is what matters there. With my ability, I can definitely carve out a world for you and the children. He gestured to the cubs splashing nearby. Besides, a place with many beastmen will be more beneficial for the cubs' growth. She thought about his words. He had a point, and a place like that would be perfect for recruiting soldiers, for gathering intelligence, for getting revenge on Shiquan. She couldn't rely on Xingyao alone for that. Her resolve hardened. She looked at him, her decision made, and splashed her hand in the water. Okay, she said, her voice clear and steady. A slow smile spread across his face as she met his gaze. I'll listen to you. He grinned, splashing playfully. Then let's hurry up and finish our bath so we can set off, he said, his voice dropping to a seductive murmur. Gyugyo, I'll help you wash. He gave her a look that made her blush. But before she could answer, one of the cubs piped up. I'll help Gyugyo wash her hair first, Tilda. Scrambling onto her back with a happy ow, Tilda, and squishing her head between his paws. Gyugyo laughed, patting his head. Okay, Tilda, I'll help mommy wash her hair, she mimicked. Xingyao chuckled, trying to wrangle his energetic children. Babies, why don't you go play on the shore first? Finish washing quickly or you'll catch a cold. But they refused, clinging to his neck and shoulders like tiny, stubborn monkeys. Ugh, the babies are so strong, Gyugyo giggled. They were little wolf cubs with a beastly nature, after all. Her smile faltered slightly at the thought. Beastly nature, a dark memory surfaced, a piece of beastman lore she'd once heard. When a pack leader dies, the new leader takes the female and will abandon or even kill the former leader's non-biological cubs. She looked at Xingyao, who was now gently scolding their children. Be good, stop fooling around, or daddy's going to spank your little butts, Tilda. A cold dread washed over her, a question she was terrified to even think. Does Xingyao also have this kind of beastly nature? He finally managed to convince the cubs to go play on the shore. He turned back to her, a warm, handsome smile on his face as he swam closer. The babies are so naughty, he said, completely oblivious to the storm of doubt brewing in her heart. Her gentle voice was barely a whisper over the sound of the water, telling him the babies just liked him so much. A warm, genuine smile spread across his handsome face, his eyes crinkling at the corners. He liked the babies too, he admitted, his voice a low rumble. His hand came up, fingers gently tracing the jagged scars across his chest. A shadow passed over his features as memories, old and painful, resurfaced. He confessed that he was a very naughty child, always getting into trouble, and his father punished him a lot for it. Gyugyo listened, her heart aching for the little boy he must have been. He swore back then, he said, his gaze distant, that if he ever became a father, he would be a gentle one. A tender smile touched his lips as his eyes met hers again, full of a soft, hopeful light. He wondered aloud what their future children would be like. The words hung in the air, shimmering with unspoken promises. Asterisk our asterisk future children? Gyugyo's heart skipped a beat. Was he really thinking about that with her? A blush crept up her neck, her thoughts a whirlwind of shock and a strange, fluttering hope. He noticed her silence immediately, his brow furrowing with concern as he asked what was wrong. But before she could answer, a violent shiver racked his entire body. His face flushed a deep crimson as he stammered out that he was cold. His big, strong form suddenly looking adorably pathetic. Oh, he was cold, was he? A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. With a splash, she sent a wave of warm water over him, teasingly offering to help him wash up quickly. But her little prank backfired spectacularly as he lunged forward, wrapping his strong arms around her in a desperate, tight hug, his face buried in her shoulder. He was still blushing, his bare ears twitching in embarrassment as he pleaded for them to just have a quick rinse, promising it would be over soon. Holding him like this, feeling the warmth of his skin and the frantic beat of his heart against hers, a profound realization washed over Gyugyo. Her inner voice was a fierce, protective whisper. She believed in him. She knew Xingyao wasn't the kind of beastman those villagers had warned her about. He was upright, he was kind, and he treated her babies as if they were his own flesh and blood. He was everything they needed, everything she needed. A wave of determination solidified within her. She had decided. He deserved to know, to feel just how much he meant to her. Taking a deep breath, she leaned in, his eyes widened in shock, his lips parting in a silent gasp as she pressed her mouth to his. He froze, completely stunned, stuttering her name as if he couldn't believe what was happening. She pulled back just enough to look into his dazed, beautiful eyes, a radiant smile blooming on her face. She thanked him, her voice thick with emotion, for everything he had done for her and the babies. She was so happy that they could finally be a family. His face was a mess of adorable confusion and flustered red. No, he was the one who should be thankful, he stammered, insisting that following Lang Xiao was the best decision he'd ever made. This was all just what he should be doing, he didn't need a reward kiss for it. Her smile softened, her gaze turning impossibly tender. This wasn't a reward kiss, she whispered, her hands gripping his arms. This was a kiss for a mate. The word struck him like lightning. Mate. His eyes blew wide, tiny pink hearts exploding in his pupils, as a primal, joyous howl echoed in the depths of his soul. In that single moment, every doubt, every fear was washed away. She chose him. With a groan that was pure adoration, he crashed his lips against hers, pouring every ounce of his love, his relief, his passion into the kiss. The water erupted around them as he pulled her flush against his body, lifting her off her feet as if she weighed nothing at all. The world melted away, leaving only the two of them, lost in a storm of their own making. Their bodies pressed together in the warm water. He broke the kiss, breathing heavily, his forehead resting against hers. His voice was strained, a deep growl of restraint as he rasped that this was not the right place. But Gyugyo wasn't done. She leaned in, pressing a soft, deliberate kiss right on the tip of his fuzzy bare ear, delighting in the shiver that ran through him. Before he could protest again, she captured his lips once more. But as their passion reignited, his hand shot out of the water with lightning speed, ripping a small plant from the bank by its roots. What was he doing? Before she could even form the question, a green blur shot out from the trees. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk a thick vine slammed into a massive boulder nearby, shattering it into 1,000 pieces. The shockwave threw water into the air. He shoved her behind him protectively, his body a rigid shield as he stared into the woods. What's wrong? She cried out. He grit his teeth, his voice a low growl. A plant, he warned her, it's attacking us. As he spoke, shimmering green vines twisted and coalesced out of thin air, forming a menacing shape. Watch out, he roared, pulling her tighter against him. But Gyugyuo's eyes widened in recognition, not fear. That vine, it's Kyukyu, she exclaimed. A massive vine whipped past them, narrowly missing, and thudded into the ground on the other side of the pool. Xingyao scrambled out of the water, his muscles tense and ready for a fight. He told her the plant was dangerous, urging her to find a place to hide. She tried to stop him, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. But her words were drowned out by the happy cries of her children. Kyukyu, Kyukyu, the 3 little wolf cubs came pattering out of the woods, running straight for the glowing plant creature. Don't go over there, Xingyao yelled, but it was too late. The vine lashed out like a whip, not hitting them but striking the ground with enough force to send the tiny cubs tumbling through the air. Danger! The word ripped from Xingyao's throat as he launched himself forward. A blur of motion. I'll get you out of here right now, he bellowed, scooping all 3 cubs into his powerful arms. But just as he secured them, the vine struck again, a sickening bang echoing through the clearing as it slammed into his back. Dada, the cubs shrieked in terror. Gyugyo screamed his name, whirling on the vine. Kyukyu, stop, what are you doing? A voice, calm and ethereal, echoed from the plant. I'm saving you. The vines writhed and reformed, rising up into the shape of a man. Tall and slender with flowing green hair and eyes like emeralds. He declared himself the white bone vine in human form, and the air grew thick with his power. A palpable killing intent radiated from him, aimed directly at Xingyao. The beastman's eyes narrowed, a dark suspicion dawning. Could it be that he's after Gyugyo? Gyugyo stared in disbelief. Save me, did you sense some kind of danger? She asked, utterly bewildered. The vine man, Kyukyu, pointed an accusatory finger at Xingyao, who was still protectively clutching the cubs. His voice was laced with righteous fury as he declared that this bear was extremely dangerous. He was just holding you and chewing you. A flashback of their passionate kiss flashed in Kyukyu's mind, completely misinterpreted as a savage attack. If I hadn't intervened, he announced with grave certainty, you would have been eaten by him. Silence, absolute stunned silence fell over the clearing. Gyugyo and Xingyao just stared, their jaws on the floor. This, Gyugyo's mind reeled. Eat, eh? She quickly grabbed her wide-eyed children, muttering that mommy was going to take the babies to play over there. Wait for me, she whispered to Xingyao, trying to make a strategic retreat. But a vine shot out, blocking her path with a sharp thud. The vine man's cold eyes were locked on Xingyao. Stay away from her, he commanded. Xingyao's protective instincts flared. He gently set the cubs down and stepped forward, placing himself between Gyugyo and this new threat. His voice was a low, dangerous rumble as he shot back. I won't let you eat her. The vine man Yu actually laughed, a sound like rustling leaves. He looked down his nose at Xingyao, sneering at his ignorance. But Xingyao just smirked, a cocky, knowing glint in his eye. Let me teach you a little something about us beastmen, he said, his tone dripping with condescension. That's called kissing. It's something that we only do with our mates. He gestured grandly, explaining that for them and for humans, mouths weren't just for eating, they're also for feeling pleasure. Yu's condescending expression faltered, replaced by one of genuine curiosity. He turned his intense green gaze on Gyugyo. Is it like he says? He asked, his voice suddenly soft. Do you like it? The question hung in the air, mortifying poor Gyugyo. Her face turned 50 shades of red as she clutched her equally blushing children, unable to utter a single word. She simply turned and fled, the pitter-patter of her feet echoing in the sudden silence. Xingyao called after her, worried, but Yu just stood there, a thoughtful look on his face. A tiny chibi version of him appeared, tapping his chin as he murmured, Yu likes it, new knowledge successfully recorded. And as the sun began to set, the tension of the day melted away, replaced by the comforting crackle of a fire roasting corn. A peaceful end to a very, very confusing day. The crackling fire did little to warm the icy silence hanging between them. How did it get so awkward? Yu stared into the dancing flames, her heart heavy. The little ones, blissfully unaware, chased each other with happy yips, but their joy only highlighted the gloom weighing her down. She was unhappy, and she knew he could feel it. He always could. Kyuju's gaze was a gentle weight on her, his emerald eyes filled with a concern that only made her feel worse. He had to do something, he couldn't stand seeing her like this. An idea sparked in his mind, a way to keep them together. He leaned forward, his voice soft as he asked, Oh right, we're going to the city of exile. Kyukyu, do you want to come with us? But Yu's heart sank even further. She shook her head, her own voice barely a whisper as she reminded him of the painful truth. The city of exile was too far. The farther he was from his main body, the harder it would be for him to maintain his spiritual form. How could she ask him to risk himself like that? Bai's, seeing his chance, chimed in, his tone final. That's true, he said, his eyes fixed on his rival. Yu turned to Kyukyu, her expression pleading. She told him he should go back to Peace City. Bai's, ever the opportunist, pulled her close, his arm a possessive band around her waist. He thanked Kyukyu a little too formally for everything he'd done. After a while, Bai's declared, his voice booming with authority, Our whole family will definitely go to Peace City to thank you properly. Our family? The words were a deliberate jab, a line drawn in the sand. Kyukyu's jaw tightened. Baze continued, his voice dripping with false sympathy as he apologized for troubling him for so long, calling him my friend. But the real message was clear, your services are no longer needed. Baze's grip on Yuayu was a silent declaration, Yuayu has me, her partner, to protect her now, so you can rest assured. But Kyukyu was not so easily dismissed. He reached for Yuayu, his voice steady. That won't be necessary, he said, his gaze locking with Baze. Wherever Yuayu goes, I go. A sharp slap echoed in the night as Baze knocked his hand. The bear beastman's eyes blazed with fury as he sneered, asking if it was even possible for him to be so far from his main body. Yuayu gasped, startled by the sudden violence. But Kyukyu was unfazed. A vibrant green vine materialized on his wrist, glowing faintly in the firelight. With this, he explained calmly, I can come and go as I please. Yuayu's eyes lit up. A teleportation medium relief washed over her and a genuine smile finally broke through her sadness. She confessed that she felt so much safer with Kyukyu around, her childhood friend, her best friend. The word friend hung in the air, a poison dart aimed straight at Bai's heart. He stared at the plant spirit, his eyes narrowing in suspicion. Friend, no, this plant's intentions weren't simple at all. The possessiveness in his eyes, it went far beyond mere friendship. Bai's felt a surge of primal jealousy. Was he being provoked? Suddenly, a tiny voice broke the tension. One of the little shark cubs waddled over, holding up a piece of roasted corn. Bai's harsh expression softened instantly, a faint blush dusting his cheeks as he told the sweetie that Daddy wasn't hungry, and then he froze. Daddy? The memory hit him like a lightning bolt, the first time one of the fox cubs had called him that. He'd been so stunned, asking what the little one had just called him. The sweet, innocent voice chirping Daddy had melted his heart completely. He'd swept the cub into his arms, overwhelmed with a love so fierce it took his breath away. Yes, Daddy, he'd exclaimed, his voice thick with emotion. He looked at Yuayu now, his heart full, and asked if she had told them to call him that. She smiled, her eyes shining with warmth and love. She told him that his children were her children and she would raise them well. In that moment, surrounded by their little family, all the tension vanished. He looked into her eyes and whispered that he believed her. The little fox cub nestled in his arms, chirped Daddy again, and Baize promised to roast some corn just for him. From the sidelines, Kyukyu watched the sickeningly sweet family portrait, his arms crossed tightly over his chest. A dark cloud formed over his head. A single burning thought consumed him, I want to be a daddy too. The rest of the evening passed in a thick, grumpy silence from Kyukyu's side of the fire. Yuayu, oblivious, chattered about craving steamed eggs, and Baize promised to make them for her in the city. And just like that, 3 days passed. The lush forest gave way to a harsh, unforgiving landscape of snow and ice. A desolate stone marker announced their arrival, the city of exile. It was a bleak, gaping maw of a cave set into a frozen mountain. As they approached, the biting wind whipped around them. Yuayu shivered, asking if this was really the place. It was so desolate with no one at the main gate. But just as Baize explained that people would be inside, an arrow whistled through the air, embedding itself in the ground just inches from their feet. A rough voice bellowed from the entrance, Stop, who goes there? Suddenly, the entrance was swarming with beastmen blocking their path. What was going on? Why were they stopping people from entering? Baize stepped in front of Yuayu, his voice a low rumble as he told her not to be afraid, that they were just a bunch of small fry. But the guards were sizing them up, their eyes lingering on the newcomers. One of them sneered, noting they didn't look like ordinary folk. Then his eyes landed on Yuayu and a greedy light entered them. He licked his lips, remarking how rare it was to see a female here. He was sure the captain would like her. He took a step forward, his hand reaching out to grab her. But in a flash, Baize had swept Yuayu off her feet and into his arms. Cradling her protectively, he simply said, Let's go, and started walking forward. The guard wasn't having it. He slammed his bow into the ground, blocking their path with a resounding thud. He snarled, asking if he'd given them permission to enter. He laid out the rules of this lawless city, get past him first or else. Baize's eyes turned to ice. Otherwise what? He asked, his voice dangerously low. The guard gave a lecherous grin. Otherwise, he declared, the female is ours. That was the last mistake he would ever make. Baize's grip on Yuayu tightened, a furious, protective instinct taking over. A terrifying pressure erupted from him, choking the life out of the foolish guard. Red light flared in Baize's eyes as he uttered a death sentence. You will die. A massive boom shook the very foundations of the mountain. The guard was sent flying, crashing into the stone entrance marker and shattering it to pieces. The other guards stared in disbelief, their jaws hanging open. Energy materialization. One of them gasped in terror. It's actually energy materialization. Baize landed gracefully atop the broken pillars, Yuayu still held securely in his arms, looking down on them like a wrathful god. A golden aura crackled around him, the air thick with his power. He spoke only one word, a command that echoed with absolute authority. Move. Terrified, the guards scrambled out of his way, parting like the sea. Baize didn't spare them another glance as he walked into the city of exile. The white-haired fox beastman watched them go, a thoughtful look on his face. He recognized the bear beast from the wanted list. But then again, who in this god-forsaken city wasn't a wanted criminal? The guard Bays had defeated struggled to his feet amidst the rubble, screaming that he wasn't ready. He demanded the fox beastman help him, but the fox simply turned his back. "I don't do pointless things," he said coolly. His gaze followed the trio as they disappeared into the cave, but his focus wasn't on the powerful bear. It was on the silent, green-haired man walking behind him. The aura he gave off, it was chilling. A shiver ran down the fox's spine. That one he thought might be even more dangerous than the bear. It was best not to cause trouble for himself. As the defeated guard was ordered to go hunt for the captain, another challenger appeared. An arrow sliced through the air, clanging against the rock right next to Bay's head. A leopard beastman stood atop the gate, a confident smirk on his face. "Hey," he called out, "you're not the only beastman here with energy materialization." The first guard grinned maliciously. This wasn't over yet. Bay's eyes narrowed, ready for whatever came next. The leopard beastman pointed a finger at the first guard. He wasn't there to fight Bays, but to warn him. He told him that guard was a criminal known for kidnapping females, and that he had definitely set his sights on Yu. Bays held Yu tighter, unimpressed. "Just him," he scoffed. The leopard's expression turned grim. He explained that while the guard himself was weak, he belonged to the strongest team in the City of Exile, a team filled with extraordinarily powerful members whose captain had even achieved fire-type energy materialization. A new, far more dangerous threat had just been revealed. Half a month drifts by like clouds in the sky. Deep within the lush, unforgiving forests, a group of figures darts through the trees, their movements desperate and hurried. A voice cuts through the panting breaths, sharp and commanding. "Everyone pick up the pace. We need to reach the City of Exile by tomorrow morning." A chorus of determined shouts echoes in response, their feet pounding against the earth, a frantic rhythm of survival. From high above, a winged predator watches their desperate flight, its sharp eyes tracking the two figures at the front as they slice through the wind. It lets out a piercing caw, a dark omen carried on the breeze. The sound reaches the ears of two imposing lion beastmen, their golden manes rustling in the wind. The younger one turns to his leader, his voice a low growl, "Captain, I think we've been spotted." The captain doesn't even bother to look. A cruel, dismissive smirk plays on his lips as he scoffs. "So what if we have?" His eyes, burning with a predator's glee, narrow on the distant forest. They were nothing more than a bunch of rats, cornered in a dead end. Their pathetic resistance, he thought, would only make the hunt more interesting. Meanwhile, back in the relative peace of the City of Exile, the same cawing of birds is just background noise to a quiet domestic life. Gyugyo smiles, looking over a small plot of land with pride. "These corn plants are growing so well," she remarks happily. "We'll have corn to eat soon." But her peaceful moment is shattered by a loud announcement booming through the settlement. The election for the temporary leader is about to start. Hurry to the arena. Gyugyo's brow furrows in confusion. A temporary leader? Her mind reeled. She turned to the others, her voice laced with surprise. "I thought the City of Exile doesn't elect leaders." A nearby fox beastman overhears her, his expression grim as he explains the harsh reality of their existence. Every time the beastmen from the secure city decide it's time for a roundup, a hunt, they are forced to choose a leader to rally the resistance. He then looks pointedly at Xingyao. "Any beastman can participate. Brother Xing, you should go too." The words hit Gyugyo like a bolt of lightning. An idea, brilliant and dangerous, begins to form in her mind. If Xingyao gets elected, he could lead the entire city. Her eyes begin to sparkle with a newfound, dazzling hope. But Xingyao, ever the pragmatist, simply shakes his head, hoisting the baskets he was carrying. He turns to her, his voice gentle but firm. "Let's go home. We're not getting involved in the commotion." The little cubs trail behind him, calling for their mother. But Gyugyo doesn't move. She can't let this go. "You should go," she insists, her voice gaining strength. "After all, the safety of the City of Exile concerns us too." Xingyao sighs, a soft smile touching his lips. He turns back to her, his gaze warm. "I'll definitely join when the big battle comes," he promises, "but just for electing a leader. You know I don't like being in the spotlight." Her heart clenched. No, he didn't understand. This was about more than the spotlight. This was their chance. She lunges forward, her small hands grabbing his strong arm, her grip surprisingly tight. "Please go," she begs, her eyes wide and pleading. "I believe in you. You'll definitely win. Please, please go." She leans in closer, her voice dropping to an intense whisper. "If you get elected, we can use the power of the City of Exile for ourselves." Use the power of the city? Xingyao's eyes narrowed, the pieces clicking into place with a sudden, chilling click. This wasn't just about protecting their home, this was about vengeance. Gyugyo, she wants to use the city for revenge. A slow, knowing smile spreads across his face. He looks down at her, at the burning fire in her eyes, and his heart swells with a fierce, protective love. With a decisive thud, he drops the baskets to the ground. He reaches out, gently stroking her hair, his voice a low, warm rumble. "All right, let's go." He takes her hand in his, their fingers lacing together, a silent promise passing between them. As they approach the arena, a deafening howl rips through the air. The crowd is a chaotic mass of bodies, parting like the sea as a voice roars, "Move aside." A smaller beastman is roughly shoved, sputtering in indignation. "Who's that?" Xingyao and Gyugyo arrive just in time to see the commotion. Whispers ripple through the crowd. "It's that energy materialization bear beast. Ooh, now this is going to be interesting." The crowd surges forward, a mixture of fear and excitement in their shouts. "Stop pushing, a strong one has arrived." Suddenly, a primal roar erupts from the center of the ring, followed by a flash of red and white fur. A massive flame wolf pounces, its claws extended, its body wreathed in crackling fire. Xingyao watches intently as a nearby beastman identifies the fighter. He's Yan Lang, the flame wolf, the only fire-type energy materialization user in our city. He clicks his tongue in grim appreciation. Tusk, he's completely burnt. The sickening sizzle of scorched flesh hangs in the air as a massive burst of fire consumes the defeated opponent. Gyugyo stares, her eyes wide with horror. This wasn't an election, this was a blood sport. How could it be so brutal? The reality of her request crashes down upon her, cold and terrifying. Revenge can be planned for later. What was she thinking? She couldn't let Qingyao get into this kind of danger. All thoughts of power and vengeance vanished, replaced by a single all-consuming fear. She grabs his arm, her body trembling as she tries to pull him. "Let's go back," she whispers, her voice shaking. "This is too dangerous, let's just forget it." He looks down at her, his expression unreadable as her desperate plea hangs between them. A guttural howl ripped through the air, a sound of pure, untamed power. Xingyao staggered back, his eyes wide with disbelief as the wolf's oppressive aura slammed into him like a physical wall. How could this be, this level of strength? It was monstrous. The silver-haired wolf beastman stood atop the rock, a conquering king surveying his new territory. His voice, a low and dangerous rumble, echoed across the silent crowd. He hated lions more than anything, he sneered, and his blood was boiling for a fight. So he asked, a predatory grin stretching his lips, who was stepping up next. But Gyugyo's eyes weren't on the crowd, they were locked on that face. The sharp jaw, the golden eyes, the wild silver hair. It couldn't be. A single choked word escaped her lips. "Lang." The wolf beastman's grin widened, a flash of white teeth against tan skin. He promised he wouldn't deal a fatal blow, his tone almost reasonable. "But lions," he added, his voice dropping to an icy whisper, "were an exception." No, it was him, it had to be. "Lang Xiao," she whispered again, her heart hammering against her ribs, but before she could scream his name, a large hand clamped over her mouth. Xingyao's voice was a desperate hiss in her ear, pleading with her not to go. But it was too late. The wolf's ears twitched, catching the sound. As the crowd erupted into a thunderous chant of Yan Lang's Yan Lang, the beastman's golden eyes narrowed, zeroing in on her. In the next moment, he was before them, forcing them to their knees with his sheer presence. He towered over her, a predator studying his prey. Before landing on the ground in front of her with a soft thud, he leaned in close, his breath warm against her cheek, and a knowing smirk played on his lips. He heard her, he purred, heard her call out the name Lang Xiao. A sob broke from her throat, tears finally spilling over and streaming down her face. She couldn't hold it in any longer. "Yes," she cried, her voice muffled by her trembling hands, "it's Lang Xiao." A delighted laugh escaped him. So the little creature could talk, how clever Gyugyo was. But she didn't hear the condescension in his voice. All she could hear was his asterisk voice. All she could see was his asterisk face. "It's him, it's really him. Lang Xiao isn't dead." The thought was a sunburst of pure joy in the darkness of her despair. "I finally found you again, Lang Xiao," she wept, reaching a trembling hand toward his face. He caught her hand, his fingers gently touching her cheek, and for a heart-stopping second she saw a flicker of the man she knew. But then his eyes shifted, locking onto Xingyao with a cold, possessive fury. "You scared my female," he growled. The world screeched to a halt. Xingyao's face contorted with rage as he pulled Gyugyo behind him, a protective shield against this monster. "My females, what was he talking about?" Gyugyo must be hallucinating from fear, Xingyao thought desperately. This cruel, arrogant beast, he's not Lang Xiao. He grabbed her arm, trying to pull her away, telling her they had to go home now. Home? Gyugyo's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. She looked from Xingyao's desperate face to the cold, handsome one of the wolf beastmen. That's right, Lang Xiao was never this cruel, never this violent. But could two people in this world really look so identical? Could their voices be the same? It didn't make sense. Xingyao stepped forward, his body tense. "Who are you?" he demanded. From the crowd, a voice identified him as the new Earth-type bear beast. And the whispers turned hostile, calling him arrogant, demanding he be taught a lesson. Trying to de-escalate, Xingyao said they could duel another time. He just wanted to take his female home, he insisted, his voice tight with fear for her safety. The wolf beastman Yan Lang let out a soft, mocking laugh. "Your female?" he repeated, his eyes glinting with amusement and challenge. He declared that she wasn't going anywhere. There would be a fight right here, right now. And the prize, the winner gets the female. Before Xingyao could even react, Kyukyu surged forward, his green eyes blazing as he accepted the challenge. But Xingyao pushed him back. No, this was his fight. If he didn't beat this man now, he would never stop harassing them. This had to end. Gyugyo grabbed his arm, her face ashen with terror. "Xing, don't go," she pleaded, her voice cracking. "His power is too terrifying." He gently pried her fingers away, his expression softening as he looked at her. "Don't worry," he said, his voice a low, reassuring murmur. He cupped her face in his hands, forcing her to meet his determined gaze. "I will definitely win." Yan Lang clicked his tongue impatiently from across the clearing. "Hurry up," he snapped. Xingyao's eyes hardened, a blue light flaring within them. "Don't be impatient," he bit out. "I'm coming to finish you off." A deafening roar filled the air as a colossal bear of pure earth energy materialized behind him, its phantom claws ready to tear the world apart. Later, in the quiet solitude of the cave Yan Lang had given her, Gyugyo's mind replayed the horrifying events. She'd searched the room, but there was nothing. Not a single trace of her Lang Xiao. Was this all just a cruel coincidence? Was Yan Lang simply a man with the same face, the same voice? The fight flashed through her memory. Yan Lang's power was on a completely different level. Xingyao's energy materialization was strong enough to fight Shi Quan to a standstill. And yet, Yan Lang had defeated him with terrifying ease, ensnaring him in golden vines before tossing him aside like a broken doll. If Kyukyu hadn't intervened with the white bone vine, Xingyao would be dead. This Yan Lang was cold-blooded, brutal, and uncivilized beast. She remembered him tearing another beastman apart without a shred of hesitation. No, her Lang Xiao would never ever do that. He was gentle, he was kind. He was gone. She tried to force the belief into her heart. He just has the same face, that's all. It was the only thing that made sense. But as she sat there lost in her grief, a tiny, desperate thought sparked in the darkness. What if he was seriously injured in the fire? What if he lost his memory? Could trauma change a person so completely? The thought was a sliver of hope she clung to with all her might. No matter what, she whispered to the empty room, I just want him to be alive. Just then her cubs padded over, their innocent eyes looking up at her. Mommy, is this Daddy's room? Her heart twisted. How could she answer that? Mommy, isn't sure if that beastman is your daddy, she said softly, her voice thick with unshed tears. He might just look like him. But then one of the cubs began sniffing the furs on the bed, his little nose twitching. But it smells like Daddy all over in here. Gyugyo's breath caught. The scent, it was his scent. It was undeniably him. Before she could process it, a familiar voice called her name. It was Kyukyu standing silently at the entrance. The cubs yelped with delight, rushing to greet him. Gyugyo quickly shushed them, her finger to her lips, reminding them that other beastmen were nearby. But Kyukyu simply shook his head. He'd put up a barrier, he explained calmly, they couldn't be heard. He was always so thoughtful. He told her what happened to Xingyao, how he had to knock him out to stop him from recklessly following them back into danger. She sighed in relief. It was foolish, but she was grateful he was safe. Then Kyukyu's expression grew serious. He asked if that wolf beast was the Lang Xiao she'd spoken of, warning her that in his current spiritual form he was no match for him. The memory of that moment returned, her desperate decision to go with Yan Lang to protect her friends. Kyukyu offered to break the barrier to get them all out of there right now. But she shook her head, her gaze resolute. No, I want to know if he is Lang Xiao, she had to be sure. She explained her theory to Kyukyu, her voice barely a whisper. About the sea of fire, the potential for a grave injury, for lost memories. Or perhaps, she mused, her heart aching with the possibility he had a reason he couldn't acknowledge her. She just needed more time, a chance to be alone with him, to test him somehow. Kyukyu listened patiently, and when she was done, he placed a comforting hand on her head. All right, he said softly. Go and investigate. He would not leave her side. I will stay here with you and protect you. He stood before her, a silent, unwavering protector in this den of wolves. A genuine, grateful smile finally broke through her worry and fear. Thank you, Kyukyu. Inside the dim cavern, Su Tang's voice was crisp and decisive as she issued her final orders. She instructed the Flying Beast Corps to maintain a vigilant watch, reporting any unusual movements immediately while the others were to rest. They would all convene at the city gate after sunset. As her subordinate acknowledged with a firm yes, a shadow fell over the entrance. A figure leaned against the stone wall, his sharp, clawed fingers tapping against the rock. It was Yan Lang, his gaze softened slightly as he looked inside, a faint sound of surprise escaping his lips. Hilda, he murmured. His eyes found her perched precariously on the high windowsill. Why are you sitting on the windowsill? He asked, his voice a low rumble. It's dangerous, get down. Su Tang turned, a gentle, knowing smile gracing her lips as she looked at him. A sly smirk spread across Yan Lang's face, his golden eyes glinting with amusement. Doing business here? He drawled, his gaze sweeping over her. Certainly has a unique charm. But before he could say another word, a tiny, high-pitched voice shattered the tense air. Daddy. Yan Lang froze, his entire body going rigid. His wolf ears shot straight up, twitching in disbelief. Daddy, what did you just call me? The scene flashed back in his mind, a memory that wasn't his. It was Su Tang kneeling before 3 tiny wolf cubs, her expression serious. She had instructed them, her voice firm, telling her darlings that when Yan Lang came in, they must greet him with all their enthusiasm and call him Dad. And now, in the present, 3 adorable little faces peeked out from behind their mother, their golden eyes wide and sparkling as they chorused in perfect, heart-melting unison, Daddy. They didn't wait for a response, scrambling forward on their little legs with their arms outstretched. Daddy hugs Tilda, they chirped, their fluffy tails wagging furiously. Su Tang watched them, her heart pounding in her chest. This was it. This was the ultimate test. Asterisk Lang Xiao loves the children more than anything. Asterisk she thought desperately. Asterisk if Yan Lang is truly my Lang Xiao, he'll be moved. He won't be able to resist them. Asterisk. But the warm, loving reaction she prayed for never came. Yan Lang stared down at the children, his expression unreadable, almost cold. Suddenly, a monstrous clawed hand shot out, not towards the children but towards her asterisk. Your daddy is not really much like him, is he? He sneered, his voice dripping with venom as he snatched one of the cubs right out of the air. The poor child yelped in terror, dangling from Yan Lang's grip. Wait, it hurts, it hurts. The cub cried, tears welling in its eyes. In a flash, Su Tang lunged forward, her face a mask of pure horror as she grabbed her child back. She pulled the crying cub into her arms, shielding it with her body. Yan Lang looked down at her, a cruel, predatory smile twisting his lips. Quite protective of your cub, he purred, his golden eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He took a deliberate step closer, invading her space, his presence overwhelming. The only ones who came to the city of exile with you were that bear and the green-haired one, he stated, his voice a low, threatening growl. He leaned in, his gaze boring into hers. What about Lang Xiao, is he dead? His words were laced with a bitter jealousy. You remember his name, you must really like him, huh? Before she could answer, he continued, his tone possessive and absolute. It's fine, after you're with me, you'll soon forget Lang Xiao. He loomed over her, a dark promise in his eyes. You'll only remember me, Yan Lang. He then threw his head back and let out a booming, arrogant laugh that echoed off the stone walls, a sound that made her skin crawl. But as his laughter died down, something shifted in her eyes. She looked at his face, really looked at it, and a flicker of recognition ignited within her. Xiao, she whispered, the name a ghost on her lips, you. In a move that shocked them both, she surged forward, her hands coming up to cup his face, forcing his head down to her level. Her eyes, wide and wild with a dawning realization, stared into his. Guo, she breathed. The pet name, their secret name, hung in the air between them. Yan Lang's eyes widened in utter shock, the name echoing in his own mind. Asterisk Lang Xiao. Asterisk, he was stunned into silence as she repeated the name, her voice trembling with hope and desperation. Lang Xiao tilde, Lang Xiao tilde. Her fingers tightened on his jaw. Don't you have any memory of this name at all? She pleaded, her heart aching. His reaction was swift and violent. His hand shot up, grabbing her wrist in a vice-like grip, pulling her hands away from his face. He stared down at her, his expression a maelstrom of confusion and fury. Do you really know me? He demanded, his voice raw. Her world tilted on its axis. Asterisk, what does he mean by that? Asterisk, she thought, panic seizing her. Asterisk, did he really lose his memory? Asterisk. At that moment, a voice called out from the doorway. Boss, you forgot your medicine? A subordinate tossed a small vial through the air, which Yan Lang caught with his free hand. Su Tang's eyes fixated on the vial. Asterisk, medicine? Is he sick? Asterisk, a suggestive, wicked smirk spread across Yan Lang's face as he inspected the bottle. You're so thin, he purred, his gaze raking over her body. We'll definitely need this medicine to get things done properly. The crude insinuation hit her like a slap. Asterisk, wait, this medicine? Asterisk, her mind reeled in horror and disgust. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear, his voice a husky whisper that sent shivers of dread down her spine. We'll talk about Lang Xiao later. His hand, the one that wasn't holding her wrist, came up to cup her cheek. And then he kissed her. He kissed her with a fierce possessiveness, silencing all her questions, all her pleas, leaving her trapped in a whirlwind of confusion, fear, and a love she thought she had lost forever.